Get your train tickets punched. It's time to go to work. Happy Monday, everybody. January 5th, 2026, the first full week of trading in 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John, the GOAT Hoagland. To the far right, that's JD. This is the opening call. Hoag, JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Feeling good, man. First full week of trading. The year starts today. Hope everybody's ready. JD, how you feeling, pal?
Good morning, Hoag. Good morning, Jay. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. I am fired up this year. Again, first full week of the year. I'm ready to go. Let's get into it. We had a great first day of the year, taking this gold opening range breakout trade. Gold is now open for business. We're looking at that 1 minute opening range breakout. Jay, you want to explain it to the guys? In case we have some new viewers.
Let's do it.
What are we doing?
Gold opens up at 8:20 Eastern Time, 7:20 Central every morning. We're looking at an opening range trade. We're going to take the 1 minute opening range, which means we'll let that first 1 minute candle play out, and then we will be long above the high of the candle, short below the low of the candle. Right now, gold is trading 44.2130. We'll wait for a 1 minute candle close outside of the range. Again, close below the low of the range, we're short. Close above the high of the range, we're long. Right now, we're kind of sitting at VWAP. Hoag, anything you like in this opening range trade here in gold? We had a pretty nice rally last night.
Oh, yeah, I do like the fact that we are opening probably with a little bit of a gap above the session range from Friday. We did leave a little bit of a weekend gap down below. Overnight inventory is long. Like usual, if we can't close that gap relatively early, which we are looking like we might be pretty soon here, then we might see the market fall back into range. But so far, opening range is to the short side. 1 minute opening range to the short side if we were to take it right now.
Looks like we're going to get a confirmation of the short side. Kind of same scenario setting up as on Friday. We had overnight inventory to the long side, nice gap, which we returned to fill in a pretty timely fashion. So we did extend that opening range a little bit on the second bar. I've got a 2-lot loaded. Maybe we'll go to 4 if we can get some better trade location. I'm working to get in. We just got in. House count short a pair of micro gold at 44.19. Get another pop. Maybe we'll add a couple more to this trade.
All right. I like this. The only thing that's a little bit different from Friday from what I'm seeing is that bounce that we just had was right off of VWAP, right? 44.17.5. I think on Friday we had a little bit more of a runway to get to VWAP, but if we start to see some selling below that, I like 4400s as the target to the downside. And then we'll just let this one cook. Right now, gold is up on the day about 2.05%. 51% long tilt right now, but we do have the house count short a couple micros. Let's see how this trade plays out. JD,
I've got
anything we got to look out?
Real quick, just an update on this trade. We got a preliminary CYA up at 44.26.5. We're taking about $150 of risk on this 2-lot in the micros, and we're already getting some nice follow through right now.
Yes.
Let's do it.
The session gap closes at 44.1190. Let's see if we can get a move down there and see some acceptance inside of the range from Friday. That would look pretty good to me. I'm looking at the GC, the big contract, and it is pretty thin for some reason. There are a lot of gaps. I mean, we're still trading the February contract. There's good volume in it, but for some reason, there's just a little bit of a lack of liquidity in there this morning. May have something to do with some of the new uncertainties that occurred over the weekend.
Very true. Very true.
All right, let's see how this one plays out. JD, do we have any economic numbers that we have to watch out for coming into this week?
Yes, the word for the week is jobs. Jobs. Not much going on today. We've got the ISM Manufacturing Index coming out at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time. And also later on today, we have just popped up in the calendar a little while ago. Trump is participating in a policy meeting at 2:30 p.m. Central Time. We'll see what we can do about getting a live feed in for that later. Tomorrow, we've got S&P Global Composite PMI. That'll be out at 8:45 Central Time, a.m. Central Time. couple of talking feds to talk about too, starting tomorrow. Thomas Parkin will be out at 7 a.m. Central Time. And then not a whole lot until Friday on the Talking Feds front. Neil Kashkari speaking on Friday at 9 o'clock Central Time. Wednesday is when our jobs numbers start to come out. We'll open Wednesday with MBA mortgage applications. Then we've got our ADP employment report and the JOLTS job opening and labor statistics number. That's coming out on Wednesday. We've also got ISM services index and, of course, the EIA petroleum status report on Wednesday. Thursday, the Challenger job cut report. We'll be looking at corporate job cuts on Thursday morning. We'll also have jobless claims on Thursday morning, productivity and cost, wholesale inventories, and of course, the EIA natural gas report, natural gas inventories on Thursday. Closing out the week on Friday with the December jobs report, the employment situation. I just had those preliminary numbers up on the jobs front. We're looking at a consensus range of 40,000 to 100,000 with a consensus right in the middle, 55,000 new jobs compared to a prior of 64,000. So a little less on that consensus or what they're expecting from the December jobs report. Also on Friday, we've got housing starts and permits, the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. So quite a bit going on this week. We've got some inflation data coming out. We've got some jobs numbers. We got a couple talking feds. We've got a whole week packed. Today's going to be the lightest day of the week for sure. But keep your head on a swivel, and we'll keep one eye in the ditch for you, as always, right here on Top Step TV.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Seeing a little bit more selling coming in here too. This gold trade, 44.15.40 last trade. House count is short 2 micros from 44.19. Let's see if we get some continuation. Hogue, first full week of the year. Let's get through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the day, for the week, for the month, for the trading year.
Let's do it. As always, you've got to make sure you do your homework. We're doing that right now for us and for all of you, working on the pre-market research, checking context, risk management, and patience. Your morning checklist. You got your coffee, you got your water. Did you get your exercise in? Did you do your yoga? How about your mindset? Are you in the right mindset? I know it's a new year. Everybody's excited for the new trading year. Make sure you are in the right frame of mind to make good trading decisions. Your trade entry checklist, your exit checklist. Be writing down those trades. Make sure you keep track of your journal as well. And then again, at the end of the day, your post-market checklist, which should include watching at the buzzer at the end of the day.
Awesome stuff. Appreciate that, Hogue. I had a pretty nice gold trade last night, and we are going to go over those exact executions. One of the things I think we're going to add to At the Buzzer this year are talking about exact executions of trades. Not going to cherry pick, the ones that win, but pretty nice gold trade last night. So we will be reviewing that after the close today during At the Buzzer. 44.17.30 last trade here in gold. We're going to take a look at the gold charts in just a minute here. But before we do that, JD, we got some news on Congress.
Yes, they'll be back in session. Lawmakers are returning to Capitol Hill with a pressing to-do list this week. The Senate convenes on Monday for the second session of the 119th Congress. The chamber is poised to vote on extending newly expired Obamacare subsidies. This issue is a priority for Democrats, and some House Republicans have broken ranks to push the matter. Congress also must decide how to respond to the events over the weekend, the removal of Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro, and other government shutdown. Another government shutdown is potentially happening at the end of the month also. So we will see what transpires with this new session of Congress. Can we avoid another government shutdown? We just came off of the longest government shutdown in history, and we're poised for another one at the end of the month here. So we'll keep an eye on the news there. We'll always keep you apprised of what's happening. Or do our best.
Hopefully we could figure out whatever they have to without having that government shutdown. And for a little bit of a selfish reason, I have a trip planned to Mexico next month, and I realized on January 1st this year that my passport is expired. So they have my application, but if the government shuts down, I will not be traveling to Mexico. Here we got some selling coming in here to gold, 44.09. We just closed that session gap. Hogue, you were talking about 44.11s. Why don't we take a look at these?
Do we want to?
Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Do we want to cover one of these? Cover one of these for the break at 1 hour? What do you guys think?
I'd say yeah.
Hogue, any opinion?
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's the gap close. It would be a logical spot
Okay.
to close one out, and let's see how the other one flies.
And we did. We just took one off at 1R. We've got a free trade on. Haven't adjusted our risks. CYA is still up at 44.26 half. We locked in about $75 in profit there. And we're holding one for later.
Awesome.
Let's keep
One for
selling
the auto
here.
liquidator.
Love it.
See, this 1 minute opening range trade has been flying really nice for us. I mean, what do we get? 700 ticks on Monday. We got 700 ticks on Friday. We had a couple of small losses of 150 ticks, something like that. That's what I love about this opening range trade is your risk is really highly manageable, and if you catch a good one, you're in for the long haul. And we've got it going like Donkey Kong right now. So let's just let this fly.
Let's let it work. 44.08 last trade here, 60% short in the tilt right now. And gold house count is short from 44.19. 1 micro gold did just take one off there. Hogue, let's take a look at the higher time frame charts. We got a question in the chat. Can you explain the session gap that you were looking for when we take a look at these charts?
Of course. Yeah, we're going to start as always on Fridays, and on Mondays and Fridays, I like to look, a little bit further out, and we'll just quickly take a look at what the monthly looks like. Obviously, in gold, the monthly uptrend is still intact. It is still one time framing higher in the longer time frame. We are seeing evidence of some excess off these highs, but so far, every low has been a higher low since, I don't even know when. Take a look at the weekly chart. We did see a little bit of another kind of reversal pattern here last week. We have a bearish engulfing pattern. We had a bearish piercing pattern that kind of put us into this area of balance for a little while. We looked above, back inside that area of balance. A little bit of a warning shot for longs up there with this bearish engulfing pattern on the weekly chart. Remember, we're looking at all of these longer time frame charts for confluence. We don't see confluence. We're still seeing a market that is pushing higher in the longest of time frames in the monthly chart. A little bit of a warning shot on the weekly chart. What's it say on the daily? Daily, we're still putting in overall higher highs, higher lows. We did see a pretty decent pullback. We've got our weekly kickoff high here at what is that? 45.60. Pretty much the high of last week. So still just seeing higher highs, higher lows. Give me a second to take a look at my one thing, and I know Jay, you're gonna be talking about this, but I have to mention it is that October 21st big down bar.
Yep.
Last week's low was right to the halfway point of that. So that half back filled with some support. Buyers came in. A little bit of indecision at through last week's session on the daily chart. Lots of long wicks and short little candle bodies here. Market's looking for new information, and there's always new information coming into the markets. But Jay, I know you're going to be talking about that half back from that October 21st. Anything else that you're looking at here on the daily?
Yes. So on the daily, Hogue, that October 21st candle, that was significant until we broke out, right? We printed that candle and it was, 44 trading days before we made a new all-time high. I think we may have another candle to anchor to, and that was December 29th. If you look at that candle, it's not as significant as the October 10th candle because it's on lower volume. But if you look at where we just rejected in the high of the day today, it's right at 50% of that candle. It's the candle that brought us away from the all-time high. We made an all-time high prior to that day, and we sold off from there. So 50% of that candle is 44.4870. The high of the day today, right around 44.5170. So I think this is now the candle that we can anchor to. And the low of that candle, I think, is really important for this upside move in gold on a higher time frame. 43.16 is the low of that candle, right above that 50% of that October 10th candle. If we see a candle close below that, then maybe we can start to talk about gold going back into a consolidation for a little while. But as long as that low holds, I'm looking, bullish in gold on a higher time frame. Of course, on a day trade, we're going to get opportunities on both sides. I like the short that we're in right now, just coming away from that 50% rejection. But the lows of that candle have to hold 43.18, 43.16 for this move to continue to the upside.
All right. Well, you're also looking at that 20-session simple moving average on the daily chart that kind of just put in our lows. All right.
Right.
So what is a session gap? Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart, because we did open with a session gap. We did close the gap relatively early. So the session high, the 720 open, the high of the regular trading hour session on Friday was, well, we've got 44.1190. So that's the high of the session from Friday. We opened above that. That creates a little bit of what I call a session gap. When we can't close the gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for longs. One of the first things we did today was leave the opening range at the dead ass high, and we closed that session gap. All right, now what are we looking at? Well, we're looking at either acceptance of the range from Friday, or a move to continue this move to the downside, or possible rejection of the range from yesterday. We're seeing buying coming back into this market. We're back above our entry point for our opening range trade. So when we close the gap relatively early, that takes a little bit of the upside sting away from the market. However, sometimes that gap close can also provide support if the market has buyers remaining present in the marketplace. So there's your session gap. We also have a weekend gap that we left. Okay, this was the extended trading hour close to yesterday's open and to the low from the overnight session. So this little box here is a weekend gap that does present a degree of weakness in structure. If we were to see instant reacceptance of range and value from yesterday, I would be looking for the market to come back and fill this weekend gap. We're not seeing that so far at this time. So we're still looking at a little bit of gap rules here. We're not showing signs of reacceptance and range from yesterday. Certainly not signs of reacceptance and value, at least not yet. But we still have the opening range at the dead ass high of the range, which keeps our opening range trade valid, at least for now. As far as moving averages, we've got our 20-session simple moving average pretty much at the high of the opening range here, or relatively close to the high of the opening range. This is. Well, Jay, what do you think? I mean, we've got VWAP here. We seem to be kind of ignoring VWAP at this time. Overnight inventory was a little bit to the long side, if you will. Let's take a quick look at what that looks like. So the market opened last night at 5:00 p.m. Central here, and it's trading higher. It's trading here. So you can kind of assume that there's shorter time frame, weaker hands traders that have pushed price to the upside. If they don't get what they're looking for, and that's continuation to the upside, that's when you might see the overnight inventory adjustment that could bring us back into value, back into range, perhaps even back through that weekend gap that we saw just right down here in the overnight last night. Jay, what are you thinking?
So looking at this 30-minute hold, the reason I got long last night was because we did have that overnight inventory, kind of buying it right away. We have the 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which is at 43.81, and that was my target to the upside when I got into that trade, right around 4400s. So I am still looking long gold, but I like the house account trade that we're in right now, because if you look at the 7 p.m. Central Time candle from last night, that's the highest volume 30-minute candle that we've had. We already talked about the rejection of 50% of the daily up near those 4450s. So I don't know how much room there is to the upside in gold past that 4450 point. Now, could we find a base here and trade back up to 4450? Potentially. But I do like the rejection up there. And then another rejection at the high of that highest volume 30-minute candle from last night. And that price is 44.3070. We saw that right before the gold opening range here. So I do like a potential rotation back down to 44.03. for this trade before I would look to step in and buy it again. I know we're kind of at VWAP right now, but that VWAP is starting to flatten out a little bit, right? So
Yeah.
if I was getting long, I'd probably want to get a better price than VWAP, which we did just get, right? We looked as far down as 4407. But I think that 4403, 4400 has the potential to get another test, right? We kind of blew through that level, didn't really test it, and just rallied higher. If I was to get in long gold, I would look for a pullback here.
Thank you, Jay. The profile. Go ahead, Jay.
No, I was going to say the target to the upside has to be pretty much where the high of the day is right now. Could it go higher? It
44.
could, right? The metals, we see them flying around, but that 50% rejection up there, that has to be the target if I'm long.
Sure. Okay. Profile yesterday, Friday, I should say, was a trend day to the downside. Relatively sure, if I remember right, the opening range was the dead high, and yes, it was. So we are just about looking like we're going to take out the dead ass high of the opening range right now in gold. So the overnight inventory, finding what they're looking for after some adjustment of that inventory, probably scared a lot of some of those longs out of the market. Those longs probably getting back into it as we speak. We'll see if we get our stop hit. If I remember right, our stop was at 44.26.5, which kind of breaks us even for this opening range trade. Do we want to take a quick look at silver?
Yeah, let's take a quick look at it, Hogue. But before we do that, we got a couple of birthday kids in the chat. Shout out to Jibo and Mandy. Happy birthday, Jibo and Mandy.
Oh.
Happy birthday today, January 5th. Happy birthday. Thanks for celebrating with us.
Happy birthday. About that.
Let's take a look at silver, Hogue.
All right. So this is the monthly on silver, obviously. One time framing higher to this point. We are just the very beginning of this month. The market is obviously, expanding and accelerating to the upside on the monthly chart. Weekly, we do have a bearish piercing pattern that's not aligning. We're looking for confluence on all of these different time frames. So a little bit of a pullback. We've seen bearish engulfing patterns before. We've seen bearish piercing patterns before in both gold and the silver. The market just continues to see buying coming in on those pullbacks. There's a bearish piercing. There's a bearish engulfing. The market just continues to see buyers coming back in on the daily. We have fallen into range. I'm just kind of looking at this at the range extremes. If you want to pick one, we're looking at about $82 on the upside, about $69, $70 on the downside. And I'm looking at range bound to break out rules on this. And we're pretty much centrally located. So I'm going to try and stay somewhat patient in the longer time frames here. Jay, is there anything on the daily that you find remarkable here?
That same candle that we marked out in gold, that December 29th candle, that was that crazy sell-off that we saw in silver. I think it was a 15% high to low move. 50% of that candle, 76.44 half. The high of the day right now is right below that. If we start to see price acceptance above that, maybe a daily candle close above, then maybe we make another run towards the all-time high up near that $80 level. But if we see some rejection there, then 70.21 is the low of that candle, which held so far. We'll see what the market's response is there.
All right, let's take a quick look at 30. We did have a late spike to the downside on Friday. Overnight inventory. I mean, this is very similar to what we're seeing in crude oil, in gold, of course. There I did it again, Jay. Always with the oil and gold. For some reason, we always seem to mix those up. But we have the weekend gap also in silver. Almost a trend day to the downside. We did put a late spike into the downside. Obviously, we're opening above the base of that late spike, which indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing. The base of that late spike, 71.18.5. But we opened with a gap. We have not closed the session gap yet. So that tells me we're still looking for opportunities for longs here with no acceptance, no gap close. We're above the 200 session. We're above the 50 session. We're up against the 20 session simple moving average. VWAP is a little bit flat here, but that's a lot of that overnight inventory that was pretty long. And when it consolidates for this long, it does a pretty good job of evening out the inventory. So if we were looking for overnight inventory, that overnight inventory adjustment is probably already done. We're looking for, for potential continued move to the upside, as long as we don't reaccept inside value and range from yesterday or from Friday. The session high, 74.12. Got to stay above 74.12 and remain accepting above 74.12. We've got the other nuance as well. The late spike to the downside, opening above that indicates a pretty high probability of acceptance of higher pricing. And in acceptance of higher pricing, we're talking about value being higher or overlapping to higher Friday's value area. On this platform, value high is 73.98 down to 71.80. So it's very probable that value will either be outright higher or at least, the very least, overlapping to higher the range from Friday. Anything that sticks out to you here, Jay?
Finding a place to buy silver. I don't want to short it. I'll say that much. 73.47 is the 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. As long as we stay above that, I think I'm looking for opportunities to buy the dip in this market. Silver is not one that I do want to short. I've taken a couple silver trades recently, all to the long side. Those have paid pretty well, but to the downside, I'm going to stay out. It can go without me for now. I think we want to move on to the equity. And if you're trading silver, trade the micros, SIO. Trade the micros. Let's move on to the equities.
Yes, let's move on to the ES. We're about to get ticked out on this gold trade. We see the gold volume drying up a little bit on the 5-minute chart, and I got that feeling that if we're going to make a new leg to the downside, it's going to tick us out on the upside first. I don't think this gold trade wants anybody to go for the ride. But let's move on to equities. What happened overnight, guys? Toast. I wouldn't call us toast just yet, but I feel like we're toast, yeah. Overnight, equity markets in Asia closed mostly higher. Hang Seng Index up 0.03%. The Nikkei up 2.9%. Big night for the Nikkei, almost 3% in gains. And the Shanghai Composite up 1.38%. Stocks in Europe also trading mostly higher this morning. We've got the DAX up 0.64%, the FTSE up 0.31%, and the CAC just about unchanged, down 0.01%. The US dollar index up almost 0.5%, 98.841 on the dollar. The VIX up 4.5%, 15.14 on the VIX. And last print, the 10-year US Treasury note unchanged at 4.189%. All right, back to you guys. I'll keep you posted on this gold trade. Let's talk some equities.
Let's do it, Hogue.
GD.
Let's take a look at the S&P.
All right. Well, this is the monthly. 1, 2. Hasn't really moved. I mean, it's moved, but it hasn't really moved. Very range bound, very indecisive on this monthly chart, I would have to say. What about the weekly? A little bit of barcoding, up the week before last, down last week, but largely still in range and value. Very little change in, the weekly kickoff levels have remained the same for 3 weeks. And, that's since rollover. So when you think about it, we haven't really even moved outside of the rollover range all that much. There's, a lot of uncertainties, a lot of things going on, but the market is holding up very well. Looking at this weekly, it's still putting in higher lows overall, maybe a little bit of lower high, but it seems to be holding up pretty well. This is on the weekly barcode balance daily. What are we looking at? All right. Well, we are still looking at where we were during rollover pretty much. This was the rollover day here. It was the 17th to the 18th. We've been kind of in a rally, but still inside of that range largely overall. First real week of the year this year. The year really to me begins today. Any new changes or uncertainties out there? Well, I mean, some tensions in Venezuela. We don't know how that's going to be treated by the regular trading hours markets. ECH, anything can happen. And on the longer time frame here, I'm still looking at balance to breakout rules. And I've got to take a look at last week's low, perhaps, which is the high of the October 10th candle that Jay always so brilliantly points out to us. We traded down to the high of that candle. We did see some buyers come in. We really kind of centrally located inside of last week's range. Be careful. There's going to be opportunities. Just kind of looking at balance to breakout rules for me. Jay, what are you thinking on this?
Hogue, I don't normally look at the monthly candle, but looking at it here, we got a Dolby Dorito on the monthly, right? It's been 3 months since we made an all-time high in the S&P futures. I know the spot market cash market made an all-time high not that long ago, but in the futures here, we kind of have a little bit of a Dorito pattern. And, I'm going back to, what we were talking about towards the end of 2025. We were talking about balance to breakout rules for the last month and a half here. The market's trading the same prices, very comfortable. I think a lot of the attention is going to the metals right now for good reason, right? We got a bunch of metal markets making all-time highs, and the equities kind of seem like they've taken a back seat. So one thing I'm looking at, and we can go back to the daily, is where the year opened. 69.02 is that price. Above that, we're green on the year. Below it, we're red on the year, and it's near the low of the day today. But I don't think much has changed in the past 3 months in the equity markets. We are starting to that range that we saw is starting to contract a little bit here, which might mean that we're getting ready to break out. We saw it in gold, right? We had that 3-month consolidation in gold, and then once we broke out, we had a 20% run to the upside. Whichever way this breaks, and like you said, Hogue, once it breaks, you probably don't want to fade that. But for right now, it's showing that we're kind of just contracting in this range, maybe for that next move. But if you're looking for a breakout trade in the equities, we just really haven't had them for a little while now.
Yes. Friday, indecisive day. And that shows an open interest as well. We lost about 300 contracts on Friday. So no major changes in positioning on Friday. We did have kind of a normal variation day, almost a little bit extreme, but the market did keep the point of control inside the initial balance and settled relatively centrally located inside the range from Friday. But for the past 4 or 5 sessions, you could say that we have been one-time framing lower. In other words, value has been lower. We've had lower highs, lower lows. In a little bit longer time frame, we are up against a little bit of a Dolby Dorito or a pennant formation on the lows from Friday. Where are we as far as overnight inventory, Jay? We don't really have much to speak of as far as overnight inventory. We opened pretty much right there. It's 69.11. We're trading a little bit higher, but nothing really to talk about as far as overnight inventory is concerned. One thing that I will be looking at for the S&Ps today is value high here, 69.06. That's value high. We've been pretty much holding that as support, rejecting value from Friday. That could bring us at least some sort of a bit of a change in short time frame downside structure. So if we can hold that value high from yesterday, 69 from Friday, 69.06, we could see this market continue to grind to the upside. We did have a low excess high on Monday, on Friday, which is a little bit of a change from what we've been seeing. We've been seeing some pretty decent excess on the highs, a little bit of low excess on the lows here, a little bit of a late spike to the downside here on Thursday that we did look down below it, and we opened above it, looked below it, but seemed to be rejecting below that late spike, which is right around 68.97. I'm focusing more on value high from Friday for opportunities today. Again, 06 overnight inventory, maybe a little bit long, but nothing that I would be looking to take a trade against. Jay, what do you think?
I like that 69.06 price to the downside. To the upside, Hogue, what I'm looking at, you said we've been one time framing lower for the past 4 days. We crossed below the 200 moving average on the 30-minute 4 days ago. So that's where I would be looking at as a ceiling for this market. 69.32 is that price. We talked about this during the NASDAQ on Friday. But if we see price trade above there during the New York session and no volume trading above, so if VWAP can't cross above that 200 moving average, I'm kind of looking to fade that move. And it's, back to what we've been talking about. We have, lower highs on the daily. So I'd be looking for what the market's reaction is to that 200 moving average, 69.32, to maybe fall back into this range. If we see volume trade above that, then, my job is to get in the flow with the markets, maybe looking at 69.50 to the upside. But I think that the market's reaction to that 69.32 price is going to be pretty important for me today.
I like your 69.50 level. As far as visual targets above the market, we've got 69.51, a naked point of control from the 30th of December. We've got another naked point of control, which is right up against this kind of upper trend line here that we were kind of looking at. It's at one point, that would be 69.77. There is a little bit of a session gap that was left between the 26th and the 29th. A little bit of a gap there, a little bit of a session gap there that I also like as far as targeting for, potential execution, perhaps an exit. And then, of course, we got weekly kickoff high, which it's been there for 3 weeks. Finally got a look at it last week at some point up at 69.95. We'll see how that plays out. Now, you've got this 69.53.75. That's the December contract all-time high. The March contract all-time high is all the way up at 70.14. We do start to get some legs. That March contract all-time high could certainly be a very tasty target. Anything else you want to mention here in the S&Ps, Jay?
I think that's it, Hogue. I think that is it. Equities provide opportunities, but for now, I think what we've been seeing, they've been range-bound opportunities. So looking for markets reaction to extremes, and then taking your trades from there. No, we got crude oil opening up in just a couple minutes here. We're going to take a look at that opening range trade in crude as well. JD, did they get us in gold? Did they tag us out there?
Yep. That exact precise scenario that I outlined just a few minutes ago played out almost to the tick. We took a couple ticks of slippage on our exit. Our final micro gold contract was stopped out at 44.26.80. A couple ticks of slippage. So far, the high print is 44.26.90. As I look at this volume really petering out on this move higher, I'm not going to lie to you. I really want to put this trade back on. Expand our risk just a little.
I kind of still like it here. You know what? We may see the volume right at the top of the hour or the equity open. If we do want to put that trade back on, I'm with you, JD.
Yep. This is not trading advice of any kind. All right. We got something to be happy about in the new year. Here's a reason for you to be happy. Let's take a look. GasBuddy predicts the average price for a gallon of regular gasoline will be $2.97 in 2026. That would be the first year below $3 since 2020. It would mark 4 straight years of falling prices. GasBuddy is making the prediction despite ongoing uncertainty in that oil-rich Venezuela region. But we're expecting some lower gas prices. Average gas price of $2.97 in 2026. Sound off in the chat. What do you pay for a gallon of gas where you live? Do you know what you pay for a gallon of gas?
I think it's 3.25 for me. I think I got gas about a week ago. Yeah, I think that's where it is. I could be very wrong about that, but somewhere around there. What are you guys paying in Chicago?
$1.97 in Dallas. It depends on where you're at in Chicago. If you are in the city and you're going right off the highway, you're still paying about $4 a gallon. But as you get farther outside the city, prices do drop.
Yeah. It's been so long since I filled up. I don't know. I haven't gone anywhere.
All the electric vehicle drivers in the chat are like, what is gas? What's that?
I'm like, I just looked at Gas Guru. Apparently, Gas Guru shut down back in September. That's the last time I looked at it.
Really?
Yeah.
Gas Guru.
It's in
Closed for business.
Gas Guru is closing starting September 23rd. Gas Guru will no longer be functional and gas price data will no longer be updated. Thank you for using Gas Guru.
I wonder what happened there.
Oh, man.
Supplying too
Now
much
it's telling me
information.
there are no gas stations anywhere near me. That's pretty scary.
So what do you do?
Stranded. Seeing a little pop here. We got crude oil open. We just did right top of the hour. Crude oil is officially open. We'll take a look at those charts in just a second here. But let's take a look at this opening range trade. We're going to take a 1 minute opening range trade here in crude as well. 57.97 last trade here.
Looking at the micro contract, there was 100 offered at 58 and it traded out in the micro. 100 traded out at 58 in the micro. And that ladder is real thin. Where that 100 lot came from, I can't say, but somebody wants to sell them right here at 58. So I don't trust this opening range breakout if we get a signal to the long side. I'll be honest with you.
Opening range fade.
10 bigs. 10 minis.
Good question.
I don't get
How
it.
thin is the ladder in the mini compared to the micro?
I'm pulling one up right now. Let's take a look.
Still ticking higher just a little bit. I got a feeling we're going to signal along and we're going to buy the top here.
You got 85 offered at 58.10 in the bigs.
58.10.
It's 90 now.
In the micro, 58.10. All right.
Yeah.
I'll keep an eye on this trade.
240 traded at. You had 240 trade at 58 evens.
Yep.
Some positive
delta
there.
In the micros was.
Yeah.
Probably a whole bunch of micro traders seeing size on them on the minis.
You think so? Very possible.
Maybe.
All right, guys. Well, I will keep an eye on this opening range breakout. No signal on that 1 minute confirmation. Did not close outside of the 1 minute opening range. So no trade so far in crude. I'll keep an eye on it though, and I'll butt in on you guys as you go over the crude charts. If we do,
I'm okay with no trade in crude. I'm okay with it.
Thank you for saying that, Hogue. Thank you. I'm with you.
Yep.
I mean, you look at this monthly and its balance. The look of this has hardly changed in like a year on the monthly chart. What about the weekly chart? Well, we're going back to 2023 here, and we're still kind of in that area now. You know, you could look at this weekly chart and say, yeah, we're putting in lower highs and lower lows. But the longer term price movement has been taking so long. It's so very range bound overall. You could say that on the daily chart that we're putting in lower highs and lower lows, but we're not moving very quickly or very decisively in either direction. I feel like we're kind of in a two-stage balance here. You know, we've got this area of balance and then the larger area of balance up to this trend line. Now there's maybe 2, maybe 3 points of contact on this upper trend line. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 points of contact on this lower trend line. I mean, the right now you would say that the trend on the daily chart was to the downside, but it still acts and feels very range bound. I don't know what you think about this, Jay. What are you thinking?
It feels very range bound to me as well, Hogue. I think obviously, and we're not going to talk too much about politics, but with everything that's going on geopolitically, I think crude oil has the potential to be a very interesting market. You know, I remember towards the end of 2025, Coach Paul saying he feels like 2026 is going to be the year of crude. So we'll see. I think right now, and I think a lot of people were maybe looking for this huge reaction. You're on Twitter and they're like, hey, crude oil prices are down because X, Y, and Z. And then you look at a chart and this is why I think we pay a lot more attention to the charts, hasn't gone anywhere. These markets have not changed. We're trading the same prices that we've been trading all year, really. Does it have the potential to move? For sure. But for right now, if you're trading crude, you have to trade the prices that are in front of you. And it's the same prices that have been in front of us for a while. I think we're kind of channeling lower if you look at it daily. And it's really it, but not much has changed, Hoke.
Yes, keep your expectations reasonable. I think that's
right,
especially during a regular trading hour session. Seems the moves are all happening overnight, and that is the case again last night as well.
Yep.
This is the 30-minute chart. The market opened, we got too short. We checked down to a naked point of chill, a point of control, a comfort level from a past day, 56.44. It didn't check down to that in regular trading hours. However, the market, overnight inventory was too short. Those shorts got nervous. They got out of all of those shorts. Overnight inventory is now long. We traded to another point of chill, comfort level from a past day, 57.87. We've traded that in regular trading hours, but now the market seems like it's a little bit too long. And the market, what's it going to do? Is it going to just kind of rotate back into the range? We do have a gap, session gap, the gap high. To close the gap, we've got to get down to 57.44. We did have a late spike to the upside yet on Friday. So opening the regular trading hours above that indicates probable acceptance of higher pricing, which means that, of course, value will probably be higher, or at the very least overlapping to higher from the previous session. To me, crude oil has been really such a coin flip for regular trading hours. It seems like most of the good moves are occurring during the overnight hours. You could take a look. This is regular trading hours. That's a pretty good move. Very little decent move here on Thursday. It took forever on Friday just to put together a relatively small range. I don't know if we can't close this gap relatively early. I could see weekly kickoff high 58.80, 58.84, a naked point of chill up there. Got last week's high 58.55 down below. There's also weaknesses in structure in the base of the late spike. Below that, we could see the check down to 56.44. That naked point of control again. That goes all the way back to the 19th of December. Anything can happen. Jay, I'm probably not helping people much with this. Maybe you can put some better context over this market.
If you want to trade crude oil and get great trade location, trade the London session. And that's what we've been seeing, right? 3 a.m. Eastern time, 2 a.m. Central. That is where the lows were put in on the day in crude oil. If I'm looking at this chart right now, I would probably be leaning to the short side. We just did see that rejection up above $58, but that's because I'm looking for the market to trade back into the range. The one thing you have to think about with trading crude, I think, over the past couple of days is how long it's going to take for the market to get to the other extreme of the range. If you're looking for it, if you can hold on for a couple hours, then great. But if you're looking for quick movements in crude oil, I just don't think that's the market to trade. Even if you were, to buy it last night on that London session sell-off, to get a decent profit in this trade, you're in that trade for at least an hour and a half. So reasonable expectations if you're going to be trading crude.
Absolutely. Now, gentlemen, we traded above the opening range. We've traded below the opening range. Does that invalidate any opening range trade for crude oil?
I would say yes. I do think, JD, and I know we've joked about it, we might have an opening range fade be a legitimate strategy here. We'd be 20 ticks in the profit if we just faded the breakout. We'll see. Maybe I'll put that trade on sometime this week. Put it on with a micro and see how that plays out.
Technically, crude oil did trigger a short, but no trade taken.
Yeah. Good, no trade.
'Cause
Good
we
no
had
trade, I
good
think, in
trade
crude.
above the opening range first. With no
Right.
trigger and trading below the opening range, typically, if we were just going to be going on the break of the opening range, we would be long. But we've taken out the low of the opening range. To me, that kind of invalidates any opening range trade. Now, if we want to put together a strategy where when that happens with specific rules, we can fade the first move of the opening range, like when we take out the low of the opening range after taking out the high of the opening range, I could see something like that.
We'll take a look. Crude is crude is a tough one. It is a tough one. 57.80 last trade there in crude, 57% short tilt there. Hogue, let's give the people what they want. Also in the chat, we see it. The metal markets are rallying, silver making a new high of the day. Hopefully you guys are trading it. We see you calling them out in the chat. Who's long silver right now? Let us know. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ though, Hogue. Give the people what they want. The probably
Here
most
it is.
traded market here at Topstep.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, your NASDAQ. Here we go. All right, let me get rid of this. So this is the monthly. And we are narrowing. Okay. Balances tend to narrow, and this is certainly a balance that's tending to narrow. This was October, November, December. Here we are in January. Lower highs, higher lows in general. Indecision, small candle bodies for the last couple of months, longer wicks, markets looking for new information. And, it may have created a new star. A star is born in the fact that there's a lot going on in those metals. Here's the weekly. Okay, NASDAQ. We all know that the rally has been on. I mean, we just put in new highs not too long ago. Narrowing range. Weekly, just centrally located basically right now between weekly kickoff high and weekly low. Weekly kickoff low, last week's high and low price relatively centrally between those. The markets are looking for new information. We need new buyers to move this market higher. We need new sellers to push this market lower. Without that, it's going to be short time frame traders picking each other's pockets. Anything you want to talk about on the weekly here, Jay?
Not on the weekly. I think, like you said, Hogue, we're in that Dorito pattern. Not much has changed. Very similar to the S&P, but on the 30-minute, when we get down there, there is some interesting stuff there for sure.
Okay, so here's the daily. Last week we got down to the halfway spot here on the 10th of October that Jay likes to so brilliantly point out that to us. We couldn't quite get there. We're actually 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on this lower trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on the upper trend line. And again, we're right in the middle of it. Not seeing anything really huge happening here. There's always uncertainties in the markets. These equities remain very, I think, resilient as always, as far as anything going on out there. First full week, lots of uncertainties. Anything you want to talk about on the daily, or you want to go right to the 30? I know you got some stuff to talk about there.
Let's take a look at the daily really quick. Just daily ATR, 339 points. So far, high to low range, we have about 210 points. So there is still, if we see an at-range day, about 100 points available somewhere. We'll see. I'm curious to see what the volume is like on the New York session open. Are we going to see, we've had Friday was a decent volume day, being the first day of the year. But before that, we had 8 days below the volume average. So I'm curious to see, and everyone's been asking in the chat, hey, when does everyone come back? When does the volume come back? Curious to see if that's going to be today. But so far, overnight range is pretty nice, about 210 points. We'll see what the New York session says about that.
All right, Jay, what do you see? What are you seeing in the 30 here?
That 200 moving average, Hogue. The 200 moving average on the 30-minute, 25,625. It's right below the low, right below the high of that October 10th candle, which is 25,635. If we see price advertise higher than that 200 moving average, but volume not trading above it, we said this on Friday as well, I'd be looking for the market to kind of fade back into this range. We have VWAP at 25,508 right now, so it's about 117 points off of that level. Overnight inventory, of course, it's lower volume. It's on lower volume, but I'm curious to see when the volume comes in for the New York session, what it says about this area. Right? Is it okay with prices being this high and we just continue to buy it, or if not, do we see that overnight inventory reconcile? And I'm looking at that 200 moving average on Friday. And we do have to remember we're talking about the NASDAQ here. So a price is a price, but the NASDAQ can run that price by 100 points before it decides to turn around. If you look at what happened Friday, that's exactly what happened, right? On the open, we ran all the way up to 25,800s. So I wouldn't be surprised to see this market, even if I was looking short, right? I wouldn't be surprised to see this market push all the way up to 25,700 before a rejection, because it's the NASDAQ, right? You can have a price level, but it's such a thin market that it can run that level. So I wouldn't be looking to sell, just blind sell against that 200 moving average. But if we start to see some exhaustion of buyers up at any highs, then maybe looking to fade that move there.
Yeah, you're certainly barking up the right tree with the NASDAQ. You know, everything's a zone.
Yeah.
And with
Right.
the NASDAQ, 100 points can still be in part of that zone depending on the current volatility. Overnight inventory, just a little bit long. Here we go. Rejecting value from Friday. S&Ps, you know, has been pretty much holding above value high for the entire overnight session. In the NASDAQ, not so much, but we're still in range. You know, a little bit above value. I'm going to try and stay patient. I like the idea of this 200 session simple moving average right up against that October 10th high there. There's a little bit of confluence for you for opportunity to limit risk. Profile, B-shaped profile. The market opened, broke, and then consolidated near the lows here. We did lose 2,800 in open interest, so that B-shaped profile, which usually indicates long liquidation, is supported by that loss in open interest. If you remember the S&Ps, there was very little change in open interest, so there was not a lot going on in the S&Ps. A little bit more of a clear story in the NASDAQ. And remember, long liquidation takes selling power temporarily away from the market. All of those longs that liquidated on Friday, they don't have that position anymore. They don't have to sell it to get out. Now they're available to get into the market in one way or another. So we will see. Getting pretty close to that 200 session simple moving average. We'll see what opportunities abound for us coming up here very shortly. Thank you, Jay. Thank you for all your wisdom and thoughts.
Thank you, Hogue. Thank you. We see some. I got some volume trading somewhere. Where is that happening? I think it's crude oil. I have these indicators, that these notifications that go off on Quanthour platform when volume trades. I have 6 markets up, and I keep hearing it go off, and I don't know which market it is. I think it's crude. I think it's crude, but we'll take a look here. 25,611 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 53% long tilt. JD, who do we have on the schedule today? Who's trading with us on TopstepTV?
Great question, as always. Happy Monday again, everyone, for everyone just joining us. We're almost done here in the opening call. Fast Markets is coming up next with Andre, Jack, Hogue. Dakota is going to be here for a couple hours. Then he's going to swap out with Jacob Trades. I'm sorry. Jacob Trades and Dakota will both be here in Fast Markets. Hogue will be back at 11 o'clock Central Time for the morning recap. He's going to talk about some of the trades, or the trades that we took here in the opening call, and any potential trades we'll take in Fast Markets. 11:15 Power Players. Coach Dan will be back with Diamond Hands George. That'll be a great one. I love hanging out with George. Shoulder Tab, Jack and Risk Manager Aaron at 12 o'clock Central Time. They're going to roast and toast a couple traders. We'll look at some live leaders and see what's going on in the world of our live traders. Group coaching at 12:15 Central Time. Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. Make sure you're here for that. Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. I will be back with Aaron Ellis and Jack, and then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre. Of course, it's Monday, so our man Muhammad will be here, and Coach Hoop. Get ready for that. We've got a whole day of tradertainment coming your way, bell-to-bell coverage, everything going on here. right on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. We are on the way to 200,000 subscribers here at Topstep TV. We appreciate you all being here. We couldn't do these shows without you all. Let us know how your morning is going so far. Right now, looking at the tilt, 58% long in the S&P, 66% long in the NASDAQ. We're right up against that 200 moving average. 52% short crude oil. No trade in that crude oil opening range, and I think it was probably a good choice. And 57% long gold here. JD, I know we got one more piece of news that we might want to get to as well.
Yes, for all of you out in California, so far 2026 has been historic for parts of California, but not so much in a good way. Record-setting king tides have hit sections of the state, causing flash flooding and significant damage, and it's not over yet, folks. Buckle up. John Lorink is here to report.
Most of our stuff is just getting taken out by the current.
So far, it's been a soggy new year for many in the Golden State, where some streets have transformed into makeshift rivers.
This area is flooded frequently, but I've never seen it this bad. And I think it looks like people were pretty unprepared.
Severe storms struck across California over the past few days. Certain counties saw more than 4 inches of rain over a 48-hour period.
As I tried to pass through this bigger part of the flood, I'm in a Mini Cooper and it just was a little too low. So here I sit.
On Sunday afternoon, half the streets in the Bay Area's Larkspur Marina neighborhood were underwater after the overflowing of the Corte Madera Creek.
We're trying to keep as dry as possible, you know, every sump pump, every sandbag. But this is just kind of normal for this area. But it's just this is really much worse than we've ever seen.
King tides are the highest predicted tides of the year for a coastal location, and officials say these are the largest ones the region has seen since 1998.
They happen this time of year, but when in combination with storms like we've seen the last few days, it can really wreak havoc. You see a lot of flooding in a lot of low-lying areas, plus you'll see higher levels in our creeks. So we're really letting people know they need to be ready.
I'm John Lawrence reporting.
Be safe out there. Looks dangerous.
Yeah. For any of our traders in California, we got J Trades in the chat says, bro, I woke up last week and my room was flooded with at least 1 inch of water. Yeah, be safe out there for sure. Hate to hear that. Let's see. Gold is some interesting stuff going on here in gold right now. I see someone on the bid, 44.36, 50 lot there. That market is very thin. So just be careful trading gold out there. Hope you mentioned it early, but it's pretty thin. But then we get a 50 lot that kind of sticks out there. So watch that. 44.36 is that price, and it just traded out.
I'm really glad we didn't get back into that short.
I was just thinking that, JD.
It looked like a great trade at the time as volume was petering out there.
Yeah.
Looked like a nice low risk setup as volume decreased, but it just popped right back up.
Good no trade.
Well, all we did was
no trade.
We closed the gap in gold, and that became support. So it's been buyers ever since. We'll see.
44.33.50 last trade here in gold. 60% long tilt. Average price 44.28. Silver made new highs of the day. Right now trading 76.44. Let's take a look at some other markets here. The NASDAQ 25,619. We did test that 200 moving average on the 30-minute, but again, looking for what that volume says as the New York session opens up. Take a look at the S&P 69.30.75, and crude oil right where we left it, 57.95 last trade there in crude. Want to give an honorable mention to micro Bitcoin. Starting the year maybe with some buyers here, trading above 93,000. We saw Bitcoin kind of get glued to that $85,000 to $90,000 range. Trading above it right now, 93,000. I remember somebody in the chat saying that and this is not financial advice, I'm just repeating what I heard in the chat. Someone saying that January is the month to buy Bitcoin and then you sell it in October. So that is not financial advice, but so far this January, Bitcoin is up about 5%. So we'll see if that is if that holds true or not. See the team in the back getting ready to go. We got Dakota, we got Jacob, we got Andre, Hogue sticking around. Jack is back. Good to go. Think we are good to go.
Like
Hogue, do the thing. Take us into fast markets. Let's go.
Thanks, Jay. Thanks, JD. Thanks to all of you. It's good to be back here first thing in the morning on the opening call, as always. Got to call out my early risers. Dan Trader was the first in chat this morning. Dan, you win the prize, which is nothing but just bragging rights, of course. Tommy C., Anastasios, Shubum, Charles Henry, Big Turkey, Acoustic Immersion, John Jones, RRC, Buddha Goalie, River of Risk. That's a name I haven't seen before. Welcome, River of Risk. My friend Uplex is here. As always, folks, remember, when you are trading, stay humble, stay grateful, stay creative, stay centered, pray for peace every day, and it is time for fast markets coming up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Fast Markets. I'm back. It's 2026. And Andre, it's already a great year for everybody that made a bunch of money on Polymarket 4 hours before Maduro was captured. Rockin' start to the new year. How you doing, guys?
Good to see you, Jack. Good to hear you, Jack. Yes, indeed. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. Happy New Year's. Happy 2026. Who we got? Lower right-hand corner, Jacob Trades in the house. Lower left-hand corner, Mr. Dakota, star of Slow Markets. Let's get right into it. Jacob, Happy New Year. How's it going? Thoughts?
Happy New Year, guys.
Week to this
Happy New
year.
Year.
How's it going, Jacob?
Pretty fun, pretty happy. New goals. And yeah.
Love it. What an intro. Fired up as always, Jake. We'll talk about those goals here in a little bit. We still got about 3 minutes till opening bell. Dakota, volatility on the reopen yesterday. Probably expecting to see some more coming into today. Happy New Year, Dakota. I guess I was here on Friday, but I'm going to do it again. How's it going, Dakota? Thoughts coming into a full trading week. We got the data back. I think we're good to go, Dakota.
First full week of the year. I'm excited to get back to 2026. Like Jacob said, we got some new goals going through. You know, new year, new us, new trading, new P&L. And yeah, Jack, a lot of people made some good money on Polymarket. And unfortunately, I missed out a little bit. I got a notification from that pizzeria outside of the Pentagon. Literally, it was like 1 a.m. my time. And I shared it on Twitter. I'm like, okay, something's gonna happen. Woke up in the morning and yeah, it that big news.
No,
big news hit it.
I know it's crazy too, because man, some people are just so lucky. I mean, what are the odds that you open an account one day before and your first trade is the YOLO into one market at 7 cents on the dollar 4 hours before the helicopters start flying? I mean, that's, man, some guys and gals got the luck.
Pelosi, hold my beer. Hold my beer. Let's see. All right, we got about, still about 2 minutes. Jacob, you talked about some new goals. Let's talk about your trading. For those that are meeting Jacob for the first time, first of all, this is Jacob. Also, he is very specific and deliberate in his approach. Are you been trading the NQ? Have you dabbled in silver at all? Jacob, what's the strategy? What's the any levels, prices of interest in NQ or any other markets you've been trading, Jacob?
Yeah, something very interesting. I switched from NQ to ES because I think ES is better for my strategy right now.
Okay.
I didn't trade silver at all. I was not interested. I don't have a strategy for silver, so it doesn't make sense for me to trade the silver. But yeah, I saw that some people made good money with silver. I'm happy for them.
Sounds like it. ES. Okay, let's talk about ES. Last trade, Jacob. 69.33. About 69.33. All right, 69.34 just printed. Pre-bell highs there. Any prices, levels of interest before the bell rings in about 45 seconds?
For myself on ES right now, not really. I'm just waiting for price to settle down and give me a direction in the next like 30 minutes, I will say, because there's a lot of fake outs before 10 a.m. Eastern time. So yeah, I'm just being patient right now at the open.
Okay, very good. Still same approach though, Jacob. Watching that first half hour, same strategy, just different product.
Exactly. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Let's get after it. Jack, I took a look at the 10-year. 10-year hasn't done anything. Fed funds watch pretty much the same thing. Anyways, we are now open. First full trading week of 2026. Data's back. Everything's back on schedule. Jack, thoughts on the ES pumping higher here? 69.36, 37 is now print, Jack, and 38s. There we go. Off to the races, to the upside.
Yeah. So we're pumping here. I'm going to need probably a half an hour to settle back into this. I've been off this the day before Christmas Eve, right? I was following things, but only casually. So just diving back into the charts here. You said 10 years not doing much, but it did increase a decent amount while I was away, closer to 4.2%. So I'll keep an eye on that. Big markets today, silver, oil. Let's see what happens. I'll get some levels shortly.
Awesome. Good stuff. Pushing higher here in the ES again, 69.43. New session highs there. And Q 25,672.5. Dow pushing higher here as well. Gold trading 44.37. And silver, the new darling.
Yeah, that's what I'm watching.
Oh, watching silver. All right, good.
Yeah, we were up almost 8%. We're up almost 8% here in silver. Looking for a little bit of a pullback. See if we could go back down and retest 76. I'm gonna get into a short 1 micro from
silver
76. Yeah, yep.
76.33.
76. This is a quick scalp.
Silver likes to move. Silver likes to move indeed. NQ turned around. Dow still pumping higher here. NQ about a 50-point pullback right there. 60-point pullback.
Right off the bat in the major stocks, we got Tesla rebounding a little bit, up 2%, Nvidia up 2.3%, and at 193. Microsoft, Meta, Apple slightly down.
Thank you. Very good. And Q continuing to see some push lower. Jacob, question: When did the change become official? How did that transition work from NQ to the ES? Were you doing both? How did that work? And what was the turning point? Like, oh, maybe I should take the strategy to the S&P's ES.
Yeah, very good question. Because on December I saw some good price action on ES, and I saw that like, okay, NQ is not moving like I wanted to, so I started paying attention to S&P 500 ES, and I just backtest a little bit, and makes sense for me to make the change. I think I have better result with ES for now.
Very good. And so far, you're liking the results?
Yeah, this is a little bit better. So yeah, I'm always trying to improve my strategy.
I like it. Great stuff, Jake. How was your New Year's, by the way?
Pretty good. Spent some time with my family and friends. What about yours?
Very, very low key. Very low key. It's in the States, it's amateur hour, Jacob. It's lawless. It's lawless, and you just don't know what's going to happen. So it's very, very quiet. I watched the Ryan Seacrest. Yeah, drop the ball. Dakota was Dow is lit. All right, we'll get the chit chat out of here in the chat. Dow moving higher here, 48,009.
Bounce off. Okay, first level. We did bounce off of about 6,900 in the spot market SPX. Right now we're trading 68.96. Looks like there's about a 42-point spread between the March future we're trading and the spot market, but 6,900, nice round number. Could see some resistance there.
Okay. Ooh, here we go. 76% short tilt on the NQ right now. 76% short tilt as we trade 25,600. The NQ. Go to short 1 micro silver. Pretty much from where we're trading right now.
Even 1 micro is volatile. Found that out. We find that all the time. Just 1 micro. It's like, oh wow. You don't think it's a lot, but here in silver, it moves.
And that tilt. Dow's still cooking here. Closing on 49,000 even. About 10 points to go. Dow absolutely pumping higher. And NQ continuing to see some push lower. About 90 point turnaround off that opening bell as we trade 25,590.
Yeah, over in the Dow, top 2 components, 11.8% is Goldman Sachs, up over 2%. Caterpillar, up 2.8%.
Goldman was pumping last week as well. And keep an eye on that tilt, 76% short tilt in the NQ. Go to short 1 micro silver.
From 33. Looking for a push towards 76. 76. Let's see if we could get it.
I was getting there. $76.10, 9 cents. Watching that tilt. We do have numbers at the top of the hour. US ISM manufacturing PMI, top of the hour.
I'm flat. I'll take profit right there.
Let's trade.
$100.
Let's trade.
Speaking of things that have been moving, we had Bitcoin pump a bit recently. Our guy has not touched his position at all.
How we looking?
No. It's back to, this is what's funny about it, is back to exactly scratch.
Wow.
Was down 85 million. Now, it should be said they are a little bit in the hole because the funding on these futures, it looks like they have lost about 4.5 million on funding. But still, down 4.5 million sounds pretty good when you're down 85.
It's all perspective. A little perspective. Nice trade.
Now, here's my question is, when will he close it? Is he going to have a 1-to-1 or is he going to close it before it gets to 85? That's what I'm curious on.
It's a good question. I mean, it's not the best way to hold things for a very long time because that funding will eat into it, but we'll see. We'll let you know if there's any transactions, but they've been white knuckling it for 10 days since the last transaction of this account.
A lot of heat.
Taxes in 2026. I cut that because we hit $76 a share. An ounce here in silver. That was it's a major level. You can see that was resistance. I looking at it maybe to become support. It's just short. I don't want to be short silver for too long against this momentum. Learned that last night. I was down $1,100 last night. Ended up grinding my way back, and I'm sitting plus 200. So happy to be on the green.
Start indeed. I got gold pretty muted right now. Dow above 49,000 now. 49,000. I call it 009. Look at that. 3,500 people joining us for the first full trading week of the year. First of all, welcome aboard for those that are new. Be so kind, click subscribe, click like, click notify. I believe we're going to get to 197,000 subscribers. Are we there yet? We're closing on the march to 200,000 subscribers. Thank you kindly. Also, we're not there yet. Also, pin in the top of the chat. You got those Topstep daily levels. Click on that link if you'd like to take a peek of those. You have some real estate on the screen. If not, I can do you one better. Using Topstep X, the top of the screen there, you see the indicators tab. Click on that. Type in Topstep daily levels. There's a refresh and update before every New York Open. Also,
how do I climb back?
All the formalities, upper left-hand corner of the screen. Look at all the screen. Upper left-hand corner, top of the screen. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. Hashtag Fast Markets. Use that. Hashtag Fast Markets. Hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see some cool trader swag, cool trader station setups. Who's got the most screens? We saw an 8-screen setup sometime last week. Jacob Trades, how many screens are you working with? What's your setup like?
It's always maximum. I don't know. I think I don't need more.
Do you have? I got 4 screens here. You just go with one. Are you just trading on a laptop, or what's your setup? Are you
Yeah,
keeping that.
yeah. Right now, yeah, I'm on a laptop, but yeah, I will stay like 2 screen, a maximum. I don't need like more.
Fair enough. Keep it simple.
Okay.
Yeah.
The approach.
Yep.
One screen there. Yep.
Here.
That tilt, 76% tilt is now leveled off, right around 50-50 in the NQ. Everyone is flat.
Yeah,
Look at my
look at the
screen real
NASDAQ.
quick. Just looking over the last couple days, that 6900 level has been pretty good resistance. I got it with the green line here. So after Christmas was pretty good support. Now it's had trouble 3 times. Now it's gone up there and tried to hit it. Between this 6900 and 6850 seems like pretty good ends of the range here.
So Dakota, you focusing strictly on silver then? Anything in the?
No, I switched over to NASDAQ. That's all I was looking for in silver was that little pullback down to 75. But now I'm back to NASDAQ, and we're at 0.7%. About 0.7%, almost erased most of the day on Friday. I see that yes, Jack, where it has erased that sell-off from Friday. So I'm curious if we're going to do the same here in the NASDAQ or if we're going to pull back. It's interesting price action this week. It's the first full week. We have some inflation data, but geopolitical headlines are kind of taking the show, taking the spotlight on what's happening there. So I'm a little cautious on just headlines that can pop off at any moment.
Definitely. Well, we'll take a look at crude. Obviously, geopolitical headlines risk. Well, crude is very sensitive to that. Look, last trade $58.06 over there. Trading right around the highs, about 12 cents off the highs. Dow continuing to push higher here. Trading 49,120. Dow up about 400 points since that bell rang about 11 minutes ago. ES, bit of a pullback, about 10 points off the session highs there. Gold, pretty tame for right now. VIX, what's VIX at? 15?
Yeah.
VIX is at 14.93.
I mean,
so it's below 15. That's pretty calm.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. It's
after what happened over the weekend, we're still so low.
Yep. Gold also. You think gold would have been higher? Silver, seeing another push lower here. $75.88. Jacob, your thoughts on the craze, the silver craze. Have you taken a silver trade at all?
No. I know like silver is going crazy right now, but
it's all the rage.
I don't have a strategy, so yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. If you've never traded, if you don't have a strategy, then let everyone else play with it and wait until you feel comfortable.
Jacob, so
I'll let you tackle that.
Happy New Year to in the chat. Happy New Year to Fred or Manfred. I should have said his full name. Happy New Year, Manfred. Good to see you. Good to have you back. So, yeah. So Jacob, still same approach, right? About 30 minutes in the New York session, trying to catch risk reward. Did risk reward change at all, or basically just bring it right over to the ES? Any tweaks whatsoever?
It all depends on the day. I try to go for 1-to-1. Sometimes it's a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. But yeah, the same approach. Trying to play with VWAP and the trend, and that's pretty much it.
It is a little choppy. Elizabeth in the chat. So sick of this chop silliness for like a month. Be patient. Beginning of the week, beginning of the full trading year. Jack, we got all this. Seems like all the data is back on schedule. We got ADP on Wednesday, jobless on Thursday, non-farm on Friday.
Yeah, we got ISM at 9 o'clock today.
We do. Everything seems to be
a few small bill options. Looks at like 2:30. We got Trump participating in a policy meeting.
But yeah, we should be back on track.
New Fed voters as well.
Yeah.
We got 4 to be specific. I haven't really heard from them since Paulson spoke sometime over the weekend. But yeah, new Fed voters. Take a look at Fed funds, or Fed watch, I should say. Still about 80% probability of a pause. The next FOMC meeting, January 28th.
It's my favorite part of the year. We have predictions for the S&P 500. You ready for them? Here's a
already?
few.
Ooh.
Oh, you got to do it at
Yeah.
the beginning of the year. S&P for 2026. We got
That's true.
Oppenheimer, 8,100. That's bullish.
Nice.
Deutsche Bank, 8,000. Morgan Stanley, 7,800. Goldman Sachs, 7,600. JP Morgan, UBS, HSBC, 7,500. And Bank of America, very, very bearish. They're going for 7,100. So everyone is giving lukewarm takes.
Have there ever been a projection or call for a price that's lower than where we're at right now?
Yes, there has been. And then JP Morgan got rid of their head of macro. But yeah,
do it.
If we get a 10% sell-off, we'll see that again. They'll revise them. It's hilarious. If you look last year, I can't remember if my screen's mirrored. It is. So this way would make it go left to right on your screen. Everyone's analyst calls were up at the beginning. Then during the tariff things, they went way down. And then on the rebound, they went up again. So
I want to get one of those jobs.
It's just fluffery.
It is. Throwing darts indeed. We'll keep an eye on the headlines. Pretty quiet for right now.
Buyers stepping in on the NASDAQ.
ES also.
Same with silver. Silver right back up. That was good. Man, silver's price action has been clean. A lot of the times we're seeing that volatility, and that wasn't a beautiful pullback here on silver. Pullback down to 75, and now we're getting maybe some continuation back up. It's just up 8% on silver. We've been having a lot of 8% days. It's hard to. I was talking about this last night. It's hard to be a buyer because we're already up 8%, but it's still hard to be a seller going against this momentum. I just take these quick scalps.
Oh, Chad, trust me, I am watching the Dow. Emmons, thank you. Always. We got the Dow continue just last. Well, since the New York bell rang, all green bars, new highs, 49,169, of about 500 points in the last 16 minutes or so. ES just popped, made new highs over there. 69.47 in the orders. NASDAQ not there yet. Still about 50 points for highs in the NQ. We might have an iceberg. We got an iceberg in ES 69.45. Hogue, when you jump on here, 69.45 ES. See this? You see anything there?
Seen a little possible options resistance at the 69.05 level in the SPX. So that's close to here, maybe 5 points higher.
Yeah, NASDAQ's pulling back. Hanging around.
Actually, that's right where
25,600.
Popped out.
69.41 last trade. ES. You sure me talking to Hogue. You didn't see his face. Wasn't fair to him. Hogue, come on in. Happy New Year, Hogue. Wow, look at the new layout. Look at that. 3 on the left, 2 on the right. Happy New Year, Hogue. Thoughts on the first 18 minutes of this New York session? But really quick, did you see any icebergs on that offer? 69.45 in the ES. A lot traded on the ask, but we were not able to push through it. So I guess what I'm asking. New high gold pushing higher here. What's up, Hogue? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Jack, haven't seen you in a while. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Jacob. Happy New Year, everybody. Yeah, there was a little bit of an iceberg there at 69.45, Andre. I see 3,400, almost 3,500 traded there. 1,500 of them were traded on the offer. So, yeah, some pretty decent backfilling coming in there at 69.45. As far as the day so far today, we've got the NASDAQ with the opening range at the dead ass high. We've got the S&Ps with the opening range at the dead ass low. S&P's traded above or are trying to trade above Friday's session high. We'll take a look at that right here. And there's Friday's high. We took a look above it. We're holding above that 200 session moving average in the S&Ps. A little bit of a different story here in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ struggling around that 200 session simple moving average and a long way from Friday's high. And S&Ps is presenting as the stronger of the two. But again, when we have opening ranges that are headed different directions between the S&P and the NASDAQ, it tends to cross my eyes, and I try and stay very patient. We're trying to see if we can reject value from Friday in the NASDAQ, seeing value high at 25,550. We'll see if we can hold that level.
Very
All right.
nice.
Jack, what's your estimate for the end of the year in the S&Ps?
Well, let me search for it real quick because I have a system. Tom Lee.
Everybody's got to have a system.
And P500 prediction 2026. Okay, so Tom Lee is looking for 7,700. That's not too much. I am going to go 10% higher than Tom Lee, and we will say we'll be at 8,300.
Love it.
8,300, 700 or something like that. 8,370 is my prediction.
8,370
by this time next year.
Yes.
I was a little more aggressive. I'm looking at 8,600.
Okay.
There you go, Hogue. Like that's a real bull for you. 69.35 fund 600.
As I mentioned late last year, my strategy for this year is I'm going to be 10% more bullish than Tom Lee in every asset class and see if I can gain some traction that way.
I'll take the under on everything.
Pushing lower here. And Q trying to find its footing. We have, again, number top of the hour, 8 minutes. 8 minutes till, was it IS manufacturing?
Yeah.
UI manufacturing, one of those.
Seems like we're kind of just in a holding pattern right now in the NASDAQ, just chopping back and forth. 50-point range.
Jacob seeing a bit of a pullback here. I got overnight view up in the ES 69.27, about 6-7 points from there. Leaning bullish or bearish from what you're seeing in the price action so far, Jacob?
I want to see the price direction here at the view up, overnight view up. So I want to see if we close below on this 5 minute or even on this 15 minute. We'll see. And I can tell, like, okay, are we going to continue higher or are we going to go lower? Right now, beautiful reaction at the view up.
A 40-point bounce here in the NASDAQ.
Yes, it is. Picking up some steam to the upside here in silver as well. 20 cents off the highs as we trade $76.54. 50 on the tilt. Something's up. 69.35, Hogue. What's the volume trade on that price? Yeah, all right. A little bit, yep.
Yeah, I think it's kind of just hands on butts right now till we get that data point in 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little rotation. People are feeling risky today. There's not a ton. Amazon's up 2% now, but Tesla's up 3%. You see some of like the nuclear quantum stuff is up. Palantir with a decent bounce. Some of the hammered thing like Sweet Green's up 7.3%. People are feeling the risk.
New year, get that money, put it to
Indeed.
work.
We'll be looking for another push higher here. Almost at 44.50.
And silver is just not done here. What a beast of a market. Yeah. Buy that dip on pullback.
There you go. 197,000 subscribers. Thank you
Nice.
much. We got that.
Man,
All
we're
right.
almost at 200. Almost at
Almost.
200.
Yes, indeed.
What are we doing at 200? Celebrating?
No
I'm
plaque.
more bullish. I'm
No
more bullish to
plaque.
subscribers than I am the ES.
Well, ES chopping around right now. 69.37. Pretty quiet opening range in the ES. Dow, bullish of the three indices. Equities, I should say.
Silver session highs.
New highs. New highs. Silver. New highs.
Gold session
Silver.
highs.
Silver's down. Pop. Nice cover, Dakota. $76 at 93.5 cents. In silver. New highs, gold. Gold 44.52. Now 53.
Also have
now
a delta
50.
divergence in gold.
Are they getting squeezed?
Yeah.
Cut. Gold off to the races. Here we go.
NASDAQ trying to push these. Find buyers. Yeah, looks like silver's going to tag 77.
That's quiet. Jack, take a peek. We got about 5 minutes till the number top of the hour. Take a peek at 10-year. Pretty stable, pretty calm. Just what 4.16%. What's the story there? I was reading an
Crack open
article
that chart.
saying bonds, fixed income, treasuries have been too quiet for too long now. Not sure. They're not listening to the Fed, but seems like they got some stability there, and
Well,
it's kind of holding.
no,
It's
they're
kind of holding.
listening. They're just somewhat immune. There's kind of counter narratives on both sides. I mean, the bonds are edging towards 5%, but you can see we're in a nice little range here. As I go to from time to time, this intersection here was where the 10-year was at when we cut for the first time. And ever since then, we have found this cap. This has been a very strong resistance level. So this was in September. Once we get up to 4.2%, especially, it is rejected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 times. That seems to be a level that's really attracting the buyers. Remember, this goes inverse of the price. Still relatively high, though. Let me show one more thing. If you look at the what we do see, though, they are listening to the Fed. So this is the spread between, just to make sure I'm looking at the right chart. Yeah, so this is a spread between the 30-year bond yields and the 2-year bond yields. And this is what we would expect to see with this current Fed action, right? The 2-year yields have been weak relative to the 30-year. So this has been pretty consistent, that spread increasing.
What's the significance? The 2 versus the 30. Short front end of the curve, the 2-year should be the
short-term
rate should be lower.
It's like what I talked about that Gunlock interview. People are very bearish on the long end of the curve, and there's still a lot of demand for the very, the close stuff, 2 years, and that's where most of the stuff is auctioned anyway.
It's sitting at what, 16% odds for Jan?
For a cut, yeah, give or take.
Yeah.
All right, number 2 minutes. Jack, what are the coming into 2020? I haven't seen you in a minute, so I got all these questions for you, Jack. Themes, storylines to follow coming into 2026. I guess anything can obviously change.
It's going to take me like 1 or 2 days to get the full strength there. I'm just catching up on everything. The themes for this year,
rate cuts.
They kind of changed a little bit this weekend.
I guess they did.
I think it's still precious metals seem to be the story. AI. I mean, just because we entered a new year doesn't mean it's not just, been 1 week since then. It's still AI, precious metals, Bitcoin dead, will master explode.
All right, Jacob. 60 seconds till the number. So far, we never got the pullback beneath VWAP in the ES, sitting comfortably above it by about 10 points or so. Let's get this number out of the way. But what are your thoughts? Your reads on the price action so far, Jacob, first 30 minutes? ES up about 10 points, 10, 12 points.
Yeah, so like I said earlier, I wanted to see the reaction here at VWAP, and right now it's a good reaction for bulls because we do respect the VWAP and we bounce. No, that's fine. We bounce a VWAP.
1,500 offer at 69.40 in the ES.
Which is just about 6,900 in the SPX. Oh yeah, that ain't nothing. 1,400.
10 seconds.
10 seconds till the number. Keep an eye on that. They flash it right in there before the number will stay. Expected US ISM manufacturing PMI expected 48.4. Actual is, they fill it lower. 47.9. 47.9 did get filled, didn't it? Well, sure did.
Yeah, and then some other big order jumped in there on the buy. I couldn't even see it. It was too quick.
69.37s, Jack. 69.39 in the orders.
NASDAQ trying to catch a bid.
The bid just came. Yeah, saw that. That was wild. Okay. Yeah, a little lower than expected. Prices paid. In line. All right, got that number that way. Pretty much smooth sailing in terms of economic data for the day. But yeah, I saw that, Jack. What was that? 69.40s.
Let me drop this real quick. So yeah, here's what we saw. We did fill. So they held it in there. They got filled on that whole 1,400 lot, and then
another round. Another one
they
came
just
in.
Flip it.
I saw another 1,000 lot came in on the 40 offer.
Oh, starting to sell off now.
Yeah, we are.
The 1 second chart makes it look real intense. There we go.
Is that what this is?
I was trying to see if that order traded out because it looks like it flipped. Like I think they took a small loss. I don't know what the hell they were doing.
A lot of size.
Hit the reverse button, man.
So just did the reversal challenge through ISM.
Just slinging 1,500 lots. NQ trading 25,584. Dow looking to make another push higher. 49,203. Last trade. The Dow up.
Wow. Look at the indecision here. Right back up. Right back up here in the NASDAQ.
Trying to. We'll get another push. We'll get another push here. Still 60 points beneath session highs in the NQ. Dow continuing to push higher here.
You're exactly at 6,900 in the ES, so this is a battle.
Goes the
NASDAQ is the same at 600. Just big quant fight.
I don't know what to make of this, but we still have that divergence between the S&P and the NASDAQ. Between the deltas, S&P delta is positive 7,300. NASDAQ delta is negative 1,400. Still seeing that squeeze in the gold right now, Andre. Still
Yes,
negative 350 at the highs.
It's a positive delta. I guess that makes sense. Those offers came in. They're lifting the offer again. Positive delta means aggressive buy market orders coming in. Here goes gold. New highs gold. 44.60. New highs there. Silver still be $77. About 18 cents to go. Well, there, but gold now off to the races.
Buyers trying to step in here in the NASDAQ. And here we go. I'm going to go ahead. I'm long one micro NASDAQ from 626.
626. So, and Q. There goes gold. Silver. Lagging behind it. Damn, they just see that? They keep coming in on those 45s. Did you see that offer come in, Jack? 69.45.
I was looking elsewhere.
It just got lifted 700 times. Something's going on. What's Delta now, Hogue? Did it increase by about 1,000?
Yeah, 8,200 now in the S&Ps.
Oh. Okay. New highs gold. Go to long one. MNQ 25,626.
Yeah, I need to see us just. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Exactly that. Just a nice breakout through these 20s into the 30s. See if we go up and test the session highs. Looking for 50 points.
What are you long there, Dakota?
NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ.
All right, new 5 minute just
Took
opened.
us a minute to pick a direction, but I think we found it. We'll see if we can hold above it.
Watch this ES point. About to make new highs in the ES. 69.40. What was that? New highs ES 69.48 half.
Sellers are just trying to step in here.
Well, the NQ Dow continuing to push here. Dow up 600 points. The last 35 minutes since the bell rang in New York. See another push higher here in gold. Silver lagging behind this bull run in gold. Take the top off this thing, Dakota. What level are you looking? You try to take 50 out of this thing?
Yeah, it's
be
looking. Maybe go test the
highs.
session highs. Maybe the 60s or 70s. But I'm not liking the price action yet. We're not getting a lot of momentum to the long side. Yeah, I'm out. I'm scratched. I got out. Scratched on that.
Okay.
No, there's no momentum on either
Where'd it
side
go?
of this market right now. So.
It just wouldn't go. And Q's.
I think we're just battling around the 6,900 and the SPX.
I wouldn't be surprised if NASDAQ goes right back down towards, well, we are right now. Happy with that cut.
Nice trade. Good job.
Lots of indecision.
Sure is. Feels like it wants to go. Won't go. Back down 69.42 in the ES. A lot of price. A lot of volume trading at 69.45 on the ask. A little bit of a pullback here. A little pullback here, Jacob. A little pullback. That's 6 points off the highs. What's
What
your
is that 69? About half of them have traded on the offer.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Jacob, what's well, if you're looking to get in a trade, you're locked in by all means. Have you changed up the size? Obviously, ES a little slower in volatility. What's your default size? When building, do you build into a trade? You just go with two. What's the approach look like with the ES, Jacob, as opposed to NQ?
Yeah, like you just said, Andre, ES is different than NQ in terms of sizing. So yeah, I do go heavier on ES than NQ. Depends on the price action. Sometimes we have big movement. Sometimes it's like choppiness. So all depends. I can go maybe 2, 3 ES, maybe
Okay.
2, 3 around that.
So like in the clean movement. Yeah, Mandy in the markets in the chat. Good morning, Mandy. Silver has been so clean.
It means Mandy's doing well today.
I would say, yeah, it's like on the price. Can't get above 77 session highs, 77 even. Dan Emmons, yes, Dow is definitely cooking. Right near the highs. At 49,200. 49,200. What's gonna go now? NASDAQ looks like it. Well, maybe I spoke too soon. There's a
It
pop.
looks like it wants to just go, but
looks like some stops
The
got
top
popped there.
As mentioned,
Yeah.
top 2 stocks in the Dow, which account for nearly 20% of the weighting, are Goldman Sachs and Caterpillar. Goldman's now up over 4%. Caterpillar up nearly 3%.
Oil getting sold right now. Oil down about 40 cents in the last 10 minutes, trading $57.61. 59 cents. We were just trading $58 about 10 minutes ago. We're selling in oil. Crude CL. 50-50 on the tilt across the board right now. We got nothing on the... pretty quiet on the terms of the headlines right now. Obviously, change in a moment's notice. You're going to get another push higher here in the NQ. Bottom of the hour, we'll get those initial balance high, initial balance low prices for the ES and the NQ. What are those, you ask? Simply the highest price, lowest price traded first hour of the New York session. Give us some levels, some ranges to work within or outside of, for that matter.
I don't trust this breakout to the long side of the NASDAQ.
Sure is struggling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You're flat though, right?
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat. Plus
Good.
207.
Now we're looking at the Dow. Dow kind of stalling out right now. Still holding bid. Still the stronger of the three equities. We'll pull back in gold. 44.61, $6 off the highs there. Is this the pullback? Is this the pullback? The dip for the ES. Take a look at the NQ ladder. Any size jumping off? Nope. Pretty thin on the ladder there.
I do have an interesting stock chart of the day.
Okay.
What do you got? I love this. Good to have you back, Jack.
Shit.
Not talked about on the show before. Chevron. Okay.
Oh,
so
bullish.
Oh yeah.
I didn't really look at the markets on Friday. They were kind of flat. I was like, I wonder what Chevron did. Well, it pumped without any pullbacks on Friday. Interesting. And then opened, they have the biggest concentration in Venezuelan oil of those companies, and it opened way up here. But this was a little bit of a retail. If it trades too obvious, don't jump into it right away. Because it did open around 170. It's now retreated $10 to 160 right now. But still a nice payday for these very prescient investors who on Friday were just buying every dip in Chevron for some reason.
Savvy
investors.
Savvy investors.
That gut feeling.
Just a gut feeling on a Friday in a holiday week. I gotta buy that Chevron.
Technicals look bullish, Jack. Technicals look bullish. I mean, what do you, hit that beautiful trend line? I'm sure. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right. So 18 minutes till the bottom of the hour.
I thought Nancy Pelosi retired.
Never. There's always another one to pop up. All right, let's take a look at some of our live leaderboard. Let's take a look at the leaderboard for some of our live funded traders here on Topstep. Some familiar names. Oh, I'm going to see Abin up 22,000. Well done. Sydney up 17, almost 18,000. Connor, seen that name. Samuel, Shang, all well above $13,000. Job well done. Make sure you hang on to those profits, lock them in. We'll check back in with these names, leaderboard, throughout the day and see if we've seen some movement. Any new names popping in as the trading day goes on. But job well done. Hang on to it, though. Most important thing, lock in those profits. Oh, yeah, one day. 50-50 tilt. Yeah, crude trading $57.61. Look at the volatility. Obviously, since the reopen yesterday, crude up pretty good, up about $2. Open right around $56.50. Up to $58.20.
Yeah, this is a tough trade this morning.
When's the rally coming?
Which market?
Okay.
Yes.
Equities.
Yeah, I know.
I mean,
Well, Dow's
NASDAQ's up
cooking.
1%, Hogue. So it's slow.
Okay,
Jacob, I feel
Yeah, beat a
one,
Lamar.
Jacob, you're
one
approaching.
last thing I'll show.
Go ahead, Jack. I want to get Jacob's thoughts on this his new approach. Go ahead, Jack. What do you got?
Okay, the Friday move up in Chevron, I just measured it here, was the biggest green day
Oh, come on.
for Chevron since, well, I'd have to go back further. Here we go. Okay, it's the biggest green day since July 8th. Incredible.
The administration said they didn't tell anybody that they were doing it. So there should have been no
Well,
leaks.
Well, I'm pretty sure Chevron knew that they were going to be going in there. I'm sure they had to give the heads up to the company.
The thing is, we know, like, without blaming anyone, we know that people knew about it because both, I forget which, if it was the Washington Post, Wall Street Journal, New York Times, like at least two of them said that they knew about it but didn't report on it because of like safety concerns. So this was out there to I don't know how many people, but it was kind of known.
And the pizza index picked it up too.
Yes, they did.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
1 a.m.
What do you guys? For those that are saying, what are you guys talking about? What are you guys talking about? What? Dakota,
you
you're
put
all
that
over
up there.
Yeah, Dakota.
Oh.
What is the pizza index?
Yeah, so it's a pizzeria outside the Pentagon, and whenever it has a spike in foot traffic, then especially at like 1 a.m., right? Then it's kind of signals that there's some activity going on around the Pentagon, and sure enough, that correlated really well with what happened over the weekend.
I've heard about that. Yes, they're burning that midnight oil over there at the Pentagon. You're telling me they don't have like a cafeteria? They don't have a food hall?
They do. They have lots of food there, but I mean, there's so many people that work at the Pentagon. It's a big building, and maybe they just don't have good quality food.
They don't like the
The
pizza.
thing is, too, I think these event markets, we're gonna have like game theory warfare now because like people do follow that pizza index, and it's like how big a counter trade. Like, say I wanted to make a trade, how much, you can buy a S ton of pizza for 10 grand. How much money could I make in oil futures if I just bought 10 grand worth of pizza and then shorted the pop? Or think the similar thing.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Here goes MBT. MBT new highs 94,165 just printed.
Jack, you're over here playing chess. Do it. Let's do it. Let's buy all the pizza there.
Another 700 lot chase.
I have some other ideas for that.
69.45 ES, another 700 lot just traded on the offer. What's it up to now, Hogue? Delta 9,000 more.
10-8.
10-8.
Yes.
Jack, okay, 69.45 coincides with another. Look at that. Lots of size trading 69.45. Jack, there's significance there. It's traded twice as much the volume at that precise price compared to anything around it. Looking at the volume profile, 69.45. What's the significance of that in terms of spot?
Well, we're near the 6,900, specifically 6,905, and there does seem to be a good amount of positive gamma exposure there. So we could see resistance as options market makers are hedging.
Jacob, want to get to you about. Let's see. Is the approach due to the, I guess, lack of volatility? So you could be much more patient. Is it still one trade for Jacob trades? In the ES,
yeah.
your hold times must be longer. I'd imagine your hold times are longer. Therefore,
A little bit, yeah. So yeah, I go for one trade. If it's a winner, I go with my day. If it's a loser, I will try another one, and that's pretty much it.
MBT continuing to cook here. We'll get another push higher here in ES. 1.5 off the highs.
Silver trying to make a run back up to 77. NASDAQ pushing the highs as well. Trying to, anyway. Tesla's up 4%.
Well, is this the rally? Is this it?
It's got to go. I mean,
I think so. I mean, we're up 1% here in the
rally?
NASDAQ. That's a good way to start the year.
Yeah.
I mean, we've basically retraced Friday's sell-off.
$50-50 on the tilt. Bottom of the hour.
January
In about
2nd.
10 minutes.
January 2nd sell-off, I should say.
5 minute just open. Will the buyer step in here in the ES? Nope. I'm selling in the NQ.
11.6 now, Andre.
What do you make of it, Hogue? What do you make of it? Buyers are relentless. They're just going to keep coming in. I mean,
yeah. They're aggressive. I'm not going to fight them at this point.
Where do we get long? Even up at the highs, right? Continuing to
That's
get
the question, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to pay the high.
Well, they are. They're, but if I know you don't. When you say you,
They are.
They are, so, and that's we're about to do it again.
And it's initiative buying too. I mean, it's not. This isn't short covering. This is it's initiative buying. Well, it might be short covering, but it's initiative buying. It's not.
What's initiative buying, Hogue? Initiative buying means the more aggressive. The more aggressive.
Let's start with. Let's start with responsive buying. All right, price drops, and price dropping attracts buyers. Those are responsive buyers. They're basically buying it because price has been dropping and they think that the low is going to come in. Initiative buying is people buying it for a reason other than saying, wow, it looks cheap. Initiative buying is usually going to be occurring above value from the previous day or at a new all-time high, or anytime people are buying it at higher pricing, it's initiative buying. They're buying it for a reason other than, wow, it looks cheap. They believe that price is going higher for an outside reason other than, wow, this looks cheap. They can also be trapped shorts getting out of those shorts at higher pricing. That's initiative. There's a reason other than, wow, this looks cheap. So initiative buying is usually stronger, more convicted buying than responsive buying. So that's why, when we're seeing this deep, long delta at the highs here, it could be initiative buying. So now you have to decide, is this going to be some sort of a blow off top? Are we just covering shorts here? And as soon as those shorts finish covering, the buying is going to dry up and it's going to turn the other direction, which makes it difficult to buy the high? Or are you looking at, more aggressive buyers that are just going to continue to buy into this market all day? Now, what evidence do we have to the contrary of that? Look at what happened at 69.45. Yep. We've been seeing an iceberg sell order there. Now, it hasn't been that big. We've got 3,600 that traded on the offer. So those were orders that were placed waiting for buyers to come pick them off. So they got 3,600 of 8,500 traded on the offer. Are we seeing more iceberging anywhere else in the market? Well, we are seeing it at 69.40, where there's 9,500 that traded there, about 3,000 of them on the offer. So we're seeing it every 5 points. Where's the next 5 points? We should be looking at this. We should be looking at 69.50 to see if there are more iceberg orders up here If that's the case, then we're probably going to exhaust the buyers if these iceberg order sellers continue to stay in the market. The question is going to be where and when. So you can buy it up here, and you may even make money on it. You'll be joining the more aggressive buyers, but is it going to continue to pay? I know, folks, there's weaknesses in structure above. We've got 69.51, which is only four ticks above the high here, which is a naked point of control. The December contract all-time high is here at 69.53.75. There's lots of weaknesses in structure above this market for all of these buyers to be viewing and targeting. If they're going to continue to look at those levels, they have a tendency to bring price to those levels. Jacob, did you get into something?
I think I heard something.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you, but yes, I'm long in ES 5 cons. It's 6948.
6948 plus 5 ES. 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Very good.
So Jacob has joined the initiative buyers up here.
What's 1-to-1, correct? So 1-to-1 the risk. What's the upside target? Upside target for this trade, Jacob?
I will see with momentum. Maybe this. Wait, I will go in 15 minutes.
The buyers continue. To
Here, I will put the blue lines. Maybe something like that. We have some liquidity here, so we'll see. I will trail and adapt as the price develops.
Let's see what you did there, Darna. Minis, correct? ES, not micro minis. ES.
Minis, yes.
Minis, ES. Yep, all good. Another push higher here in the YM. 49.260 last trade there. NASDAQ continues to try to get up to those session highs, 25,000. As it trades, 25,655.
It's a difficult one here in the NASDAQ. It's been back and forth, choppy, but slightly going higher.
Definitely not clean. Micro Bitcoin. 84,280. Let's trade there. Let's take a peek at silver. God, look at all these new markets now, all over the place. Silver, somebody's 77 bucks, $76.67. Last trade gold, about $8 off the highs, trading $7, trading 44.60. 50 tilt, 3 minutes till the bottom of the hour. We get initial balance high, initial balance low prices in the ES and the NQ.
NASDAQ's trying. Yes, is trying.
Yo,
there we go.
I finally popped it. There we go.
Oh, we got it.
ES 69.53.
No iceberg at 69.50. Nothing at 69.50.
Nothing. Get out of the way.
Yep.
NASDAQ running for session highs, maybe here.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
Yep.
These are new initial balance highs. Initial balance low, I do believe, is in. Again, highest price and lowest price traded in the first hour of the New York session. Hogue. I think we got NQ. What do you got for IB lows, Hogue? We'll watch as ES continues to cook here.
As I saw some people mention in chat. Go ahead, Hogue.
We got 60.
No, I was just saying we're putting in an initial balance highs as we speak.
I got an IB low in the ES 69.30 half.
930 half.
See if we could keep on going. Breakout looks clean.
I saw some people allude to in the chat that 69.25 gamma level is interesting. So I marked it on the chart there. That would be about 69.67. Oh, no, I hate saying that. 69.67 in the futures.
No kidding. Wow.
No kidding.
Dakota missed that one. That's a Dakota.
No, I got it.
You jump all over that one. I think you jump
I'm
all
kind of
over
just
that
bored
one.
of it now.
Oh,
Bored of it.
I am too, but
yeah. Jacob, continue to see another push higher here. 69.55.
Yeah. Yes. I will probably
Nice patience, nice execution.
Thank you, Andrew. I appreciate. I will probably close my position soon. So we'll see. We'll see.
Like you waited. All right, 5 seconds. Hogue, I got IB low again. Yes, 69.30 half.
32.75.
Thank you. 69.
Yeah, I'm done with that. That's fine.
Nice trade.
Nice.
Good work.
What'd you get out at? What price did you get out at? You bought 48s. You sold 55s.
Around 6955, around that number.
5, very good. Long 5.
Thank you.
Great trade.
Nice trade.
Thank you.
All right, Jacob, tell me what you saw in the setup, man. It looked like all that volume. It was timing of when you got in. We were able to see that push through right around 48. You almost bought the highs, right? Essentially bought the high of the session, but you saw the volume come in. What did you see in the setup?
Like I said earlier, I saw that we bounced a VWAP, like using VWAP. Very nice trend to the upside here, and I saw some moment here, and I was lucky enough to buy on this candle at 10:20 Eastern time for me. And after that, it just pushed right up, and I saw that the momentum stopped a little bit for buyers, and I was happy with the profit. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Great work. And that's copy trade too, right? I see.
Yeah, it is. It is copy trade.
Well done. Well, we buried the lead. We buried the lead, guys. YM just made new all-time highs. 49,311. New all-time highs in the YM. And initial balance high, Hogue. Well, it's sitting right there.
69.55 and a quarter.
Quarter in NQ.
Yep.
What do you got for
pushing session highs as we
got
speak?
For IB high, Hogue. What do you got? 6.
IB high in the NASDAQ. 65, 683.75.
683.
Just took it out.
Yes, we did. We continue to push. Again, down making new all-time highs.
And your low, Andre, 25, 538 and a half.
Yep. Okay. We continue to push. What was the profit on that trade, Jacob? Well done. Up $1,800. Nice way to start the year, huh?
Yes.
You like the ES better. ES nice, right? The NASDAQ.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Yes, I know some will say, oh, it's lower, but yeah, it made sense for me. And my back test a lot.
Yeah.
With the stats, it was better for me. But yeah, you have to let the emotion out and just the stats and the back testing. And yeah.
Well, what Jacob did there is he identified the support and resistance. What he did, he watched for the trends. He saw what was coming. They're in the ES. Guess what that coincides with? Some TopstepTV, the first new tip of the week for 2026. Oh, nice lead in there of Jacob. Good job. Respect market structure. I like this one. Identify key support resistance zones. Watch for trends and reversals. Trade within the prevailing context. Absolutely. Avoid forcing trades against trends. Jacob, that's exactly what you did there. You got with the trend. Was there any thought of going short there? Any whatsoever up against the highs? You were looking bullish, leaning bullish throughout going into that, correct?
When I was starting out in trading, I was getting teach about like trading those reversal, and right now I'm trading like continuation with the trend, and it's working very well for me. So I suggest everyone to trade the continuation. I think it's working well.
With the trend, saw that Hogue also saw that with the. I mean, saw that positive. What's Delta at now in the ES? Basically, right when Jacob got long, Hogue said he's getting with, with the volume. So what are we at now? We were up what, plus 10,000. What are we at now?
14.7.
Okay. Initiative bind. They are. What's are you still negative in the NQ?
Yeah, negative 500. It's
okay. So it's lighting up
kind of strange.
Bit. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And down making new all-time highs. New all-time highs, 49,311. When the New York bell rang, we were trading 48,668. Dow up about 600 points in the first hour of the New York session. The NASDAQ trading 25,684. I see some more buying in here. Dakota, what's the read? What's the read here in the NQ?
Yeah, it just keeps pushing session highs. I'm watching silver right now, kind of hovering around just below 77. We might see a push higher to hit session highs, go test $77 an ounce. That's the one thing I'm looking for in these markets. Other than that, it's a bit choppy. Price action hasn't been the best. I like what Jacob was saying and doing is just getting in with this trend, looking for pullbacks. Tip of the week, market structure. Our opinions don't matter. Price does. And at the end of the day, that's what we trade, right? Price determines our trades and our P&L, not our opinions.
What was that? Hold on. Say that one more time. I like that. Go the price.
What? Oh, price determines our P&L, not our opinions.
I like that. That's definitely going in there. Mm-hmm. That's definitely going in there. Jack agrees.
Something's gurgling in the background here.
All right, we took down those initial balance high, initial balance low prices.
Mm-hmm.
ES, what do we do with them? What do we look for? Let's talk the ES. What do we do with those initial balance? What was that? Just came in. 69.
I did heard it with stays at the time.
Oh, I thought Jacob was talking to us. Yeah, what do we do with these IB prices?
Well, we do have potential failed upside auctions occurring right now.
I was just going to say we would have a potential 3-bar reversal on the NASDAQ, but
yeah,
it's been really whipsaw in terms of lots of wicks to the downside. So I'm hesitant to just take a trade in the NASDAQ right now. Yeah, it's just very hands off.
Yeah, so initial balance high in the S&P is 69.55 quarter. We looked above it, and we've rejected so far above that initial balance high. If we close this 30-minute bar below that level, that confirms a failed upside auction. In other words, our initiative buyers may have left the building, and responsive sellers have now taken over. The upside auction may have ended, and a new downside auction may be beginning. That's what the failed upside auction is. Same for the opposite. Failed downside auction, you have initiative sellers that have exhausted themselves. Buyers then take over. The downside auction ends and a new upside auction begins. But that's what it looks like right now. This is a potential failed upside auction. It is not yet confirmed. However, if you wait for confirmation, it's going to cost you in trade location, typically speaking.
Hogue, yep. Price got too expensive. Buyer stopped. Price got a little too expensive. Sellers came in and say, all right, 4 now. But we are seeing about 7 points.
Advertised too high. Buyers wouldn't buy it anymore.
Well, same story in gold. Gold down about $20 in the last 15 minutes or so. Crude, the buyer stepped in. We saw Crude was selling off. Crude now on the push higher. Crude about to make new session highs there. $58.11. Looking about a 70-cent rally over there. NASDAQ, go to 3-bar reversal. Failed upside auction.
Yeah,
Call
that's
what
what
you
I'm
want.
watching. We got a minute till it closes, but being preemptive is, I'm saying okay. I mean, stop loss would need to be above what 693, 692, and I would like to see a play back down to 630. So maybe we go down to 600. Just so hard to get in either direction. I mean, look at all these wicks here on this 5-minute chart. So it's like, it's a difficult one. It's a difficult trade. As much as I want to take a short, and we definitely could play, and I might be looking back and say, "Oh, that was a good short. I wish I would have taken it." I know there's traders in the
Good
chat,
short,
but
good shit. Also, I'll be interested to see in the ES if that 6,900 resistance becomes support now that we've gone through it. So if we get 7 points lower than here, if you're in the dip buying.
Channel over. Leslie in the chat. Dre, gold is selling because gold silver ratio is going down. There you go. Leslie, as always, Happy New Year. 50-50 tilt in the clear. No headlines been pretty quiet. Pretty quiet right now. Won't we see another push lower? Another push lower here in the ES. As the buyers have stepped to the side. Well, spoke too soon. Buyers are going to look like they're just going to buy the dip. 69.53 last trade. We're going to buy the dip here. New highs, oil. Look at that. Oil pulled all the way back to $57.50 and saw buyers definitely stepping in, pushed it up 75 cents now. Crude trading $58.25. Top of the hour in about.
Dre, that was a failed downside auction in crude oil. Want to see it?
I'm looking at it. Please show me. Yeah, it's beauty. It's a beauty.
Yeah, it is. So here's the initial balance. We looked below the initial balance here on the 9 o'clock bar. We closed back above, and the target is typically going to be the other extreme of the initial balance, which crude oil just hit. So the market opens, establishes the initial balance, looks below the initial balance, closes that 30-minute bar back above the initial balance low, confirming the failed downside auction, and the target has just been hit.
Sure has. Look at that thing go. What a beautiful pullback there.
Yeah.
Stepped in. Will this see another pullback? Jacob, if you were full, you are flat, Jacob, but would there be case, perhaps, another setup? If not necessarily for your strategy, but for someone, what are you reading? What are you seeing right now in the ES? Obviously we're about hour and 10 minutes into the New York session. Obviously, we're reading a bit of a trending market, right? Respecting market structure. You see more room to the upside, Jacob?
I mean, I prefer to go with the trend. I will not trade, but yeah, if I had to trade, I will long. Makes sense for me because it's way riskier to trade reversal, in my opinion. But yeah, I will long. But don't take that as a financial advice, please.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
You got. Oh, we get another push again. The Dow making new all-time highs. Dow making new all-time highs today, about 15, 20 minutes ago. 49,311 ES. This contract's up above 7,000 for all-time highs. It's about 50 points there, and NQ has a lot more room for all-time highs there as well. Right now, volume lightening up. Get another push here.
No trade for me still. I just not seeing anything.
Is this the 3-bar?
Yeah. We got
developing
confirmation,
so slow.
right?
Okay.
We closed. I mean, I voiced my concerns about this 3-bar reversal, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Hindsight's a beautiful thing. I didn't have the guts to take it, but I missed out on this silver. We're breaking higher. Maybe looking
we
for
above 70?
almost.
Are we above 77? Are we above?
Yeah, almost. We're almost there.
Crude, more
And
buying.
these trades are coming. Like there's trades there. I'm. Oh, there we go. I'm missing them. It's just, just not clean enough. I guess. I don't know.
There goes silver. Yep, silver new high, $77.15.
The oil
See,
stuff is
there's
super
NASDAQ.
interesting. And be careful. I mean, in general, it's probably not a great idea to trade macro things, but with all these stories coming out, remember, you're not trading like oil 5 years from now. You're trading 1,000 barrels of oil that is due in Cushing, Oklahoma in February.
Oh, that's right.
So I would think any sort of shocks would only let it go up. I don't understand like why it would go down on this news. So
Well, gold follow. See if gold wants to make new highs. Buyers, hey, new all-time highs, Dow. New all-time highs, Dow, 49,000. $319.
So we're trying to reject 77 here. NASDAQ still just being choppy.
We'll see if the ES will go. Will the ES get another push? Dow again, make new all-time highs. Top of the hour in about 14 minutes. 14 minutes till top of the hour. NQ, slow. Well, the NQ just not getting the clean movement, not getting the price action.
The hateful eight. There's not a lot of movement there from this morning. I mean, I could read it off. We got Nvidia up 0.3, Microsoft down 0.1, Apple down 0.7, Google up 0.5, Amazon's up 2.5, Meta up 1.4. We got Tesla up 4%, but it's been up 4% all morning, pretty close. It's not very volatile. VIX is still sitting under 15.
I mean, Tesla day to day is just volatile in general. Basically, Tesla has just erased what happened on Friday to it. But you're right. Everything seems a little bit rotational to me. It looks like the risky stuff. Maybe this is, with the VIX going down too. VIX still below 15, which, given like the stuff over the weekend, is interesting, notable. But yeah, the risky stuff is flying.
Yeah. You see how volatile silver is. Look at this on the daily chart. These are like 8% days for the past 7 days almost. Wow.
Dakota, I have a question for you. Why do you think why do you think silver is moving that much like recently?
Makes for an intense slow markets. Coach Jay is going to be joining me, and man, it's not slow when we bring silver into the picture.
Hold on, Dakota. Hold on, Dakota. Jacob, what was your question? Jacob, you want to know what the movement in silver is all about? What the bull run is?
I was asking
I need to
why.
hear you, Jacob.
silver-
I want to feel you, Jacob. I want to feel that energy. You've been trading since you were you still are young, but you've been trading since you were 18, 17 years old. I still need that eager enthusiasm. Ask Dakota again, Jacob. Let me hear you, though, this time. Dakota,
Okay.
Jacob has a question. Let me hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, my question is why silver is moving so much right now? Why are we talking about silver the past couple of days? This is my question.
Ooh, okay. Man, there's so many reasons. Everyone has their own opinion on why silver is moving. just volatile. It's volatile, and it starts to bring eyes into it. And you can see it here at Topstep. Once we start moving, the tick value for just a micro is, I mean, it's insane. Last night during slow markets, I just traded one micro. 2 was my biggest position, and I was down $1,100 and made it back up. I'm up $200 trading one silver micro, which is insane, and that's attract a lot of traders to it. I mean, that's a trader's job, right? We're all speculators. We are there to provide liquidity for the market, but why we are going up, I mean, there's many reasons, right? We have political risk. We have, man, I don't want to go through and list them, but there's a lot of reasons that silver's starting to break out and continuing to break out. A lot of, I would say political risk is a very big one, and that's kind of why we're seeing gold. Some can argue everyone's starting to see how big of a demand it is. And then starting January 1st, China did put export restrictions on silver. That's also increased volatility. So we'll see. There's a lot of theories, though.
Volatility just begets volatility. So you get into the cycle, like if something's moving, right, people are going to be flocked to it. Shorts, the price is moving however many bucks per day in silver. You get constant fall-offs and then short squeezes. Very interesting market.
Yeah, did you see the CME raise margin requirements on the metals
multiple times
last week?
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Gold was down $250.
$250. Those are the sorts of things that can eventually lead to, it's essentially like tightening credit. It becomes more expensive to trade these futures, can lead to sort of a resolution of this. So we'll see. But yeah, of course they are.
Top of the hour, 10 minutes. Top of the hour in 10 minutes.
Ultimately, no one really knows, though, right? Like you said, volatility brings volatility. Speculation.
Again, new all-time highs in the Dow. $44,451. Thank you, James. Jack, you got it. All you, Jack.
Thank you, Andre. Andre is a very important phone call. Perhaps with a physical silver dealer. We'll hear about that when we come back.
Take delivery.
Mm-hmm.
What's the percentage of people who actually take delivery on CME products?
It depends on the product, but it's a very small. Most people are speculating or hedging. I mean, like in something like in the equities, it's probably basically zero or a very, very small percent. I mean, why would you do that? Similarly with bonds, you'd be accepting the cheapest to deliver bond. Maybe the basis trade does that. In precious metals, unless people are trying to prove it, I bet you it's a little bit. I mean, it's probably always low. You can look at the open interest in contracts and see how they decline towards the end, and you can get the answer there.
It's like less than 1%.
Mm-hmm.
It's insane to think
but
of.
On physically deliverable commodities, it's less than 1%, if that. Typically, the S&Ps will have somewhere between 400,000 and 500,000 expire and settle in cash.
Insane to think of.
Yeah, you just let the position go and then you settle up after settlement day.
Thank you. That's why oil went negative.
Yeah. Once again, we get this disclaimer, I feel like once a week, but you're not allowed to. It's not possible on Topstep X, but if you are trading your own account, you don't want to mess ever with contracts that are on expiration, even if they're cash settled. Like there's not, in the equities, you can't get, because they're cash settled, which means that just the losers pay the winners at the end.
you can't get monumentally effed the way you can in a physical commodity. However, you have zero possible edge when it gets near expiration because there are firms that specialize in that, and I don't even want to get into the disadvantages, but they are numerous.
Yes. You just don't want to do it.
Unless you are a large
100%.
fund trading the treasury bond basis, in which case that's the trade. But otherwise, stick to the on the run stuff.
Yep. I'm considering a short NASDAQ here for a playback
Now we're
down
talking.
towards the 620s.
What are you seeing there?
Got your 3-bar.
Yeah, I mean, we had that 3-bar reversal. We've tried a couple times, and we just had another failure to break higher. And so I'm watching, as I'm going to watch this go without me now. Just watching to see how price is going to react. Yeah. I know. So I'm just going to watch. I'm going to wait to see how we react. Maybe if we start to break down through these 40s, I'll look to get in for that continuation lower. But just so quiet of a market. I wouldn't be surprised of a deeper pullback back down to this messy price action towards these 620s, 630s. But it's too messy. I mean, as much as I want to get into a trade, this price is just not letting me. It's too.
We're not
too
really
choppy.
getting much of a pullback off those highs, too. I mean, if I'm looking for a failed upside auction, I want it to pay pretty quickly. If I'm in this trade, I'm lightening up. If I'm short.
Yeah, we're not seeing good price action either direction.
No.
And we're
getting closer and closer to confirmation, and we're just not seeing the sellers coming in.
As
that said,
water
watch
fasting
the
results. Says trying not to boredom trade. Yes, that's a good idea.
Today is a good day for boredom trading. That's for sure. Just sitting here looking for markets, watching these markets move so much, you kind of feel a little bit of FOMO.
Looking for trades, we'll find them.
Good day for just buying the opening print and the bell, the ES so far. We're coming up again towards the highs there. Trading 69.54 a half. High of the day 69.57.50 in the March contract. As mentioned, a mixed bag in the big stocks. Tesla's still clinging to up 4%. Biggest loser is Broadcom, is down 1.3%. And our whale is up money now. Up 12 million unrealized. Shave off 4 or 5 million in funding. So they're up about 7 million in that trade. Diamond hands.
Not a loss if you don't close it.
That is true. You gotta have enough cash that they don't close it for you.
Mm-hmm.
He kept adding too. Yeah, he did.
I know. Right now they got $240 million. Wow.
Oh, man. That's oof.
Courtney in the chat saying today is the last day of the Santa rally.
All right.
Still talking Santa? We should be talking playoffs.
I know, right? Yeah, much of a rally.
Yeah.
Santa didn't deliver this year. Must be on the naughty list.
Guess who the Bears got on the wild card round?
The team they wanted.
Oh, the team they wanted. Yeah, you're right. We're gonna go out there and milk
7 p.m. Central Saturday will be that game. I'm just in awe. I'm looking at that account, so it's like 5-1 leverage, but they have like 241 million like backing this account. So they need to lose massive numbers. Let us know in the chat. Is the Christmas tree still up or down? Taking mine out tonight, I think.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Doesn't it have to stay up until at least the 6th?
Is that a rule? I'll wait till tomorrow. I still have the tree up.
I think it's Three Kings Day.
50-50.
All right, we're coming up on the top of the hour here.
My wife leaves it up till March.
like a bar in Wisconsin. Jacob, I know you have to leave at 10. You got any last tidbits? Great trading today. How many accounts were copied there?
A lot. 5 on Topstep, I will say.
Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice work, Jacob.
So thank you very much for having me. I'm very grateful. Thank you. Topstep is great. Congrats to Dakota for your trade. You did well. And yeah, I wish you guys have a good day, rest of your day. And peace out.
Great work.
Great
Peace
trading,
out
Jacob.
indeed.
Thank you.
Jacob, the Quebec assassin is in the house. We'll see you soon, Jacob. Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
And with that, we're going to throw it to announcements coming up. James, Dr. Volatility, are you still here?
I am here in the back, always hanging out and always here to talk to you about the things that you need to know to make sure that you stay in the game at Topstep and Topstep TV, including Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. That's right, as the name implies, this is our video series we have on our YouTube, and it contains tons of information all relating to the trading platform Topstep X. If you are a novice user or an expert user looking to pick up new tips and tricks, be sure to check out the link that was just dropped in the chat and watch or rewatch your favorite Topstep X in 5 minutes or less video. They're all curated and designed by Coach Robert, so you know he knows what he's talking about. If you ever wanted to know how to favorite products for ease of access later, if you want to figure out how to get more than one chart onto a layout, and if you want to figure out how to change the noises and the sound effects within Topstep X, well, you can find out how to do all those things and so much more by clicking on the link, bookmarking it, and watching Topstep X in 5 minutes or less. Whenever you have a quick break at work or you want to step outside for a smoke break, take your phone with you. Topstep X 5 minutes or less. It's there for you whenever you need it. Then, what can also be there whenever you need it is Topstep TV on Instagram. That's right, Instagram or X, Twitter, we're on all the social medias. You can follow us. Just pick up your favorite social media, type in Topstep, and I promise you, you'll find us. We're going to be the ones with the verified check mark so you know you're in the right place. On our sites, you can get up-to-date information, market key takeaways, and insights from our Topstep TV personalities. If there's any best of moments that you missed during the show, we're going to clip those and put it right there on our X account and Instagram. Everything for you to follow. Take Topstep TV wherever you go. Keep it in your pocket and stay in the know. Also, later today, group coaching continues on. That's right, group coaching is a segment where you get to have your trading questions answered live on air by the Topstep TV coaches and TV personalities. Today, we are graced with Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. So if you ever wanted to ask the queen of Eurotrade herself, Deanna, anything, but you find yourself asleep at 3:30 in the morning Central Time, well, good news. She's going to be sitting down with us today at 12:15 for group coaching, so you can ask her anything. We dropped another link in the chat. We're going to pin this one up all the way up until group coaching. So get your questions in. Tune back into Topstep TV at 12:15 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. That's right after Shoulder Tap at noon. 2 amazing segments you don't want to miss. So stay bell to bell with us all week long. Now, before I throw it back to the guys in Fast Markets, an eyewear company says that despite doing much of its manufacturing in the U.S., it's still struggling under the weight of Trump's tariffs. So what does that mean? Higher prices? Layoffs? Well, we're going to find out next.
Speaking of the tariffs, they've had a substantially negative impact on our business, really over the last year. We had to pay an additional $500,000 in increased tariff costs that we had not budgeted for because of the tariffs. And that $500,000 would go towards new jobs, new machinery, new technology, everything we need to build manufacturing here in America, which I'm really passionate about. So that was a big hit. And then just the disruption to operations that comes from sort of the ebb and flow of, is it going to be 100, 130%? How long are they going to last? What do we need to plan for? It's kind of like dancing on quicksand. We can't really get our footing because there's no clarity or solid foundation. So it's been a challenge for us this year.
Dancing on quicksand. Jack.
Dancing on quicksand.
Have you ever danced on quicksand before?
No, I have thus far avoided quicksand in my life.
Dancing on
I'm thankful for.
I like that. Dancing on quicksand. Oh, that's a new one. I guess tariffs still I don't know if it's front and center. Certainly was front and center first half of 2025, right now 2026. But something we'll definitely keep an eye on. Get those inflation numbers next week or so.
Interesting thing. His response is the same response I've been hearing over the holidays. I got to catch up with a lot of old friends over the holidays in the supply chain world, and that's the same thing. It's still affecting a lot of businesses that never did plan for it for the year. A lot of people, a lot of companies, they'll do their holiday scheduling right now, planning for production, planning for everything. And this time last year is when the tariff talk started to pick up speed.
Did. And take a look at oil. Oil has made some new highs, $58.51. Look about $1 rally the last hour or so. Seen some chatter in the chat about MBT. MBT trading. Look at that. 94,615. New highs there. Up about over $1,000 in the last hour and a half or so. Take a look at the ES, 69.51 last trade, 6 points off the highs there. NASDAQ trade 25,670. 20 points off the highs there. London closed, bottom of the hour. Also, pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in for Hogue, D, and Hoop for group coaching. All right, what's the play here? Hogue, take a look at still beneath initial balance. High, IB high in the ES.
We got our confirmation. Now we just need some sellers to come in. Not really all that pleased with the price action off this selling tail at the top.
Confirmation for a short?
Yes. Failed upside auction.
Upside auction.
But I look for better price action in my direction when this happens. We're just not seeing it. If I were short, I would certainly be lightening up here. If not out, and look for the next opportunity.
All right.
Right there with
no guarantees, folks.
No, absolutely not. A little push lower.
We didn't promise anybody a rose garden here.
I wish you did. I'm still dancing on quicksand. I like that one. Gold selling off here, down about $10 or so on this 5-minute candle. Trading 44.50 in gold. All-time highs in gold. What are we looking at? All-time highs in gold.
Anyone in chat get stuck in quicksand ever? I'm just curious how common a phenomenon this is.
I would hope not.
What, dancing on it?
I guess maybe they wouldn't be here.
They live
it's
to tell
for some of the people we don't see in chat anymore. They got stuck in quicksand.
Buyers jumped in here in the NQ.
Yeah, they did.
I'm looking to test the highs here. 8 points to go. 8 points to go.
Someone says knee deep ones.
All-time highs in gold, by the way, 45.84. 45.84. about $30, $35 from there. Buyers jumped in the NQ.
Yeah,
now we're trading.
we're going
25
session highs and NQ maybe.
Yeah, ES not there yet.
That's why we didn't like the price action on the short. At least not yet.
Yeah. Being short in this market feels like being stuck in quicksand. Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
And there you go. New highs NQ. ES not there yet. Dow not there yet either. Again, Dow making new all-time highs. See, the buyers want to keep pushing this thing in the NQ. Closing in on 25,700. 10 points to go. ES pop. You saw some stops get popped there in the NQ. Right around, yeah, just right around what were the previous session highs, around the 96.90 level. I took it up to
nothing really too much in the tilt.
Tilt 50-50. The ES gonna want to take the lead of the NQ. Might get that pop here. ES. Ladder's pretty thick on the ES, about 100, a bit harder on the ask. So right here, this is initial balance high. Pretty much, we're trading in the ES and Q are about 5 points higher.
Good point, Andre. We haven't seen too many 3-figure bids and offers right next to the market for the better part of the day. Starting to thicken up a little bit here, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Still in the back of my mind. Still thinking about that 69.45 price level and the 40s. Ho, you said we didn't see that same volume at 69.50. We saw 1,000 lots. We saw 3,500 lot trading over there in the ES. Again, bottom of the hour, 19 minutes. We'll have the London close. Let's see what we want to do from there. All right, NQ, will they do it?
No, I'm looking at this, Andre, and you know there was some decent volume there at 69.45. 69.50 didn't really do much, but the point of control volume wise is still 69.40 even. So does that tell us that we're starting to cut off volume at these highs a little bit? Maybe. We got positive delta of 15.5.
15,000
in the S&Ps. NASDAQ is now flat as far as delta is concerned.
Interesting. It was negative, right? It was negative for pretty much most of fast markets.
Yes. Finally, it's back to zero on this new high.
All right. Stops get pop plus 15,000. Positive 15,000 in the delta in the ES. Pop these things. Can we get another push here?
Yeah, crypto's just going ballistic.
Is it?
What is?
Saying
MBT.
crypto. I'm
Yeah,
saying
MBT trading 94,370. About 250 points off the highs there. A lot of markets. How do we see crypto reopen on, well, I guess on Sunday?
Well, crypto, like the spot just trades all over the week, right? I mean, it trades 24/7. But just for context, we're at like 93,864 in the spot right now. So this is the highest that Bitcoin has been since Wednesday, December 10th.
December 10th. So about almost a month ago. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a flight to safety?
Bitcoin?
A flight to safety based on what we saw over the weekend? People piling into it like they would the metals?
If one were to, I'd say maybe, there's a little bid in bonds right now, down from those That might
Yeah.
be the more safety. I think it's hard right now, like in the short term at least, to call putting money in like Bitcoin or silver or gold like a flight to safety. It's pretty speculative at the moment.
You don't think gold? You don't think part of this push in gold that were like $30 from has anything to do with what happened over the weekend in Venezuela? That's the first place I went to look. Is well, first obviously crude, and then
Sure,
gold are the first places I
but
went.
I wouldn't. I guess it was the way it was phrased. I think, yeah, like on bad news will go up, but I don't know if it's if I was like managing a portfolio, I'm not sure that like gold at these prices would be like my go-to flight to safety.
Where would it be then? Where would you go for say,
Short-term
bonds?
treasuries,
Yeah,
bonds,
the
anything but a 30-year.
Yields aren't moving. Yeah, yields just won't budge. I might see some buying here back in the gold. It's chopping right now. A little rejection there in the NQ. We pop those new highs. About an 20-point pullback. New 5-minute just opened here.
Yeah, we were cutting off volume up there, weren't we?
Yeah, ran out of steam. Here goes the Dow. Dow looking to grind this thing higher, making new all-time highs. 7 points to go. And new all-time highs, Dow. Air horn. Pew, pew, pew.
Ooh, all-time highs.
49,332. Will we see 50,000? 50. Will we see 50,000
Ooh.
by end of week? By midweek. Yeah, we got jobs reports this week. It's back on schedule. Why not see it today?
Why not see it today?
Also want to give a shout out to Montaz in the chat, passing 2 combines today. Nice start to a week here. Job well done.
Silver hanging around 77. NASDAQ is just on a... Is this a zombie rally today? Are we seeing a zombie rally here in the NASDAQ?
It's got to pick up some steam. I mean, it's NQ just not getting the volatility that we once seen. Zombie rally in the Dow, says Emmett. Yeah. Well, off that opening bell, it was just buy in the Dow. We got 50-50
like-
on the tilt across.
Did we get all our tax selling on Friday and now we're done? I kind of expected that to be a little bit of a drag in January on the equities.
It was quick. It was quick. There was a lot of selling going into the new year, too.
Yeah, on that Friday, I was thinking it had something to do with, well, could have been that also. Based on what we saw happen over the weekend, I thought crude, we didn't see much of a move in crude. Hogue, was that the 20-cent range? Someday last week, Jack, crude was in a 20-cent range. Was it 20? I don't think it was Friday. It might have been. But
well, crude, like as I mentioned earlier, crude kind of ignored it, but like, yeah, I wouldn't have been looking for a huge crude move because it's like, once again, I can't emphasize this enough. You were trading the February 2026 contract, right? So it's like, okay, so say the U.S. Has these oil concerns in Venezuela. That's not going to probably affect the price of oil that's deliverable in a little over a month.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time.
Right. It could send it. I think the better thought would be like,
send
buying
more
the
supply.
dips if you're looking like for an uncertainty play in the short term.
Or is it, pricing in maybe more supply? I know it's going to take years and years. Maybe there is a play there. I'm not sure. Anything can happen.
The
As Hogue
plays in
says.
Exxon Mobil and the oil
Yeah, no
companies.
kidding.
For
No
sure.
kidding. Is Exxon in the Dow?
Ooh, good question.
Let
me check.
Oil companies in the Dow? Should know this.
I know Goldman's doing a lot of the heavy lifting over there.
No, there doesn't
Chevron.
appear.
There you go. Okay.
Chevron's in there, but it's only 2% of it. Really, the big movers in the Dow today are, Goldman Sachs is 12% of it's up 4.3. Caterpillar's 8% of it's up 3.7. Financials are way up today. Fourth and fifth weighted are American Express and Visa, which are both up over 2%. So that's what's doing the heavy lifting.
There you go.
JP Morgan Chase up 3%.
Got in the ES, we got a 700 lot up at 69.60, about 8 points higher where we're trading right now. You go, nice job, Todd. Todd sees it in there using that level 2 data on Topstep X.
All right.
Look at the NQ. I haven't seen much size on the ladder in the NQ. What do we got in the NQ? Yeah, one on the bid, one on the ask, two on the bid, two on the ask. Pretty thin right now. And MBT, the dip buyers did jump in there, about 100 points off the highs in MBT. 94,500 last trade.
Silver's hanging out at 77. We might be hanging out at 77 the rest of the day here in silver.
You think so?
It's looking like it.
Yep.
NASDAQ not really going anywhere either.
Let's see if MBT wants to make new highs here. 50 points to go. 30 points now. 20. Anything take the lead from there? And new highs. MBT. Did I jinx it? 94,615 last trade. Those are also the highs. We in the chat, we got Narlin saying, come on, do something, ES. Oh, just sit tight.
I know. I'm sitting here thinking the same thing.
What might be bull flag, Hogue? Or failed upside auction. Two ways.
It's just not bringing the sellers. You get positive delta 15.3 now, negative 250 in the NASDAQ. It's just not doing what I would look for a selling tail or a failed upside auction like that.
Again, pinned to the top of the chat. Get those group coaching questions in for Hogue, D, and Hoop. It's muted for now.
Saw a good question during the opening call about, what do you call a gap? What's a session gap? I've got that written down for group coaching, so we will certainly take a look at what I call a session gap. There's lots of different ways to look at gaps. Different people look at gaps in different ways. We'll go over a few of them.
All right. That question. All right. So you guys want to do it here. Get in this range in the five. Look at the 5 minute for the last hour or so. Bit of a range. Looking at an 8-9 point range in the ES. Lower end right around 69.50. Upper end pretty much where we're trading right now. 69.55, 69.56. And Dow's about to make another move here. Now Dow grinding higher as we.
This is 49,350 after the events over the weekend to see price doing this.
Didn't used to be like this.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing I'm seeing right now is like, I'm not going to trade this, but getting in long the NASDAQ and just holding it as we possibly just grind and slowly tap session highs.
It's the way it's feeling to me too.
Let's see if the ES wants to go get that 700 lot up 3 points higher. We're trading right now. First, we have to make new session highs in the ES. Got about 2-3 ticks to go.
Going for the liquidity.
Pulled 700 lot pulled, or now they're only showing about 360. at 69.60.
Scary thing about this is you get in long and you blink, the NASDAQ could drop 50 points.
Yes.
What price
NASDAQ
did you
can
buy?
certainly do that.
What'd you buy? You bought 25,626 earlier. Yeah, you bought 626.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That breakout trade.
We're looking for 50 points, and we obviously never got it. Well, eventually we got there. It just didn't really just go. Didn't go. Yeah.
And that was the breakout trade from this morning. Like this 5-minute candlestick, the first 20, 30 minutes of the New York session open, we kind of consolidated around 25,600. We got that news and broke out and actually closed at like above this range. And ever since then, it's been kind of just going higher. We picked the direction, and yeah, off we go.
Painful rally. Painfully slow.
ES, take away. And it pops. Got to be some stops up here. Again, 69.57 half. Session highs in the ES. New 5-minute just open means got 5 minutes till the London close. Speed the more initiative buying stepping in here in the ES. Look how stubborn this is.
Mm-hmm. That's a good word. Stubborn. Stubborn. Yeah.
Oh, did we tick them? Nope. There we go. By a tick. And Q still lagging.
If we go up and test 700 here and then Q.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll do it. Anyone pop this thing? What's going on, Crude? Spire still jumping in Crude. Nope. 25-cent pullback in Crude off those highs. Now we're trading $58.27. Let's get this London close out of the way in 4 minutes.
YM is wrestling with its weekly kickoff high right now. 49,280 is the weekly kickoff high. Targeted it, and it's just hanging around there now.
Yep.
See if there's any decision making around here, but man, it sure doesn't look like there's a lot of decision making going on in any of these equities right now.
Very unconvincing there. Very unconvincing how they uptick the highs in the ES. This is where the short's going to step in. Say, all right, enough of that. Are the lows in? I'm not sure. The lows in. We're just kind of stalling up here. I'm sorry.
Sorry,
are the
highs lows in?
Are the highs
probably.
in? Are the highs in? Are the highs in?
He's still not.
Are they both in?
I'm not going to say the highs are in. I think we keep grinding higher.
I don't know if the lows are in. I'm not sure if the lows are in. The way that just
you don't know at this point. We can get there quick.
Yeah, I got session lows in the ES. Right around 69.28, give or take. Initial balance low in the ES 69.32. Oh, the way it was unconvincing. Brandon in the chat says highs are not in. Okay. I'm not sure if the lows are in. They might.
We're just waiting for something here.
Roll this thing over. Yeah. Not convinced how they uptick those highs. No stops even went off. They're in the ES. Is the Dow going to roll over here? No, 50 points off the highs, the all-time highs in the Dow. 2 minutes till London close. Silver. It's tricky. It is tricky today, says Mr. Opinion. Open opinion.
Still about 34 points off the all-time high in the spot market for S&P 500.
Here goes NQ. NQ.
There is a play to get in long for a test of 700 here.
Long and go at these prices right here, Dakota, from 688.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Here, if we get a pullback, a few points.
Is it?
How do you manage risk?
Is it worth it for
What's that?
10 points? Is it worth it for 10 points?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you could find a way to manage the risk and get a good risk reward trade, where do you put your stop loss? But that's the only thing I'm really seeing in these markets. Silver's still hanging back and forth around 77, but it'd be forcing a trade for me, so I'm not gonna take it.
Good stuff. Milton in the chat saying hello. Hi guys, hello from Brazil. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
Bom dia.
Yeah, bon dia is right. Face in the chat saying this is what they meant when they say trading is boring. If it wasn't for TopstepTV, I would be forcing trades and blow another account. Thank you.
Love to hear that.
Yeah,
want that.
Patient here. Stay patient here. There might
100%.
There's a lot of volume. We're starting to see some volume trading up here at these prices. I think the ES right around these highs. I don't know. The way they just uptick the highs by what, 2-3 ticks. All right, London close out of the way. All right, what do they want to do from here? Looks like NQ is like, okay, well, we'll go buy this thing.
Okay, I'm gonna take this trade.
All right,
the NASDAQ. Long 2 micros for a push up to 700.
You're just looking for the quick scalp?
Yeah. Allows me to risk 20 points.
What price did you get?
685 you're long?
I was hoping 685.
689 is where I'm long from. 2 micros.
Oh, now 690
Looking
straight.
for a push up to 25,700 here.
All right, Dakota. Oh, looks like the ES is also holding bid, making higher highs on the 5 minute. Higher lows, I should say. Higher lows.
Got a weak high now too.
Here we go. Might pop this thing. 2 ticks to 2 points to go here in the NASDAQ. Are you working 700s, Dakota, or you want to see how we get through it?
I'll see how we get there. I think there's a chance we pop through it and see like 720, 710.
Likely to see some stops up here.
You would think.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah.
You would think. Yes. Yes, NQ. They're
dancing right there.
Yeah, they're staring. They have a staring contest right now. Who's going to blink first? No, you go. No, you go. All right, let's hold hands. We'll both jump. We'll both jump in the water. It's cold.
Just stick a toe in. You just stick a toe in.
All right, NASDAQ. Session highs. Let's do it.
NQ. Someone please, the chat is getting impatient. They want to see some action. They want to see this thing move. All right, well, Hogue, I know you got morning recap coming up after this. We're going to see you on group coaching. Good stuff and fast markets opening call. Hogue, couple words before you go prep for. That's not the morning recap.
Yeah, just be patient, folks. You know, it's a long year. It's just starting. And if you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. Make sure they're the ones that come to you. Looking forward to seeing everybody for the market, for the morning recap.
Morning highlights.
Andre,
morning
Jack,
highlights. Yeah,
Coda,
Hogue.
Jacob, good to see everybody.
Hogue, take care.
You too, Hogue.
Silver might be.
Go get the stick.
Goldman, do something. You're crushing it
Yeah.
today, Goldman.
Elvis Coleman. Yeah.
Do something.
4+%.
I'm keeping an eye on the Dow here for you, Dakota. Last on the 5 back-to-back red candles on the 5-minute in the Dow. Still about only just 50 points off the highs. A little bit more selling coming in here in the Dow. Still at the lower end of the range. Look in the 5-minute.
Volatility is just so low right now.
It might be starting. Interesting what's happening.
Small size wide stop.
Well, all right, Dow might be picking up a little. Push lower here. Yeah, it's starting to pick up a little bit in the Dow now. 49,275 now trades. What's the ES doing? Is it pushing lower?
Not a whole lot. It's slowed down as we haven't been able to get to that big 69.25 gamma. We're just right between that and the 6,900 that we broke through, which was, a little bit of resistance before.
All right, new 5-minute open here in the Dow. Did open green, but
Someone says I'm risking 20 to make 10. No, I'm risking 20 to get a breakout through 700.
Mm-hmm.
And we could break out 30 points, 40 points. My expectation is not that high.
And Q still holding up here.
Yeah, it looks scary for a second.
Yeah,
rejection, but I mean, that's why you get in with the trend, right?
Oh.
See what the Dow does here.
I would have to mention, by the way, we're in one of those rare markets right now. We're up 0.8%.
Heads up, Dakota.
In the ES, up 1.2%, NQ up 1.15%, RTY, but the VIX is up 2%. So we got a rising volatility day coupled with the stocks up.
This again? Okay. Rising volatility. Okay. And yeah, it's been holding bid here right around the 69.55. It's been holding. We're talking about 2 points off, 3 points off the session highs. Question in the chat: what does that mean, Jack? What typically? Well, what would we see typically with a rising VIX in terms of how it relates to equities?
Let me see. Talk amongst yourself for a second because I got a chart that would be
all right.
Interesting to look at.
I got you here. Heads up. No, they're still holding bid in the Dow. Still holding bid in the Dow. ES still holding bid.
Yeah, I'm not liking it right now.
Yeah, they might.
That was the move that I was wanting to see us break through.
Still might be okay.
But man,
still might be okay.
Choppy as this is, I'm not taking any move for anything, right? Like break down, break up. Meh. I think we just continue to drift higher. The question is, does this stop me out and then reverse and then hit those session highs?
Are they going to shake out the longs up here?
Yeah.
Buyers. And Q, I'm sorry, ES found a bid again. Dow found a bid as well. It's like the NQ did also. Might be a good sign for you there, Dakota.
Yeah, they'll test our
good
patience
sign right
for
there.
sure.
Yep.
In both directions.
Okay. We find more buyers. Yeah. Only ES go. Again, point off the highs. We go.
Stop is in a good place. Back at the entry.
Come on. 69.56. 407 in the orders. You just tapped on it. Pulling teeth here. The longest pulling teeth. Pulling teeth on these. So everyone's waiting on news. There you go. New highs ES. New highs ES 69.58.5.
My stop's at a good place, so like just this is one where I'd place it and just let it go.
And Q follow.
Let it go like frozen.
Watching this trade play out.
Yeah, it's all right. Got to get clear the. All right, more buying here in the ES. It's a methodical bid. Just
if we go to my charts really quick,
yeah,
to answer the question, the this is just like a 4-hour chart. It's hard to plot the VIX because the VIX always stays in its same kind of band, but stocks and the VIX are very strongly negatively correlated, and you will see like here, just anytime it dips, the VIX rips. Okay, but right here at the end, we're seeing we got a gap up with the VIX going up a little bit. And usually that happens near all-time highs or when there's other uncertainty. It's interesting. It usually doesn't last for too long.
Okay.
With some of the
way that happened,
geopolitical uncertainty, New Year's stuff, the VIX is really, I've said this before, it's just the demand for protection. You can think about it that way. So we got some people bidding that up even as we're hitting new highs here in the ES.
We'll let this trade play out. Still have a few more minutes here in fast markets. I got to throw it to my guy, JD. JD, come on in here. I want to see some of these live funded P&Ls and fund payouts, my man. What's up, JD? Happy New Year, man.
Happy New Year to you guys, too. Yeah, we got quite a bit to talk about today. Let's start with some P&Ls from Friday. Here are the top 5 live funded P&Ls from Friday, January 2nd. Up at the top, Omar Al, trading gold, $44,236 in profits. Sounds like Omar caught a nice piece of that break on Friday. Jaden F, $28,015 trading the NASDAQ. Tyler, $26,020, mixing it up. This guy dipped his foot in quite a few different markets: gold, silver, micro Bitcoin, and the NASDAQ on Friday. Big shout out to Tyler, mixing it up a bit. Alexander C, $25,859 trading gold also, and Poe, $23,477 trading the NASDAQ products, the NQ and the MNQ. Big numbers coming from those live funded traders on Friday. All right, payout numbers. Take a look at these. Excellent way to end the year, or start the year, I should say. Carlos S. on Friday took a $17,980 payout. Sergio, $10,080. Lena, $8,900. Zaki, $5,736. And Charles H. rounds out the top 5 payouts to start the year at $5,407. All right, we've got one more piece of information to share with you. Live funded account bonuses. We got a trader hit tier 4 and got himself a nice $20,000 bonus. Tier 4 is when you bring that live account balance above $100,000. We will pay you out or we will fund you a $20,000 live account bonus. So big shout out to JM for hitting tier 4 and collecting $20,000. We've got a couple more traders that hit tier 2. Omar, Liam, Ephraim, and Samuel all hit $20,000 in their live funded accounts and earned an additional $5,000 bonus from Topstep. Again, these live funded traders, some of them just making it look easy, but big shout out to all of them collecting these live funded trader bonuses. All right, guys, back to you.
Wow, $20,000 bonus.
Wow,
making money for making money. Great to see. We got Crude as rollover. Trading $58 even, 50 cents off the highs there. Dakota looked like they're going to take a head fake, make a...
Yeah, I got out and back into this trade.
Okay.
I still like it. It's just this chop that we're seeing. That we're seeing, that little, like you said, head fake down. But I still like the play for test and break at 700.
What price did you get in at? Look at that.
82. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, JD was on. We saw a quick peek into the 60s. I'm looking at NQ 25,663, call it. They wicked lower at 9. Buyers jumped in the ES. Buyers jumped in the Dow. We're seeing another push lower here in crude, now beneath $58. $57.96. And we got morning recap after this. Then we got some power players. Diamond Hands will be joining us. Shoulder Tap, Jack and Ben. Group coaching. Power, you know what we'll bring here on Topstep TV. Very precarious, interesting situation.
Trader,
which one?
That
$20,000.
made $100,000. You got a $20,000 bonus.
It's incredible. Beautiful thing.
That's 20% bonus on just your profits. Just out of nowhere.
Good deal.
Making money for making money. We are
hanging out here.
Come on, ES. Come on, ES. It looks like, it's what they want to do here.
We're struggling.
Sell off or go to 67.
We're just
care otherwise.
Oh boy, you said it, Jack. Yeah, can we do it here? Come on, ES got into 69.58. Last trade, 3 ticks off the highs. Okay. Get a wake up call here from the Q. Come on. Well, the NASDAQ traders, this is why they jumped into silver, Jack. This is why they jumped into silver.
All right, I added right there.
Yeah, what are you long from 82?
Long 4 from 84.
4 from 84. 25,684.
Let's see if we could get that pushed into 700.
New highs ES. 69,
right, 62 looking maybe a little interesting from an option standpoint. The ES now, it takes out these highs.
6962. Okay.
Yeah.
3 points to go. What's going on? The NQ? Anything on the ladder? Nope.
If we fail to break through, then I'm just done for the day. Okay, so far so good.
It's holding. It's holding. That head fake when they got rejected there, when JD was on.
New session highs testing.
2 points to go in the NQ. Come on, NQ.
Let's go.
Just grinding higher. Oh, point to go. Did we get all right? New highs. NQ. Did we? Maybe.
Was that session high for a tick?
25,696 half. Well,
come on, 700. It's like right there.
Come on, 700. We got 2 points to go. 3 points to go. Can we get to those 700s? Dakota, we got to get through. Maybe some stops are just above there. We'll pop it. ES just kind of uptick some new highs.
We ticked a new session high.
Dow did not. Gold trading sideways right now. 44.56. Looking for anything that's going to get this thing going. MBT. Do we find some buyers in the MBT? Nope.
Man, this just ain't it.
Yeah, I think. Hold it, Dakota. Hold it. We got this. We got this. Squeezing water out of rocks is not. I mean,
there we go. I know.
Just the run. Come on, it's just the run.
Let's see if we can find
new
that.
highs.
There's the break.
Okay. Wake up, market.
All right.
Clear the 700s and hold above 25,700. Yes, we did. Come on. How about that? Have a new session highs.
New session high.
We got micro Bitcoin rolling over a little bit here, about 600 points off the highs, trading 94,100. 69.60, half in the ES, just a methodical grind higher.
Okay, I closed one off right at 702. So let's see if we could hold the rest of these to.
Come on now.
That
702's trade. This is the NQ 705s.
There we go.
There we go. Wake up, market. Market has woken up. Jack coming up to, what do you turn it over to the ES here? Let Dakota manage this trade. What do you want to see at 62?
Maybe I would take a short there, but now with 5 minutes remaining in this segment.
Okay, buyers waking.
I gotta look at this. It seems like all these levels always hit about 5 minutes before the end of fast markets. I'm gonna do some back testing on this.
Yep, in the chat 75266 saying gold is ready to make the next move too. Yes, gold has woken up as well.
Silver on the run.
Silver on the push higher. Markets are waking up in fast markets. How about that? SI. What we got going there? SI. Yes, new highs, silver, $77.45.
Yeah, there we go. I'll get another one at 706. I got 2 left.
Oh, seriously, Don.
Tighten the stop loss up.
Drink a Red Bull. Come on. $5 off the highs. $77. Look at
I got a
silver. All right.
Bloom Energy. No more Red Bull for me.
Go to long 2.
Long 2.
Long
85.
2. 85. You heard Dakota say this. It got out. Nice cut. Dakota getting back in. Took a little paper cut on that first trade. Got back in to the long side.
Mm-hmm. And these breakouts are just not much at all.
I mean, no, they're not. Even the NQ.
Expect resistance here.
Yep, you see that, Jack? They're hitting the bid a little bit, in the ES. ES is like, we don't care. Yeah, gold wants in on the party, wants in on the rally because silver just popped about 60 cents, 65 cents in the last 5 minutes. Made some new highs. All right, here we go. 69.63. How about that, ES? We see. We see more.
62 to 67.
I know. Come on.
That's what I got.
North Dakota.
We got 700. All right, that's what
you did. Absolutely, you did. Yes, grudgingly grinding higher.
What more can we ask for at this point?
Well, I mean, 750s. I bet you wouldn't mind seeing that.
All right, that's good enough. All right,
yeah. Good job,
calling it. Man. Just lock myself out. Call it good.
I'm long up here,
but the market to trade was silver, man. You want to see a breakout? That was a better breakout, but yeah,
definitely unconvinced. Nice job, 630.
Good being down. Yeah, I was down 1100 from slow markets last night. So
nice comeback, Dakota.
Nice.
All right, we'll say speaking of slow markets, Dakota, Sunday through Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Central on Topstep TV. Catch this guy in the lower left-hand corner. Who will be joining you today, Dakota, on slow markets, and what can people expect for those that are going to tune in for the first time?
My man, the one and only Coach Jay joins me Mondays and Wednesdays, and we trade it up. And the slow markets, gonna be honest, sometimes it's a lot better than this price action. Sometimes we've been trading silver and gold, not so much the NASDAQ, but they have been moving. As you can see, silver up 9% today, and headline risk is on. Headline risk is definitely on for the slow market session.
Nice out there, Dakota. We'll see more of Jay. Well, speaking of Jay, we got Jay who will be coming on Power Players with Mr. Diamond Hams himself after the morning recap, morning highlights. We got more Jack. Jack will be on in shoulder tap with Ben.
Yes, sir. Back into the
After-
fire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. New year, new trading cards to look at, new approaches. Market just ho-humming its way higher. All right, come on, silver. Silver looking at an 80-cent push higher here in the last 6-7 minutes. Again, morning recap coming up next. Dakota, nice trading. Jack, I'm going to see you in shoulder tap. Morning recap coming up next. We're seeing some movement, starting to waking up. Metals have woken up. Topstep TV, let's go. Happy New Year, everybody. Come on.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
First reason why Topstep makes you a better trader is we have a support system and community here. You got to have that, or it is a lonely journey by yourself. Two, because we are helping you improve, building things for you within the trading platform itself that helps you become a better trader. Three, simplicity of payout policies, simplicity of the program. Four would be the resources we have, the funding we have, and all that just makes great things here at Topstep.
All right, it is time for the morning recap. Happy Monday, everyone. First full week of trading for the year. Hopefully things are going well for you. Of course, we are always hoping that. Never know, though. Anything can happen. We're going to take a look at the opening range trade that we took in gold this morning, a couple of silver trades, a couple of NASDAQ trades. And an S&P trade that Jacob took today. It was a very good trade that Jacob took. Kind of a tough one to take if you ask me, but man, it played out very nicely for him. Let's start with the context in gold. We're looking at the market, which opened with a slight gap above Friday's session high. We're going to talk about those gaps and how I look at them during group coaching today. Hopefully that's going to answer a few questions. But the market opened, leaving the opening range at the dead high. Now let's go to a 5-minute chart here. We did take the 1-minute opening range as soon as the market closed one 1-minute bar below the opening range. Opening range was, to be precise, 44.25 down to 44.2080. The first 1-minute bar that closed got a short. Two actually, micros, 44.19. The market did give us some pretty decent price action to the downside. We got to 1-to-1 reward over risk and decided to take one of them off at 1-to-1 reward over risk, which turned out to be a pretty decent idea because the market did put in the initial balance low. Shortly after that, the market began to find buyers down there, and we got stopped out at our initial stop, losing $8 total on the whole trade. Friday, you probably saw, we had a really good opening range trade that earned us about $700. We had a pretty decent opening range week last week. So today, just a small loss. I'll take it. I'll take a small loss. Much better than a big loss. Let's take a look at silver now. We did have Dakota was trading silver. He was trading micro silver. Let's take a look. So I always try to go into context here Market was holding overnight longs when the market opened. There was no gap close, no session gap close. Price would have had to come all the way back down to 74.12 to close the session gap, which it never did. So that has us looking for opportunities for longs, generally speaking. Dakota did look for a short here. It was right at about 8:30, right as the equities were opening. Took a short one. Micro silver 76.33, and took a nice little profit on that. Covered that at 75.94 for about a $217 profit so far on the day at that point. Now, Dakota was down over $1,000 last night, finished the day up on the day, which is great. Always good to see somebody be able to pull out from some lows there. But he also was looking at this like, all right, I'm looking for a short, but it's see money, take money. I'm not going to be in this short for very long, and did a very good job of covering that relatively close to the recent low, and the market has been pushing higher ever since. Let's take a look at Jacob's trade in the S&Ps. So, again, looking at context, the market opened. It did close the gap on the open, but it also left the opening range at the dead ass low. At least the S&Ps did, not the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ looked in the opposite direction initially, and we'll take a look at that here shortly. So Jacob was, very patient. It took a while for him to get into this trade. It was after 9 o'clock, about 9:15, 9:20. Took 5 longs in the ES, 69.48, and made about 7 points on all 5 of those times 5 accounts. In one account, it was 16.38 was his total profit at the end of the day, and that was pretty much what Jacob did for the day. A really very nice trade, very nice day. Now let's take a quick look at the NASDAQ. So Dakota was trading silver and the NASDAQ today. Started looking for longs. Now, again, let's go into context. The S&Ps did not open with any kind of a gap. There was no gap closed, no session gap. It did open, however, above value from Friday. We talked about, rejecting value or accepting value. Initially, the opening range in the NASDAQ was the high of the regular trading hour session, and price did trade down to check value high from Friday. That value high I'm looking at here is about 25.550. Let's just call it that for giggles. Initial balance low 25.538 and a half. Market turned around. Let's take a quick look here at the trades that Dakota took. So he was looking for longs. This was just after 9 o'clock. Got long one MNQ 25.626, but market really wasn't giving him what he was looking for. I think he was looking for a little bit of better price action to the upside, and the price action has been tough today. It's been a tough read. It's been a little bit slow, a little bit quiet. That's all right, though. He did take 3 longs again. He took this trade a couple of times. First one didn't work out, pretty much a scratch, and he got long 3. I believe the price was actually 25.682, and he got out of one of them at 25.702, and as fast markets came to a close, he got out of the other 2 right about 25.700. The profit of $238, putting him again up on the day after being down over $1,000. Great trading Dakota, great trading Jacob, great trading even the house account. Anytime you can scratch trade, that's a good trade. There's 3 outcomes. You can profit, you can scratch, or you can take a loss. 2 of those are good trades. Let's take a look at today's quotable quote. All right. Dostoevsky, above all, don't lie to yourself. We always talk about journaling and reassessing your performance. Don't forget, your performance. Most people have a tendency to focus on when they don't do things right. Also, don't forget to think about when you do things right. It's as equally important as looking for those barriers as well as looking for the things that you're doing well. But, it's probably pretty easy to lie to yourself, to say, well, I would have done this, or I should have done this, or I could have done this. But did you? When you are reviewing your performance, honesty with yourself is of ultimate importance. You're lying to yourself, you're just slowing your learning curve. So be honest with yourself. See what we've got coming up here for the next segment. All right. We have Coach J, JD, and Diamond Hands coming up for Power Players next. I'll see you for group coaching in a little bit, but there's still so much more to do here on Topstep TV. Stick around. Let's go.
Welcome back to Topstep TV, and this is the cool hat segment. I saw George with that hat, Mr. Diamond Hands, the Bay Area hat. So I had to throw one on real quick. I'm gonna ask the swag team to maybe get this one in the Topstep store. It says, "Homies don't let homies drink bad coffee." I think we could have one that says "Homies don't let homies force trades." I'm gonna take this off now. But welcome back to Topstep TV. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got Mr. Diamond Hands, and to the far right, JD. George, how we doing today?
Good. Getting back to trading fully now on the 5th. I got data for metals now, so it's good. Slightly red today. I'm going to see if I can catch a trade in this segment. We'll see. I am looking at MES and NQ. MENQ.
Looking at the S&P and the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ trading 25,659 evens. The S&P trading 69.59. We saw the NASDAQ just trade above that 25,700. Dakota was long, but just kind of reluctant to move to the upside right now. We got gold trading 44.49 evens. George just said it. Mr. Diamond Hands might have to call him Gold Hands, depending on how these gold trades go. We got your data for gold. JD, how are you seeing the markets right now?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I haven't taken a trade since the opening call this morning. We had that house account trade in gold, just about scratched it on the day. I'm looking at the S&P right now. We hit some of those levels that Jack was talking about during fast markets. He had some resistance from that 62 to 67 level, put in a high of 63.5. Volatility is really starting to die. During the opening call, the VIX was up close to 4%. It's up about 1.25% now, 14.69 last on the VIX. Looking at a 15-minute chart, when I see volume really starting to fade like that on a 15-minute chart, I feel like a snapback is imminent, and I want to see a boost of selling coming in. I want to see it happen real fast. We're just not getting that right now, though. It looked like we had a bit of a blow off top, possibly. I wouldn't actually call it a blow off top because the volume really doesn't support that. But it's 63 half high. It's a line in the sand right now. This is a coin flip on the ES, I think. Do you short a quiet market, or you just keep letting this ride?
Yeah, it kind of feels like that.
In charge.
Kind of feels like a slow grind up type of day, where if you buy it at the wrong price, you're buying it at the high, the market pulls back, and then eventually goes your way. So maybe waiting for some of these pullbacks. I see the NASDAQ here getting ready to trade back to that October 10th candle high that we've been talking about. 25,635 is that price. Let's see here. George, what are you looking at for a potential trade here, if anything?
Probably above 684 on MENQ. We are retesting the opening print right now. I would love to see if we can get above 684. Maybe go to those high 707s, or even potentially maybe like 750s after that.
684. And that opening print you look at, is that the regular trading hour opening print?
Yeah, RTH. Yeah.
Gotcha. RTH opening print. Let's see what we get here. Let us know in the chat what you guys are looking at as well. Looking at the tilt, 53% short in the S&P, 64% short in the NASDAQ. Crude oil, 71% long. What are they seeing in crude? $76 and $58.26 last trade in crude, and gold 52% long. So 50-50 across the board, kind of. But we'll see what the markets present here.
Every time we see a couple sellers jump into the ES, they just get gobbled right back up.
Yep.
They can't hold that offer down.
Caleb Joe short 30 micros.
Short and 30 micros. All right. Why not 3 minis? Just curious.
Maybe you scale in and out. Take a couple off at a time.
No, just curious what the thought process is. That's exponentially more in commissions. They're trading 30 micros.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Minis. You could scale.
Caleb says scaling?
Unless he's, yeah. Scaling 5 lots likely. Yeah.
Let's see. Markets, low volume session normally here. We may see some volatility, but this is where we tend to see the market slow down. JD was talking about that volume. Right now I'm looking at a 1 minute chart, and a lot of the candles we've seen have been below that 1 minute average. So maybe range traders, this is your opportunity here. Seeing the NASDAQ bounce just a little bit off the low of that range, 25,663. last trade there. George is looking for some price action above 84s, which what I can see what you're looking for. See if we get that push above here. Silver, our biggest percentage mover to the upside today, up 7.5%. Pulling back just a little bit here. $76.39 last trade over there in silver. So George, you said, you're getting back into trading, first full week of the year. Do you just take things slow right now and see how the markets are trading, or?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Take it slow first weeks. We have a lot of news this whole week, especially at 10 o'clock, 6:45. A lot of PMIs. We got jobless claims, and then we got the big mover probably on Friday, which is this NFP.
Yep. A lot of jobs numbers coming out this week, starting on Wednesday. We had it up on calendar. Wednesday, we start with ADP employment change, private payrolls, and the JOLTS report, job opening labor statistics. Thursday, challenger job cuts and jobless claims. And then Friday, yes, the December jobs report. So big week of numbers, jobs numbers coming out. Also got some inflation data coming out. Retail wholesale inventories at the end of the week. There was a couple other in there. Productivity and costs, wholesale inventories. I mentioned that. Consumer sentiment, University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Housing starts and permits. There's some decent inflation data on the calendar also. So, yeah, today is definitely the slowest day of the week as far as economic news. This is a headline-sensitive market right now. That's what we're waiting for.
JD,
we're waiting for some news to give this thing a jolt.
Does that change or influence how the expectations you have for the trades, right? If you see all the news later in the week, are you looking for maybe not as much fluid price action on days like today?
I mean, we're kind of seeing that right now, right?
Right.
Is it a pattern? Yeah. I mean, it could go 50-50. But yeah, when you have a lot of data coming out at the end of the week, people tend to sit on their hands, keep money on the sidelines until they get a clearer picture of what's about to happen. Right now, you could be a victim of a rogue headline pretty easily in these markets. It only takes, one line from one person to really give this thing a jolt. So you're taking a risk on either side of the market right now. You're seeing a little bit of selling stepping in the ES right now.
A little
30
bit
short
here.
micros are looking pretty good.
Looking good. 69.55. I'm curious, Caleb, which price are you short from? Short 30 micros in the S&P. Seen a little bit of a pullback. 69.55 last trade here. 25.648 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's see what we got here. George, so I know you're going to be picking up trading gold. Are you? I think you talked about this before because you do trade it in some of your other accounts, personal accounts. Do you only trade gold in the overnight session?
Yeah. Gold and sometimes silver, if I'm feeling
okay. Yeah, silver is a wild market. It's a crazy market.
Yeah.
Ton of risk there, but a ton of opportunity. But yeah,
the longs played out pretty nice on gold last night.
Absolutely. 25.647 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Looking at this gold market, JD, and let
me pull up a gold chart.
Homies don't let homies drink bad coffee. Am I trying to force a trade here, JD? I'm looking at this. I'm looking at.
What are you looking at? What are you seeing?
Just a little bit of a topping pattern. Chart. Yeah, if you look at these last 4 30-minute candles, a bunch of wicks on the upper ends of them. Somewhere up near 44.60s. 44.60s. I'd like to maybe get in a short up there.
44.60. We're pretty close. We're about $3 away right now. It could be sort of. If you take these wicks out of the picture, you're playing a range, right?
Yeah.
Let me draw it in here.
$44.60s.
Yeah, 44.60. You're risking new highs. If you're getting in micros, you can mitigate your risk a little bit. That's quite a bit of risk for a mini contract.
George, it looks like your screen. I don't know if you have something over your TopStep X screen. If you could just refresh it for us.
Okay, let me see.
We'll get that worked out, chat. Don't worry about it. But yeah, those 44.60s up there, JD. I'm looking at a potential opportunity. We'll see. I'm up on the day, so I don't need to force a trade, but looks like some decent opportunity.
Yeah,
there.
for sure. Switch back to the equities. Where do we put our low in the S&P there? On a low 69.54.75, or right there right now, about a point away. Recent low on a 5-minute chart, that is. We're getting a little pop in volume too. Nothing super impressive just yet, but there are some sellers stepping in here.
Someone says, Jay, it's bullish. Why are you looking? Why am I looking for a short in gold? We had some volume that got absorbed up at the highs, and gold right now is above its daily ATR, and we're in a spot where I think on a higher time frame we'll see some rejection in gold potentially. Right? We talked about during the opening call, 44.48, 44.48, which was 50% of the aggressive sell-off candle that we had. Right now, we're seeing price trade above that, but VWAP is still below it, right? VWAP's at 44.25. So I'm looking for the market to kind of fall back into the range. Gold is definitely bullish on a higher time frame. Even today, we have gold up almost 3%. But I'm looking at this being a market that is kind of extended and in an area that I would expect some resistance for buyers. So just looking to fade that, not looking for a huge move. Honestly, I'd probably be looking for a trade back to VWAP. Which could be a huge move in gold. It's about 30 points from where we are right now. But that's kind of what I'm looking at here. But Coach Hoop saying we got natural gas on the move.
Joe Black, I saw your comment a few minutes ago, and you're absolutely right. It's very possible that some longer time frame traders, maybe some swing traders, are trying to build their positions going into some of these numbers at the end of the week, looking for that sort of that big blow off as these numbers come out. As smaller time frame day traders, though, we don't really have that luxury of holding positions overnight here, right? So we take what the market gives us on a, you can call it a minute by minute, hour to hour basis, right?
100%. Seeing the equities pull back a little bit here. 25,643 last trade in the NASDAQ. 69.5350 last trade here in the S&P. Let's see here. And George, if I'm correct, you're only looking for the move to the upside here in the equities. Would you take a short? Got you.
Maybe if we close below 643.
643.
Consider one. Let's see, where can I take this?
643. We're there right now. Here we are.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the mini trading 641.
So we talked about something during the, let's see here. Talked about something during the opening call, that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart in the NASDAQ. We've seen price trade above it. It's at 25,621 right now, but volume has not traded above it yet. We'll see. Let's see what happens here at these 620s.
Got an overnight VWAP right at 630 in the NQ. Just about there.
Yes, we are. It's right at the high of that October 10th candle. We'll see. How's everyone trading in the chat? first full day, first full week of the year.
Mm-hmm.
How are you guys looking at the market? Let us know. Whoever's short the S&P right now, it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. Mr. Open Ion says doing great. Up 670 in a long for Vegas.
What was that line? Up 670 in a long?
Yeah. Waiting on withdrawals for M's, that's a good place to be in, right? Make some profits.
Very good. Very good.
Wait for your payouts to hit your bank account. That's why we're doing this, right? Ultimately, for the money to hit our bank accounts. So nice job there. Nice job. Seeing a little bit of pullback here.
A lot of people are having a decent day.
It sounds like it. Sounds like it. Looking at the tilt right now, 63% short in the S&P, 64% short in the NASDAQ. Average price in the NASDAQ, 25,639. So they're a little bit in the money here.
Here we go. Some more sellers stepping in. We're below 30 now. Below 30 now.
Amber Trade, shout out to you. Past the combine trading gold.
Hey, nice. Very nice. S&P having a little trouble breaking down here. And buyers stepping in right at this 53 level. See if they hold. Not holding. There they go.
There they go. Joe Black in the chat. All I do is live and breathe everything that Jay says because he is so serious. I try not to be that serious. And again, anything we say here on this show is for educational purposes only, not any type of trading or investment advice. But if that's your signal, Joe Black, then I'm only taking a 2% commission. I'll send you an email. I'll let you know.
It's pretty cheap.
And that's just a joke. That's just a joke. 2%, right? Not too bad.
Mr. Diamond Hands, what do you see now? We hit that 30 level. We're below 30. What do you see in the markets now?
I want to see a retest. Once we close underneath, I want to see if it retests this OP. If not, then I missed it. It's fine.
Don't go chasing on the second trading day of the year, right?
Yeah. Long. We got 249 trading days left after today. Who's counting though, right? So don't have to try to make your year. Don't have to try to make your year today, especially if the market's not presenting anything clean right now. But let's see here. Getting a little bit of a pullback. $25,624 here in the NASDAQ.
Chat, do you think the high is in equities? Sound off.
Let's see. Looking at a daily here. Did we get to a daily ATR? So there's a question in the chat. Can I explain what I mean when I'm talking about a daily ATR move? I think production team, you guys do have my charts. I can explain that really quick. So there's an average movement, and there's an indicator called the average true range indicator that I'm using. And it's the average movement for whatever time frame that you're looking at, right? So if I look at the NASDAQ right now, the daily ATR on the NASDAQ is 346 points, right? So the way I'm using that is I'll measure how much of that range we've used already. So in this case, in the NASDAQ, from high to low, we have a 301 point range. So if the average is 346 and we've already done 301, how much room is there left potentially if we see an at range day, right? And that would be 45 points. So if I'm looking for a breakout in the NASDAQ to the upside, I'm going to measure about 45 points from that high for a potential target. Now, could we have an outside range day? We could, but I think putting the puzzle together for what the markets are showing you for that day is extremely important. We already talked about all of the heavier news coming out later in the week. So if I'm looking for an expansion day on the NASDAQ, it's probably going to be later in the week when we get some of that economic data. Right now, seeing at and pretty much at range day is what we would expect. So then is there potential to fade the extremes, the upper extreme, because we've already used most of that daily ATR? So that's how I'm looking at that. In gold, for example, today, gold's daily ATR is $92, and high to low range in gold right now, we have $113, which is why I'm saying we already have an outside range day, but we're 20 points above that average. So there's a higher likelihood that we don't keep extending that high, and that's why I'm looking for the sell. Could it happen? Of course, anything can happen. We can see outsized days, but that's how I'm looking at that.
Great explanation.
Thanks, JD.
A little bit of a bounce there in
here.
equities. Not much, though. A couple people think that the high is in. Sellers should be taken over. Seeing that just a little bit.
My question is, when do we make new all-time highs in the NASDAQ and the S&P? We saw the Dow do it today, right? We're looking at the NASDAQ right now, looking at the S&P, but the Dow making all-time highs, 49,410, new all-time high in the Dow.
Would you consider that a retest, Diamond Hands George? Would you consider that a
No,
retest?
not yet.
To get into a trade?
I want
No.
I want to test right here.
Okay.
43.
Not really seeing any size on the order books right now either. There's a 50 lot, at least 50 at 60 lot, 25,600 in the NASDAQ. That's not a ton of size. We've seen some bigger orders out there today, especially in the S&P. That's about the biggest size that I'm seeing on the books right now. Just a reminder to everybody in the chat, we got group coaching coming up after shoulder tap today. Today we got Hogue, Coach Deanna, and Hoop for group coaching. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you get your questions in there. Again, group coaching, 12:15 Central Time after shoulder tap today. Hogue, Deanna, and Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in. There's that beautiful graphic.
Great session. Yeah. Make sure you stick around for that one. Don't be shy with your questions either. Grab that form and ask them.
Right.
We'll answer live right here on TopstepTV. They love doing it.
I'm gonna think of a question. Something about oil. So what we saw, right? Coach Paul and I did the yearly recap, right? At the buzzer of the year, we did a yearly recap, and we looked at how all of the markets moved percentage-wise for the year. And you look at something like platinum. For the last 3 years, platinum was in a consolidation, and then all of a sudden it breaks out. And then you look at crude oil. Crude oil has been in that consolidation for 5 years or so. Of course, we hear, some of the geopolitical things that are coming up right now. At what point do you call a market in play again? I think that's a good question for D, who, when we met D, was trading crude oil all the time, but is kind of put it to the side. When does she start to look at that market again? And is she considering any of the geopolitical stuff that's going on?
I'm sure she does. I
Yeah.
believe that she still looks at it every day, but she hasn't traded in quite a while. She moved on to natural gas and markets like natural gas and copper.
Right.
Crude oil just doesn't give her the movement. She's still very adept at how that market moves. When she talks about it, she's very articulate about how she speaks about crude oil. She knows the times of day that it's the best to trade that market. She's very familiar with the types of moves that market makes, but just not doing it the way she likes. And I understand that. I want to trade it either. If I don't like trading crude oil, I should say. We take that trade every once in a while during the opening call, and always very skittish about jumping into the crude oil market. Never quite does what you expect it to do. It'll do the complete opposite of what you want it to do.
Yep. Seeing this pullback continue here. I got a view up in the NASDAQ, 25,603. Low of this move, 25,607's here. Seeing anything you like here, George?
Not yet.
Just price moving right now.
Yeah. Not yet. I haven't seen anything.
Still a little choppy.
Yeah.
Let's check in on the VIX. VIX popped just a little bit, 14. 0.74, up about 1.6% now. A little bit of a boost in the VIX. It was heading lower. Now it's ticking higher just a little bit.
Tilt is still short in the equities here, 64% in the S&P, 67% in the NASDAQ. That tilt is getting paid. The average price came down, though, in the NASDAQ. Maybe traders adding to a position. 25,624 is that average price. 25,619 last trade here. JD, you got a friend in the chat. Day Traders Enclave says crude is trash.
My guy. My
crude
guy.
is trash. It's not nice. But I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Right now, crude is trash right now, right? But who knows? Somewhere towards the middle of the year this year, crude might be the market that we talk about, right? Look at silver last year or the year before. You could have very easily said that, and now everyone's talking about silver. So these things are cyclical. They move in waves. But right now, yes, that crude oil wave is trash.
Mm-hmm. I'll second that. I'll third that. We got to find a secondary market to trade during the opening call. Maybe we should start taking a closer look at natural gas or something else.
Got a Dindin in the chat saying Happy New Year. Happy New Year, Dindin. I saw a post on Twitter that's Larry David said that January 3rd was the last day that you could actually say Happy New Year to anybody, but we appreciate you being here, and Happy New Year to you too.
I like throwing it out there in April or May too, just as a joke. How's it going? Happy New Year.
Just to make sure you're here with us. Happy New Year.
I want to see some more follow through to the downside in equities here real fast. Just having a lot of trouble breaking down here in the S&P. Still jockeying around this 53.
Nice little pullback. NASDAQ held VWAP there at those 603s is where I had it. Back above that 200 moving average. Is this a range trade? Is this a range trade? Seeing a little volume coming in here. I'm looking at gold, looking at the NASDAQ. Little pickup, but we see George being extremely patient here. And I think for me as well, George, that's a focus for this year. That's right. We know to a high probability the trades that are going to pay us, and anything else in the middle is just patience, right? You can read the markets, set the table for what you're expecting. But if the markets are not doing that thing, I think, one of the most important things to do, and I tweeted this yesterday, right? Sometimes the market is telling us not to do anything, and it's up to us to be disciplined as traders to not do that thing, right? And not try to force anything here. So I think, great patience right now that we're seeing, have our levels defined. And if the markets don't get to them, then we do not have to place a trade. So while we wait for the markets to get going and give us an opportunity here, let's bring in some news. Congressional leaders unveil bipartisan mini budget plan. We heard this morning about a potential government shutdown towards the end of the year. So let's bring in that clip, Gabe.
A new bipartisan budget plan could partly diffuse concerns over the next government shutdown deadline. Costs about $180 billion. It's less than Biden-era spending levels, but more than President Donald Trump's initial budget request. Democrats say they rejected more than $100 billion of proposed cuts during negotiations with Republicans. The package contains funding for energy programs and scientific research, as well as the Justice Department and other agencies. The plan does not cover all areas, so Congress will still have to deal with other contentious funding issues. The next funding deadline is January 30th.
So maybe some progress there on avoiding a government shutdown, but January 30th will be that date that we look at here.
It sounds like the opposite of progress is what's going on, and another shutdown is imminent, right?
Maybe, yeah.
These guys, they can't agree on the color of money.
January 30th. Courtney, I like that. A wise man once said, "You can pack a pretty picnic, but you can't predict the weather." It's a good quote there. Who said that? It's a great quote. 25,629 last trade here in Outcast. Andre 3000 definitely did say that. I don't know if it's him for sure, but yeah, that's who I'm going to give it to.
Almost back at your 40s, George. How's it looking? You ready to get in or no?
We'll see. I want to see if a clear rejection off this, but yeah, I'm looking at this 643. MES. Oh, sorry. Where did my thing go? Seems like it's about to break IB pretty soon. So we'll see. Right there, 69.55.
Got it. 69.55.
S&P
just a
looking
couple ticks away.
More interesting here to you, George?
Yeah, then actual M&Q.
Got a 9-period EMA in the ES right here at 69.55. What a bit of volume trading between 60 and 65.
Looking at the Dow here, I might have to. I
Like
got
50
5
and
charts up
55.
on my screen. I might have to take crude oil off and put the Dow up as it's making new all-time highs.
Yeah, right. Who wants to watch crude oil anymore? You saw
See if
Goldman
the
hit
Dow
that. Goldman hit their target. They called for 55 back when crude oil was trading in the 70s, middle of last year, and they nailed that target. Where does it go from here, though?
Do you guys watch Landman?
I watched the first season. I haven't seen any of the new episodes
Okay.
yet.
You ever see it, George? The show Landman?
Mm-mm.
No. I watched the first season. I thought it was great. The second season, I don't know. I think they're losing me. Curious in the chat if you guys feel the same way. It feels like it's not the same show, right? There we go. Naseem just said it in the chat. Landman season 2 is so trash. I don't know. I'm 1 episode in. I think I'm 2 episodes in. I don't feel the same way about this show. And I feel bad because I recommended it to a bunch of friends, right? I never really watch anything on TV. My friends are always just like, "Oh, what are you watching?" Talk about all these cool shows that they watch. I'm like, guys, watch Landman. It's a great show.
Yeah,
I cannot
take it back. Take it back.
I cannot vouch for season 2.
Day Trade Time says it's too much relationship garbage now. They took the drama out of it. Huh?
Yeah.
That's too bad.
Yeah,
Stop right at that 9-period EMA in the ES. 69.55 was that 9-period EMA. Stopped right there. See what it wants to do. Shad SFC, rewatch Lonesome Dove. You're pulling at my heartstrings there. One of my favorites. It's a miniseries from the late 80s. I also
don't think I've ever heard of it.
Larry McMurtry. Lonesome Dove. Check it out. Great Western. Tommy Lee Jones. Robert Duvall.
What's the ticker for the Russell? RTY. RTY.
RTY.
Gold and silver looking like they're getting ready to pull back here. Seeing a little bit of volume pick up there in the metals. Let's see if we actually get a sell-off, but seeing a little bit of a pickup. Didn't get to my 60s that I was looking for to get into a short.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see here if there's actually any follow through. Again, the one thing I'm very conscious of right now, and we can see George being patient as well, is that if I'm looking for a move, there has to be some volume behind it. And if there's not, then we're going to quickly dry up there. So didn't get the 60s. If I was short, I'd probably be thinking position management right now because I haven't really seen the volume pick up enough to trust that there's follow through, at least in the time frame that I'm looking at. So we'll see here. Not going to short it at the lows, especially in this low volume range. Coach Hoop,
Little
I know
bit of
you're in the
selling
chat.
coming in now. What's up with Hoop?
Nah, I know Coach Hoop is looking at all 36 markets that we can trade. I'm just curious if he sees anything moving right now.
How does he keep track of them all?
I don't know. 25,
He
6,
does.
13.
He watches
Let's
a whole
trade
lot of
here.
markets.
Everything, man. Keeps his eye on everything. 25, 6, 15 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69, 52, 75 last trade in the S&P.
Hoop. Only 35 are moving. Which one isn't? Take a guess. Take a guess.
Here we go. Here we go. Yep. There's the silver pulling back here now. Gold looking like it wants to follow. Seeing a little bit of a volume pickup. Again, not anything major. Seeing a little bit of a pullback. 44.50s last trade here in gold. 54% short tilt now. Brett in the chat wants to know, Jay, how do you determine the correct amount of volume? Great question. Great question. I'll try to find the link to a class that I did last year when we did the 150K subscriber thing. I've shared it a couple of times, but it's a 2-hour volume class that we did there. But basically what I'm looking at is on whatever time frame I'm on, and usually I'm on a 3-minute chart. I want to see consistent volume above the volume moving average. So right now, if I'm on a 3-minute chart in gold, the average is 510 contracts every 3 minutes. The last couple of 3-minute candles have been much less than that, right? We've had a couple 3-minute candles that were 200 contracts, 268 contracts. And could gold continue to sell off? It could, but if I'm looking for it to do it in this time frame, the markets need consistent volume to move. So, right now I would be looking for, if I'm going to trust a move in gold, I need at least 4 3-minute candles above 1,000 contracts. And right now we're just not seeing that. So I can't really trust any of these moves.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that makes perfect sense.
It can go, but it's just not going to do it in the time frame that I'm looking at.
You like to see temporary shifts in momentum around volume spikes, peaks and troughs in volume. You'll usually see some turns in market state, changes in market state, I should say. Something to look for.
Yeah. And then I think one of the things you can do is, these markets it's all pattern recognition, what we do here, right? So as far as volume goes, volume picks up around the same time every day, right? We see, it's why we look at the London close, right? Because there's a spike of volume because people are closing positions. So for gold, what you could look at is in about 45 minutes or so, that market is going to settle. A lot of times we'll see volume around there. And then, you may see a volume spike. But for right now, it's asking the market to do something that it's not willing to do. And we can see that gold bounce right off of 44.50s, just not enough continuation volume there. And I think that's what you kind of seeing something similar there, George, in the NASDAQ, just really not a lot of follow through. Are you seeing any orders anywhere that we might trade to?
Let me see. I'm looking at ES right now. We can probably potentially go like 69, 60, 143 there. But CBD is negative right now. I'm not really trusting it. We'll see.
Yeah. Dow just printed a new high in the Dow.
New all-time highs. Get your air horns out. The party's in the Dow right now. We're pretty close to 50,000.
Very close.
Pretty close to 50,000 here in the Dow. What's the spot market at? Or cash market?
Let's
get those. We talked about the cool hat segment coming on here, right? Dow 50,000 hats got to be getting sent to the printer right now.
Yeah. Let's see here. MEQ. Seems like in Bookmap we have 200 at 775.
In the micros?
Yeah. No, NQ.
Oh, and the big contract, 200 at
In the
70.75.
NQ.
Interesting.
Yeah.
A little bit of a boost there. I assume that's because the Dow was making new highs.
Yep.
If it follows through.
New all-time high in the Dow, 49,423. Again, any new high of the day is going to be an all-time high.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a sign for the other equity markets to keep up? We talked about it during the opening call today. The S&P and the NASDAQ haven't made all-time highs since October. It's been 3 months, and really range-bound. And then you look at something like the Dow, and it maybe we're seeing rotation into the Dow. It's been 2 weeks since we made an all-time high in the Dow, so a little bit stronger on a higher time frame. But when these equity markets do break out, it's probably not a move you want to fade. We're so close. The S&P is less than 1% off the all-time high, about 0.75% off the all-time high.
A little bit of
It'll
rejection
happen
there in the
eventually.
ES. It will happen eventually. Sort of inevitable. What was Jack's call for highs in the S&P for the year? Was it like 8,700? Is that what he called?
Really? Wow. Should buy
It's
some
during
now.
fast markets. Maybe that was Hoag's call. Hoag called 8,700 maybe. And Dakota wants to fade them both. Dakota takes the under.
Does he want to fade them both, or does he want to fade the market? Because there's a lot of room between here and 8,700, right? Where you could
Sure
still
is,
get
there sure
long,
is.
make your money, and be out before 8,700s.
Very
Dakota
true,
the
very
Permable, I'm
true.
sure he is positioned somewhere to see the equity markets go up. Hope says, isn't it odd to push highs like this when there's so much news left in the week? We're really only seeing it in one market, right? We're really only seeing it in the Dow. And I think what today is kind of showing is sometimes there is that rotation, right? If some of the other equity markets, and for me, this is why I keep all of them up and try to trade the one that's moving. When we see the NASDAQ and the S&P kind of range bound, stuck in the mud, a lot of times you'll see the Dow and the Russell be the trend for the day. So if you're a trend trader, then you just go over there. Of course, you have to have a system for trading a trend, but we're seeing the S&P and the NASDAQ very much in range. But like we said, a lot of time left in the year. Don't need to force any trades here.
Oh, yeah. How many trading days did you say are left, Jay? 250
After
something?
today, after the close today, we got 249 days left.
249. Gotcha.
So
I'm gonna mark it down.
we could all do trader math. All right, it's 249 days. If I make $1 million a day, I'll be right.
That's a
I'll
good
be
one.
at $250 million. Yeah.
Dan Emmons is keeping his tree up for next year. Same with the lights. Are you the lights guy too? Why would I take them down? I just got to put them back up.
Just a reminder to everyone, we do have group coaching coming up after shoulder tap today. Hoag, Hoop, and Coach D. So make sure you get your questions in there. Hoag, Hoop, and Coach D right after shoulder tap, 12:15 Central Time, right here on Topstep TV. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all being here. First full week of the trading year. Let's have a great year, everybody.
Nothing done on that pop, right, George? You didn't put a trade on?
No. It's right at the IB right now. Like it's like rejected. It can potentially go from 69.55 to mid range, which be like 69.44 on the IB for ES. It's really slow for me to trade this. Same thing with
What do you
the
have as the IB
MEQ.
high? IB high 55 quarter. Does that sound right? Or 55?
Let me see. Yeah, quarter. Yeah. 69.55 quarter.
Initial balance high. Yep, we're right there right now, just about. 4 ticks away, 3 ticks away.
And for anyone who was looking at gold there, right? We talked about it. Gold was selling a little bit. It looked like it was going to go. But then if you just pull up a volume chart with gold, look at a 3-minute, look at how inconsistent that volume is, right? We had one spike above the average, and then the last 3 candles have been below the average. And what does price do? It just floats right back up. So don't get tricked by what looks like great price action when there is no follow through behind some of those moves. We see George being extremely patient right now. The NASDAQ looked like it could have done a bunch of things in the last hour, but it's really not doing too much. So George, I want to ask you, no trades right now. You took some trades a little bit earlier, down a little bit on the day. Do you continue to try to find opportunities? We know that the markets can move at any time.
Yeah.
Or do you lock it up and say, hey, you know what?
Yeah, pretty much done after this segment with my live account. I usually like to trade only to like maybe 10 my time, which I don't know what's
okay.
Was it 1 o'clock right now?
Pretty much right about here right now, right? In the next 5 minutes, we'll see the top of the hour. We may see some volume come in towards the top of the hour, right? Everybody coming back from lunch, but I think that's a good call.
Yeah. So I'll probably look, now that I know I have data on my Topstep account, probably look something for gold once the market opens again.
Very cool. Looking forward to getting into that with you too.
Yeah.
100%. But we got shoulder tap coming up here. Just a reminder to everyone as well, gold settles in about 35 minutes. We may see some volume there. I may look for an opportunity there, but we will see. Don't need to force anything in these markets. But we are going to go to a break here. We got shoulder tap coming up with Jack and Ben. And then after that, group coaching, Hogue, Hoop, and Coach D. If you haven't done so already, again, hit that thumbs up button. I'll find the link, Parsuva, to that chat video I was talking about. I'll put it in the chat. But shoulder tap coming up next. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
This is Topstep TV live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
Hey, everybody. Welcome to my first shoulder tap of 2026. Just like 2025, we got Ben here. What's up, Ben?
Hey, Jack. Good to see you, man. Hope you had a nice holiday break, New Year, all that stuff. It's great to be back. It feels like the full gang is here now. Holidays are finally over, so yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah, and we get a little bit of pull off since the end of fast market and the equities right now. We got the ES trading 69.56, little rebound there. But we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about some of our traders. So Ben, what's going on today? How they been doing?
Yeah, let's talk about the live leaders first. We'll talk about the good and then the bad. I need to get on the soapbox here for a little bit, but a few of our traders have really performed well today. Number of traders up the five-figure mark. A lot of that is a function of the volatility we've seen. Pretty much every day we're coming in and get a half dozen traders who are up. Five figures, which is awesome. You love to see that, especially when there's some repeat names up there, which we have seen. Connor's a repeat name. Avin, who's at the top of the list there, also a repeat name from last week. So cool. It's great to see traders that are being consistently hitting this leaderboard. It's not just a flash in the pan, but there are a number of casualties along the way, and that's what I wanted to open with today. I think there's been enough of a pattern that's developed across our live traders that I've seen, particularly watching the session open. We've had so much volatility, so many enormous opportunities in the precious metals in particular over the last couple of weeks. That volatility is carried forward into today. I think silver's up 8%, platinum's up 7%, somewhere in that ballpark. Those are huge moves in those products, and obviously the opportunity to make money is irresistible, I think, to a lot of our traders, not just our live traders. But it's been pretty obvious that a lot of the folks in our program are just have dollar signs in their eyes and are looking for to get long silver right off the open, sometimes 4 or 5 or more contracts just right on the session open and blowing out, just hitting that daily loss limit right off the bat. So, of course, that can work out. Is it likely to work out? No, it's much more likely that you're going to get stopped out, especially with that kind of size. Just a flicker in the price can stop you out, and you may have even been directionally correct on the day. There may even be an 8% up move on the day, but taking a position of that size that early in the session, especially when you do it a couple of times, like we've seen from some of our live traders, that's not good trading. That's just letting the greed kind of take over. And I'm sure that it's not just the handful of traders that we're watching carefully in these accounts. A lot of the traders, at Topstep and outside of Topstep are doing the same thing. But just a reminder to try and keep that greed in check. That little monster on your shoulder that's telling you to just, gold keeps going up, just buy 10 contracts. That's not going to work out well more than 9 times out of 10. I hate to tell you. So just wanted to give that PSA up front. While we're looking at some big P&Ls, it's important to talk about all of the red we've seen on the board today too.
Well, I mean, you can take similar shots. You just need to frame it differently. If you're going to trade something like silver, you got to pay really close attention to both, the realized and implied volatility of these things. Where you don't, what comes to mind, because I was watching it at the time, time means nothing to me anymore, but a week or two ago, whenever there was that there was that one day like blow off top overnight in silver, it was probably one of the greatest short opportunities you'll see. But in order to get it, you would have needed it topped out at like 82.5 or something like that. It's like you wouldn't be able to see that if you were trading like one full contract, let alone 5.
Right.
And if you did catch it, one full contract on the silver, it went down like $10, right? So that's what, like $50,000 or something. You got to size according to what you're trying to do, especially in these markets that are hugely volatile at the time. So thank you for bringing that up, Ben. But we got a card today. I got to be honest, Ben, going through this card, we'll talk about it some, but I felt like I was a forensic accountant or something. It would take me a couple days to get through here, but we'll try our
Yeah.
best. So some good stuff here, and we'll take a look.
Yeah, it's been several months since we've talked about Shervin. I think of this trader as like the Forrest Gump of Top Step. You know, he's not going particularly fast. He's just going in the right direction steadily over time and seems pretty relentless about it. He's the longest serving live trader that we have. Shervin started this live account with us back in April of 2024. So it's coming up on 2 years in this live account. Now, the balance is relatively low. Part of that is because along the way, particularly towards the second half of last year, he's paying himself pretty consistently, which we love to see. You know, he's taken a total of $31,000 in payouts from this account. And you know, the average daily P&L being $100 a day, I think speaks volumes, especially when you look at 217 trading days completed. Really importantly, Jack, my biggest takeaway, I know I sing the praises of every trader who does this. Shervin is on the Mount Rushmore of this trading practice. You know, he doesn't trade every day. He may go a stretch of, you know, a week or two sometimes without taking a trade. Now, whether that's a vacation or he's just not seeing opportunities, I think it's a combination of things that have, you know, happened in his life over the last 18, 20 months, whatever that is. But you know, he's selective about when he decides to trade and disciplined and not, you know, over trading. He comes in, he puts on his trade, and it works or it doesn't. That's all reflected in a high volume of data, like you mentioned. It really would take some forensic accounting to go through and see exactly what he's doing on each of these days and get the full picture. But you know, with that amount of data, the averages do you know, tell the tale, and he's making 5 to 1 risk reward and I should say reward over risk, and you know, he's winning 20% of his trades. So he has streaks where he you know, has pretty high big performances, and then particularly the last few weeks, you know, through December, really, he was red. But with all of those losing days, you know, was only down about $1,200 when it was all said and done. You know, he had a $700 winning day and he had a $3,600 winning day that really inflated that P&L for him. You know, through the second half of November into today, and he, you know, posted an $11 winning day yesterday. So you know, this is just someone who is in it for the love of the game. I think, you know, they're certainly paying themselves, but you've got to be a very special kind of individual to trade this consistently over this period of time with the size and the shots he's taking. It's just impressive, you know, to see, and we're happy to have him in a live account.
Yeah, I mean, a few observations here. I'm assuming that this that Shervin doesn't spend a whole lot of time each day because they probably just let these trades go. The hold times, especially when the winners, are very long. I think this is set it, forget it, in which case $100 a day average is pretty nice over 217 days. I didn't send in the histogram. We'll get to the cumulative P&L part later. But the histogram is very interesting because you see that, you know, the 23% winning days, but these are overwhelmingly very small losses. He actually has a very nicely distributed profit and loss that is centered at a loss between 0 and $250. So we've seen a lot of these where if he was moving around stops, this could just as easily be like flipped where it's like 73% winning days. It's just that his strategy seems to be that you take this amount of risk and let it play out for either the winner or take the loss. But pretty monk-like discipline of absorbing losses. This is a 150K account. Something I look at is how many times they hit the DLL. In this case, the answer in 217 days is 0. The biggest losing day in this account was like $2,400. Biggest winning day was like 9,000 or something like that. So, I mean, not too much to say if this is like what you're comfortable trading and it's working like this over a large sample size and $100 a day is cool, go for it. You know, taking a lot of payouts. I mean, maybe if this works, you could scale it up a little bit. Let's take a look at like the cumulative, Gabe. If we have that, the cumulative P&L, and you'll see what I did down there, Ben. I had to switch because the dates were messed up. Just like it's total days traded is a pretty consistent trend line with a few exceptions going up and to the right. There's some interesting patterns that I didn't have time to dig into. Like between days 50 and 100, I've never seen something like that zigzag. Yeah, but it keeps on going up. So yeah, I'd say keep on doing what you're doing. I haven't seen a car quite like this, Ben. I gotta say.
Yeah, it's impressive on a number of fronts, and you even look at the most recent part of that cumulative P&L graph. The traders in from a time perspective, in a relatively long drawdown as far as time involved, but it's such a tiny amount of money that they're actually down because they are sizing down even further. The average losing day in this account is minus 296, and the average losing day over the last 3 weeks has been half of that or less. So he's sizing down when he's not seeing things well. He's taking smaller risk, and the last few big winning days he's had were pretty significant. So he continues to manage this account well. Love the risk management, and if Shervin ever did want to size up, that's we would feel very confident in him doing so, right? You'd want to see the balance a little bit higher, but he could clearly continue doing what he's doing with incrementally increasing size, and there's no reason to. The futures markets are extremely liquid. He could size up a little bit with this after he builds some buffer, and if he chooses to, something tells me he's going to keep doing what he wants to do, and we're happy to have him do it.
I think that what keeps him from sizing up, and I think this is a perfectly valid option, is if you want to size up, you got to keep more money in the account. And he's taken a lot of payouts, and that's, if you're cool with the $100, looking at that and that the drawdowns are not that much, I'd almost be like, okay, why not just double the size? But he's taking a lot of payouts, so it's smart not to do that. That would be another option depending on your risk tolerance. But great consistency. Love to see someone in for over going back to 2024. That's wild stuff.
Yeah, definitely. So good on you, Shervin, and that's all I got for today, Jack.
One last thing, I saw Xenon asked, would you scale his daily drawdown if you sized up? We wouldn't need to because he's not using it. As I said, he's never hit the DLL, and the vast majority of these losing days are $250 to $500 or something like that. So if he was risking 1,000 a day, he could do this without us adjusting at all. But it's a function of how much money you have in the account. So Ben, thanks for bringing that. Fascinating card. Good to be back.
Yeah, likewise. We'll do it again tomorrow, Jack.
All right, we'll be back with a brand new card. In the meantime, stick around because we got group coaching coming up. We got Hogue, Deanna, Hoop in the house. I see Dean back. She looks like she's got her game face on. There's a neon chameleon in the background. We're ready for that. So stick around. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
right. Welcome to group coaching. It's just afternoon. Hopefully you got yourself a sandwich and something to drink, maybe a side of fries, something like that. But we have the lovely and talented D, and we have Hoop. Happy New Year to you both. I don't know if I've had the opportunity to tell you guys Happy New Year. Hopefully
Happy New Year,
you're
Hogue.
well
Happy New Year,
rested,
Hogue.
well rested and ready for the year. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. So we do have some questions. We are going to get to those, but I thought with some questions that we were getting during the opening call today and during fast market. So it seems a lot of folks are having questions about gaps, different types of gaps, how different people look at gaps, and how to maybe use gaps. So I thought we'd open up the session today talking about different types of gaps. And Hoop said, you've got some day session gaps that you can show us. Why don't you start with that, Hoop, and we'll go into some different types of gaps and some of the basic rules that I think we're all familiar with, at least here we're familiar with them, and maybe they can help you in your trading. So go ahead, Hoop. Let's see what you got.
So I have natural gas up because that one actually comes into play today. If you go back to October, the 17th, we actually gap opened up higher. Market never filled the gap, and away we went, right? Everybody says, well, the gap's got to get filled. It'll get filled when it wants to, right? And we pretty much left the gap, which is a very, in this case, a very bullish sentiment on the daily, and it continued all the way up until just early December, the 5th. And then we had a couple massive down days and came all the way back. And actually, we came back and filled it much later, right here right before Christmas. Market found a little stability once it filled the gap, and we rallied back up. Well, we kind of hovered around a lot of the moving averages, and then we started to fail again. Well, natural gas this time of year does tend to gap, and it can gap in either direction. Well, a gap opened up big time lower this morning, and it has not came back to fill that session gap yet today. If we leave it, and we're only an hour before quote the New York close, that would be a bearish thing. When now we're talking leaving a gap to the downside. So, in longer time frames, those are how I will look at those. We talked about one a ways back too was cattle. It was an island bottom. That was one that we talked about a ways back. But gaps are definitely relevant. I mean, I probably in my day-to-day probably need to pay attention more to session gaps. As a tick and a range trader, I kind of, it's more in a longer term picture for me than it is shorter. But that's how I would look at it when I'm potentially looking at a direction of a market during a period of time, or like today. If you look at it, natural gas is trying to get back to try and fill that gap. It's rallied pretty good. It was down like 7% off the bottom, but it's not filling it. So that's, once again, Hogue, it's information, and we decide what we need for it. So that's kind of how I look at it on this chart today with natural gas.
So, Hoop, would you say the gap that was created over the weekend, the current gap that you're looking at there, would you call that more of an acceleration gap, like an acceleration to the downside?
For sure.
Whereas the previous gap would be some sort of a reversal gap?
Right. 100%. Yeah. And once again, because natural gas is this time of year, a very weather driven market, if forecasts change, I mean, I've traded this product for a long time. This time of year, gaps can be fairly common. Usually the weekend gaps is a pretty much a norm. But to see it gap as low as it did, once again, that's probably everybody got a little bit over their skis getting too long because it's January and, it's going to be cold, right? Well, that's what this is telling me too, is that you had a lot of people off probably these last 2 days of rejection down that probably were looking, bottom picking going into the weekend, and they just got caught. And I would say that we have some trapped longs is what I would say right now.
Okay. So you're looking for those longs to try and hold up here, and if they can't,
yeah, unless we
trouble.
come back and try and fill it, I just think that market might be in a little bit more trouble here because once again, the weather is staying fairly. I know it's a little bit easy for me to say in Arizona warmer than it is in Chicago.
Yeah. What if we gap higher tomorrow?
Oh man, that's a great question. If we gap inside the gap, then that's typically a bullish thing going back up, right? I mean, so right now, market generation information, right? Not quite going to go that direction, but could it happen? Sure. ACH, why not?
Right.
Yep.
D, do you have some sort of favorite type of gap that you like to work or look for or take advantage of on any of these markets that you're looking at?
Yeah, I'm going to talk about session gaps. So you guys know I'm a profile trader. And one of the things that I do look at is how far are we opening today in relation to the previous day's same session. So if we look at silver, we had a pretty sizable gap up because this is the value area from Friday, and we're opening way higher. So ideally, whenever I'm looking for gaps to fill, I would like to see a move that is not further than about 1%, maybe 1.5% for some markets. But if it's bigger, I look at that as a potential continuation side of things. If we are within, and I'm going to get very specific here, 0.4 up to 1% distance, those tend to be really nice mean reversion trades back down to the previous session value high. So those are the gaps that I prefer. And now silver today is much higher. If we measure where COMEX opened, we were 2.45%, so 2.5% higher for COMEX open. To me, that's a continuation. So it kind of sets the tone for me for what I should be looking at immediately. And sure enough, today that kind of played out.
Right.
I wasn't in. I had to do some other things, so unfortunately I wasn't able to take advantage of this. But if we get down to, let's say, 76, I would still be looking for a continuation higher. So I wouldn't be looking for a mean reversion. And why? It's because we're too high up. But usually, if I'm going to take a short on the basis of a gap, it has to be closer to value. It has to be like maybe somewhere here. Let's measure that.
So
yeah,
D,
no further than 73.70.
Okay. So you're starting your session gap at value high from Friday. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. I'm using that as a reference for a gap. So if we open above it, to me that's a gap. If we open inside it, it's a balance. And then if we open above it, the only question is how far out of value are we? Those are the type of gaps that I find extremely useful. And silver will gap as well, but it's it's a market that has had a very strong upward bias recently, so I don't necessarily want to fight that. So I think there's definite context, like Hoop was saying, at this time of the year, natural gas likes to go higher. But clearly we have a gap, so what would be the play here? So a couple of things to note is that we look at natural gas, there is a gap, but to me, that's weak structure where there is unfinished business, especially considering that natural gas likes to go up during this time of the year. So again, context, matching context with a gap. If we start to get into it, so if we start to hang above 351 and we close without any selling wicks, I would take that as a price, potentially price trying to begin the gap fill. And then again, I wouldn't fight that. Because it's ultimately, if you imagine that there was a candle there, what would that look like? It would be a pretty strong move down. And I look at session gaps in a similar way. Yeah. Because back in the day, you didn't have markets trading throughout the entire night. So a lot of these markets that we're looking at right now, they are, they trade through Asia, they trade through London. But back in the day, it was just COMEX, and then you would frequently open with a gap. And I kind of still use that as I call it the open sentiment. So what is the open sentiment today? Are we inside it, outside of it, and by how much? So if you can answer that question, you have a pretty good beginning of a decent plan on the day. And that is down to execution and what the price is actually doing at the time. Does that make sense?
So, D, I find that very interesting. The bigger the session gap, the more you look for continuation. A smaller gap, you look for kind of more of a reversion to the previous range.
Yep, that's right.
Is that because you see, it takes more energy to create the bigger gap, even though it may be overnight, lower volume, but you're seeing more energy in that direction? Would that
possibly
be
yes,
correct?
Yes, but also I would call it a repricing, because what is a reprice? It's price discovery, going in one direction and going massively in that direction. So over the years, I was looking for areas that would kind of like zones within that gap. Where do we see, and this is where I rely on statistics a lot, where do we see the highest probability of a reversion, and where do I see the highest probability of a continuation? And that opened my eyes to certain price behaviors that are really across the board. I mean, the numbers might differ from product to product, but it's always the same thing. Too far out, you're probably looking at either a continuation or a neutral day, depending on what the underlying trend is doing. Close by, near value, you're looking at a mean reversion. Or if you don't want to get involved in a mean reversion, you could just wait for the value to get tested and see whether you can go in the opposite direction. So that kind of gives you a really nice situational awareness, and you stop guessing and wondering where it's going to go. And so far, it's been pretty accurate. I remember I was doing the VIP session, and we were looking at ES, and it was opening 0.6% outside of value. And everybody was going, oh, it's going to go up, it's going up. And I'm like, well, 0.6 is actually a mean reversion. And guess what? They tried to go higher, and they immediately reversed, and then just went straight to value. So I'm like, you see? So yeah, stats are awesome that way. They don't lie.
So I have never personally looked at like value high or value low as involved in any of the gaps. It's always, session gap, session high, session low, creating the gap. But there's I think a wonderful example of, kind of what you're just talking about in the NASDAQ today. If you look on the 30-minute chart, the market opened and left the opening range at the high of the session at the very beginning. I know it's sometimes hard to kind of see this, but this was value low value high from Friday. The market opened above it, not very much, right? It's still in range from the regular trading hour session from yesterday or from Friday. But the first thing it did was to go close the gap
value.
to value high and then
And then back up.
reject it. And then reject it.
Yep. It happens across the board. Happens across the board.
Yeah. And, I mean, I've seen, and this is something that I would be looking for, but I never really considered like value high or value low a part of the equation of the gap, which now I'm going to look at them. I'm already, of course, looking to see if we open outside of value. If we approach value, do we reaccept or do we reject, which we did today, but we're still inside the range from yesterday. But fascinating.
Does the market make any difference to you, D? I mean, in terms of your percentage?
Somewhat.
Like
the underlying trend, the underlying trend does matter, right? So it's like if something is got a short bias, then obviously I'm going to be looking for more mean reversion type gaps back down to value. If something is in an uptrend and we open very or within the range, I would probably sit out the mean reversion and then see how it behaves around the value, and then maybe try to go with the trend. So yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
Context is everything. Context is everything. If it was that easy, if it was black and white, it's like, oh yeah, silver open 0.4%. Let's go that to value.
Do that. Yeah.
Just buy.
Right.
Yeah.
So, D, if I can ask, in the NASDAQ, and I don't trade the NASDAQ, a lot of folks do, of course. But I mean, we did have a little bit of a weekend gap here. But overnight inventory was pretty long. Now, when we open, with a small gap above value but still inside range, does that come into your thought process at all? Is just seeing that the overnight inventory is probably long and they're probably shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. Let's see if we can get that pullback to value high before we do anything.
Again, that's definitely my approach. I mean, you know me, I don't really enjoy trading the first hour anyway. So, if there's something happening in the first hour and that gap gets closed, I'm probably just going to go, okay, well, that would have worked, but I wasn't in on that. Now what do we have? So the whole session as a gap, session high, session low as a gap, I looked at that for my products. It didn't work as well. It just didn't, because anytime we opened slightly outside of the session high, it still went to value high first. So, maybe that's a behavioral quirk of commodities versus the equities. But, for me, these days, I've actually stopped looking at session highs, session lows for gap fills. So even if we're inside, like I can see on NASDAQ here, even if we're inside the session range from yesterday, I will still look for that test of value first and foremost, and then make my decision. And that would be hypo 1, hypo 2, hypo 3, 4. It's all,
right.
What should happen early on versus what should happen later on. And it just keeps me out of stupid trades. So, yeah.
Based on the nuances from market generated information. Now, if you look at gold this morning, gold opened with a slight session gap, closed the gap, but didn't show acceptance inside the range from yesterday. Is this a situation that you would also consider rejection of range instead of value from Friday's session? If you're looking at mine,
I'm just looking at gold. Yeah. So let me have a look. So I think because it's like a silver. Yeah. It closed the gap, didn't really go any lower. But again, because it opened so far out of the value, I would still be looking for longs, not because we touched the previous or almost touched this previous session high, but because we're so high up that, and in that case, I would maybe want to see, in this case, VWAP was there as a reference. But on other days, it might be Asia high that we've already went over during either London or early COMEX. So that becomes a reference point. But same thing as silver. So if we see how far this opened today, so let me just move some stuff around. There we go. So this was the COMEX open candle. How far outside of value are we opening, regardless of the session high, session low? It's 1.3%, a little bit too high. So for me, that would be a continuation, a systematic way of looking at it. Too high up, like really, if we wanted a mean reversion, I would have wanted it no higher than 4,400. And then you can match other things. I know there was a big call wall that got run over. So not even touching the call wall meant that we are probably going to go even higher. Now, obviously, that's all just an assumption until the price actually confirms your thesis. But it's a better way than kind of going, I just want to long it. I just want to long it. Like, great, but let's put some stats behind it and find a reason why something should do something. And for me, it's been a great comfort to use these little pointers of how far, is it too high, is it too low, and that kind of lowers the probability of a mean reversion that is more serious. Let's put it that way.
D, you're looking at gold there. Obviously, there was the weekend gap that remains unfilled. There's a lot of overnight inventory to the long side as we were kind of, getting closer to the regular trading hour open or the COMEX open. Does that inventory adjustment back to the downside come into your thought process at all of looking for that continuation, because we had, a pretty decent distance between value high and where the market opened?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if overnight metals, and I think most things actually have this behavior between the sessions. I call it the Tom and Jerry chase, and if there are any market stalkers in chat, they will know what I'm talking about. So sessions like to fade each other, and especially on something that moves a lot throughout all three sessions, gold, you will see this behavior where Asia does one thing, then London comes in, maybe takes the Asia high, then goes lower. But how deep the pullbacks are, it will again be very much contextual. So how strong is the trend? Where are the call walls? Are we in negative or positive gamma on the day? All of that is going to make a lot of difference to my outlook. And I've exited the RBOB trade, and now it's doing what I wanted it to do. So let's do that again. There we go.
Nice. Well,
yeah. So hopefully that makes things a little bit clearer. I mean, I'm pretty systematic, and this is one of the rules. So if Asia goes high, then I will look for some sort of a pullback before further upside. How that happens, again, it's down to market generated information.
Thank you, D. I did not know that about you, that you were looking at like value high as the top of the gap. And just like everything else, there's a million ways to peel an onion. And we've got a news clip that we're going to run into right now. There's a million ways to lose weight, and apparently people are wanting to lose weight in a cheaper option. JD, especially after the first of the year, tell us about it.
Yes, sir. It is that time of year. New Year's resolutions abound, and today, Monday, drug maker Novo Nordisk announced it's making its weight loss drug Wegovy available as a pill, and for less than $150 a month. The program is for the starter dose of the popular drug. It's an option for people who don't want to do a weekly injection. Novo Nordisk says higher strengths will be available in pill form at different price points by the end of the week. The new starter dose deal is for patients who can pay cash. It was set up through a deal the company made with the Trump administration. There you have it. A cheap way to hold on to your New Year's resolutions.
Thanks, JD.
That means I can still eat my pasta, right?
There you go. Whatever you
Right?
want.
Mhm.
Eat 10 Reese's.
Right.
Excuse me. All right. One of the things Hoop was talking about is the fact that, and D was talking about, is the fact that these markets didn't used to trade 23/7, 23/5. There was regular trading hour sessions only. And that is where I think, and check me if I'm wrong, I mean, just the way I view it, if I'm looking at regular trading hour sessions, I'm looking at where the majority of the volume is. If you can get to, if you come on my charts, you see this is the S&Ps, and you will see regular volume, regular trading hour volume is where the majority of the volume is. It's where the longer time frame traders are doing their executions because the liquidity is during those periods of time. And we see very low volumes in the overnights, which is probably mostly short time frame P shooters like us that are just, they're trading at night because they can, because they want to, or because they have to. But if you were to remove the extended trading hours and look at the regular trading hours only, let me quiet things down a little bit here. You'll see more of the session gaps or the weekend gaps. Like here's the ES, right? So this is the end of the day on Friday. Well, this is where the regular trading hours opened up at 8:30. So you can readily see the weekend gap or even the session gap that gets created by that. So you can see another session gap up here. And so this is what the charts used to look like. We used to have a lot more session gaps because, again, markets closed at 3:15 and opened again at 8:30, and all of the volume was present at that time. So if you're wondering why we still look at gaps, that's part of the reason, and probably the main reason why is because we started trading in the pits when that's what was available. That was the time you got to trade, and those gaps always meant a lot. Hoop, you still see a lot of those like regular trading hour session gaps in a lot of the meats and in the grains, don't you?
Yeah. So like I found that one that I had on cattle. So we talked about this one going back to right before Thanksgiving, where we went limit down and then we gap opened up lower. Market wicked on both sides, which that right there is probably a little bit of an idea of there's some indecision down there. And then we gap opened up higher. So island bottoms, we talked about that when it happened a couple months back. They're big deals, and the market just took off ever since. So, and once again, no Globex sessions in cattle. I doubt that anytime soon that you're going to see that. But today, we gap opened up higher on a day session, and I actually took, this is the old patience thing, right? When the market started to fail there, I did take a short up there, and then cattle's been on a tear, so you're kind of counter trend, and I took a couple bucks off it, and man, it just failed, and it started to fill the gap, and it lost structure, and it was a nice little scalp. But yeah, grains, especially like we used to see it too, guys, when like a report used to happen after the bell, right? So like a cattle report or a pig crop report would happen after the bell. So you'd have these big moves from day session to the next session. It was like API report, right? Crude might settle one direction, and then the API came out after the bell, and then when the NYMEX opened again, it'd go one direction or the other. So, yeah, gaps are relevant, but D said it before. I mean, just take them in context. You know, um, have a little bit of other structure around it. It's not 100%, but the probabilities is all we can do in this business and manage the risk. So, and
Everything
I'm
in
lucky to trade with two of you guys for a long time who probably are definitely, and I'll always admit this because I say always admit your weakness, is you guys both work more in precision of percentages and what you're looking at. Whereas, I do tend to rely on a little bit more of fundamental structure of what I think's around the market or what I'm seeing inside the ladder. So that's why I say it's always great to trade with other traders because it gives you different perspective. 100%.
All right. So hopefully, if you have had questions about gaps, if you're thinking about gaps, this has been helpful for you. There's there's different ways to look at gaps. Some folks look at like a move away from settlement. For a lot of folks in the ES, the market opened away from settlement, and the settlement gap would be all the way back down to settlement. There's, with a million ways to peel an onion, a million ways to look at gaps, and a million ways to create gaps and use gaps, consistency in your use of them is always going to be extremely important. So when you choose, whether it's the end of the session, whether it's value high, whether it's settlement gaps, whether you're only looking at overnight gaps or weekend gaps, just make sure you use them consistently. Otherwise, number one, you're never going to be able to tell if you're able to profit from them over a period of time if you're not doing things consistently, and you're not going to get any decent information with which to review your performance in and around your chosen gaps. D, do all gaps have to be filled?
No, absolutely not.
Some people say they do.
Again, depends on the context. If something changes fundamentally, then a gap can happen, and then it never gets a fill. Or it might get filled a year later. How does that help us as intraday traders? It doesn't.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are some
Yeah.
gaps that just stay.
Yeah. Do you
You
consider
can
gaps
still
to
say
be
the gap was filled.
Right. You consider them to be weaknesses in structure.
Oh yeah, 100%.
100%.
Right. All right. Marcel has a question, and this, of course, is a pretty big subject. And just for your ready tomorrow, I think we are going to have Robin Dane back on. At least I hope she's going to be coming back on tomorrow. But in the time we have, we've got 3 to 5 minutes left. This question comes in so much. I just wanted to throw it out there. What's your best advice on getting your psychology in check?
Do something else in between, lift weights, and find a design distraction. Learned that from you, Hogue.
Yep.
Learn to play the guitar.
Or anything. Learn how to cook. Get some video games. Anything.
Yep. I went and played golf this weekend.
Yeah.
Golf.
Would you
Golf
say the
is
same?
kind of mine. Yeah, I mean, I think the other thing too, over the years, and maybe this goes to maybe going back to a guy, Dr. Menaker, breathing. Like, just going back and like if you get off center, let's say your trade location's off a little bit in the morning, I can always see, I kind of feel to me where if I start feeling a little bit of angst of, hey, you're not getting direction right, you're not this and that, once again, stepping away, but just breathing and taking a deep breath in and exhaling and just letting a little bit of the, as you say, the venom go.
Venom.
Is, when you're standing in a pit, the physical exertion of, if you're getting stressed out and you're accumulating a position, you're looking at your position, you're standing in a pit, everybody's bidding it off, and you're like, holy crap, I'm short too many. You're in emotional state, so you're acting. But now, if I'm behind 6 screens, I'm looking at this and I'm not trading with anybody, there's none of that tension or angst or dopamine gets released. So how are you going to reset, work out, go take the dogs for a walk, take a decompressing moment? Those are, bigger for me now than, once again, I released that crap on the floor because,
because it was
physically
physical, wasn't it?
standing in a pit, you would lose. Once again, it was just different. Plus, a lot of people took smoke breaks, just let's be honest,
some people still do.
Hey, I didn't smoke a lot till I was on the floor. So let me put it that way. The stress of that kind of increased it. Yeah.
Someone in chat is saying, well, it doesn't feel like a new year without a grasshopper hat. So
there you go.
Good.
Put on a special hat.
There it is. There it is.
There it is.
Big eyes, grasshoppers.
Grasshopper D.
Well, hopefully not. I'm trying to stay away from being a grasshopper.
That's the design
This
distraction.
is a negative reinforcement. Yes, and a negative reinforcement tool. Yeah, you're a grasshopper. You have to wear it. You have to wear it for the whole week.
All right. Well, we are just about out of time. Thank you very much for being here with us. We got coming up next, our old friend Aaron Ellis is coming back with JD and Jack for another Trade with Topstep session. Lots of tradertainment still headed your way on Topstep TV. D, thank you very much. Whoop, thank you very much. And of course, thank all of you. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hey, welcome back, friends and traders. This is TopstepTV, and it's time to trade with Topstep. Over there, my other bookend, our good friend Jackie P. And in the middle, our other good friend from Nova Scotia, John Ellis, is back to trade with Topstep. John, how you doing today? Great to see you. Happy New Year. Aaron, what did I say?
John, your name.
John. I went to high school with a guy named John Ellis, and I just totally... That's my brain fart for the day.
It's a nice name, John Ellis. It's got a nice ring. You know, if I'm ever to change my name, I'm going with John Ellis. I like it. I feel like that's like a talk show host.
Aaron Ellis. All right, here we go. Aaron, welcome back to Topstep TV. How's it going? You trading up today? Tell us everything.
Well, you know, my trading is up and down. It's been better. I traded I was trading a live account. As you guys know, all last week. But I did lose it, unfortunately, just kind of got caught. It was one of those trades that, you know, it's like, I knew it was going to go down and I'm like, this is going down. I'm so confident this is going down today. And then it went up just enough to take me out before it went down. So one of those great moments that you're like, okay, well, I was right, but it doesn't matter. So that's kind of where I landed. Yeah, that's kind of where I landed. That happens. So now we're just back on a 50K, starting the process again. Yeah, just watching the NASDAQ right now and seeing if we can get any moves that I can get in with and make this somewhat of an entertaining 30 minutes.
Well, fresh start, fresh year. Let's get into it. Jack has the keys to the house account. Maybe we'll see something that we'd like to put on. Let's do a quick check-in on the tilt real quick. We've got about 56% short in the S&P, 51% long in the NASDAQ, 53% long in crude, and 54% long in gold. Pretty flat across the board right now. Seen some sideways price action in the equities. The Dow was kissing new highs just a few minutes ago. Put in a new high at, it looks like, 49,463. Russell also ticking higher. Gold is at the top of its range. Coach Jay was talking about that 44.60 level in gold, just topped out at 44.60.70, and last trade in crude oil 58.19. All right, guys, let's get into it. Aaron, if you were forced to put a trade on right now, what would it be? And we're not forcing you to put a trade on, full disclosure.
Well, I mean, on the NASDAQ, I'm waiting to see if this actually, I mean, look, we're in a good level, to be honest. I don't mind it here. If this breaks, I would put a short on here. I'd put a short on here and I would try to catch to like 25,585-ish, somewhere in there. If this level breaks right here, try to grab, 20, 35 points right there. That would be my move. If we start to push up, I would want like to see it kind of go above 30. And if we start to get above 30, I would probably just try to grab a quick 20, 25 points at that end, right? That's my trading. So, being a combine, it's obviously, I mean, everybody knows, right? It's a little bit different too, in the sense of how you're gonna trade it, right? I mean, it's, you don't want to change your system too much, but there's little bit changes, right? Like, whereas I might be going for like $300-400 a day on an XFA, I'm trying to maybe hit like 1,000, right, on the eval.
Yeah.
But
you like passing evals in just a couple of days?
Yeah, usually 2-3 days is usually the goal if you can do it. I mean, and for me, look, I really want to get to that net 10K kind of payout on live accounts, right? So I can make 5, 10, 15K in sim funded, and that's great. And it's great for me, but I want to be able to go to live and make like 10, 15, 20K for me and Topstep. So look, that's my goal. And so sometimes I got to push a little harder on evals just to get that started. But
yeah, for sure.
Then kind of once I get to the XFA, then it all changes. But yeah, that's what I would do.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And I mean, I like this short here. I like a short on the NASDAQ, but
seen just a little bit of selling coming in just now. I got an overnight VWAP right here, also at 25,603. We're on top of it as we speak. All right, Aaron, not John, looking for a short possibly in the NQ. Jack, you seen anything in these markets?
Yeah.
You taking a look
I'm
at the
here
S&P
too.
today?
Yeah.
What's going on?
I mean, the curse of the very end of fast markets continues. We are right now. I don't see anything like right here, right between these two levels. We did get the rejection off the 62s for a good one. We've really, since that first half an hour pump here, been kind of in a range up here. Between the 6,900 and 6,925 S&P level, we're at the exact middle right now. So I applaud Aaron's looking at something else, and he likes to short. I don't hate it. It's just that we're in a very no-go zone for me right now.
Look, I get that, and we're up 220 points right now. So it's not like I'm like, otherwise I would have put it on. You know, he put a gun to my head and said, "What trade would you take?" You know, I'm like, okay, well, you know, I'll take this trade here because I don't want to go long here. Like up 220 points, you know, it did kind of test the highs. I don't personally see us going back up to testing the highs, so that's why I would be a very cautious short. Right, it would be a very tight line. You know,
Aaron, as a man of total discipline myself, if JD said with a gun to your head, do you go long or short? I say shoot me. I don't break my rules.
There you go. I like it. I like it. I
There you
got
have
kids.
it. There you have it.
Right? You know, if I didn't have kids, shoot me out of a cannon. You know, I don't care. But you know, I gotta
my kids will
think
understand.
All right,
Another dad had discipline. He had to honor.
I like that. I like that.
But who my kid? I'd probably go short too. Not a whole lot moving right now. Someone says silver dumping. Something tells me that it won't
gold
be
just made a move.
huge
Yes.
dump. Oh yeah, that's not nothing.
Nothing to scoff at. Gold's playing this little range that we drew a couple hours ago very nicely. Coach J called this range 44.60 to 44.50-ish. And we've just been drifting sideways in this market. Trading below that range right now. See if we can't maybe get some follow through. But sellers just keep getting gobbled up in gold. Pull up a silver chart too.
I mean, if anything right now, yeah, I'd look more at silver or something else. How about Bitcoin?
Ooh,
MBT's
very
at an interesting level. Look at this. 1, 2, running into some pretty consistent resistance here.
Mm-hmm. Is it looking like a short or a range trade? Playing the top of the range?
I mean, if you want to, it'd be a longer term. And this is a 4-hour chart, so this resistance goes back to around, you know, the end of November.
Gotcha.
I don't know if it'll play out today. We talked into maybe short a little bit of micro Bitcoin.
One of Mike says that Bitcoin whale is pretty close to even again on the day. Are you still tracking that guy, Jack?
Yeah, no, it's funny given the size of his position. He's basically a little bit above scratch right now. The actual positions are about 4, 5, 6 million in his favor, but you got to pay the funding on the perpetual futures. So he's been holding these trades for a while. So he's got about 4 million and change of VIG that has been subtracted.
That's a heavy net to carry. That's for sure.
That'll do it. And look, I'm curious too if anyone was trading oil last night, because I mean there was a lot of opportunity over the night. I mean, overnight NASDAQ pushed 200 points, right? And oil dropped almost $1 before just completely rebounding and then pushing back down again. Like it was a really nice range day in some level for oil today. It was kind of like almost reminded me a little bit of like oil a year and a half ago, where you're getting like $1, $2 moves almost every day, right? Where now it's like,
was it a market? Was that a market you traded pretty often, crude oil?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
And it's one of the few that I'm brave enough to trade on my private brokerage account.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I won't touch the NASDAQ very often. Just the swings are just a little, I'm not there yet, whereas I like oil. I like the way it trades. I like the way it moves. So I was very confident that last night you were going to see a drop at open and then a pop, like it sucked back up because, great, there's more oil, but is there more oil?
Yeah.
No one knows.
Is there?
Right?
You don't really know yet. Yeah.
We don't really know yet, right? So, when those kind of news things happen, you get like a nice knee-jerk reaction either way. And I find oil usually levels out whatever's going to happen. So it's like, if you get those knee-jerk reactions, go with it, but then wait for that and then go the opposite. And it almost always comes back. But where was my live account then? Where was it then? It was gone. It was gone. So couldn't do it.
That makes sense. It's a market. It likes the megaphone. We look at the opening range breakout trades in crude oil every day, and it seems like the first two moves are always a head fake. It likes the megaphone for the first hour or so of the day before it actually makes its move. It really keeps you on your toes. It's not a straight up and down trade anymore. But the chart still kind of looks clean. I don't like trading crude oil very much. We look at the opening range breakout trade, but we haven't taken it in a couple weeks. We will continue to look at it. Any other markets you look at outside of crude and
no, not
NASDAQ?
really. Not in the futures. Not in the futures realm. I follow small caps, but that's
right.
That's a whole other show of those beasts. But yeah, the NASDAQ and oil is all I trade.
Yep.
And
I kind of like that you're. No, continue, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say, someone much smarter than me once told me, he's like, look, you're getting into futures. Don't try to trade all of them. Pick one or two that you like, get to used to the rhythm, and then stick with it. And so I started with oil, then I branched out to the NASDAQ, but that's it. It's like, Michael Jordan trying to play baseball. Can he do it? Maybe.
Yeah.
But is he as good as he is in basketball? No, of course not, right? So pick one. That's what I'm doing, right? And it's showed me some level of success, so I'm gonna stick with it. Yeah.
I could spark a debate here, right, guys? I could spark a debate about this, guys, but was it Jordan's choice to play baseball for 2 seasons?
Oh,
that's not opening anywhere.
Okay. I see.
Anyway, I like that you're saving the big swings in the NASDAQ for your prop accounts. You're not risking that hard-earned capital in your own personal brokerage account on those big swings. So makes a lot of sense to be trading prop on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack, I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole on that Jordan joke, but go ahead.
No, it'll be the same if I disappear from Topstep for 2 years. That being said, I don't know. This Bitcoin chart is fascinating to me, but I think how you look at it says a lot about whether you're just bullish or bearish Bitcoin. I don't think this is a trade that we can take and expect it to resolve in an hour or two.
Yeah,
for
sure.
If anything, even if I was trying to get short, I kind of want to see it like maybe going long here, because I want to see it like blow off and test above and then short it when it comes back into this.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to keep an eye on that, especially going into tomorrow.
Want to pull up a lower time frame chart? See what it looks like? What does it look like on a 15 minute?
On a 15 is going to look super bullish.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, I like Bitcoin. If you roll the tape, go back 2-3 weeks, I was saying like this dip is an excellent buying opportunity. If you're able to hold on to those contracts, or you're able to just buy the actual Bitcoin, right? I think there's just too much money is invested in this right now for it to fail. I mean, there's just too much put into it. And I think you do have some more running room to keep continuing buy the dips. Don't buy today, but every time you get these kind of almost micro corrections, load up a little bit, and just keep building your war chest on it. That's my philosophy on it.
And that has been working for the last couple of years.
Yeah.
Dips have been for buying in Bitcoin. That's for sure. Jack, do you believe in Bitcoin? Do you trust it?
No.
No. but here's the thing: is I'm not short it or something. Like,
yeah.
It could go. Yeah, it could go to $5 million.
Right. You're right, and it makes no sense because it's a terrible form of currency. But it's almost broken out from that idea that it's a currency and that it isn't something that you sell or that you would use. It's more of something you hoard at this point. At least that's the mentality until it's not. But it's as a form of currency, it's terrible. I buy something today, I don't even know what it's worth tomorrow. You know what I mean? If I take it as a business owner, if I take it as a currency, I don't know what I'm getting. In 10 minutes, I could be getting a completely different price. 10 seconds, so I don't know how it ever gets there.
The way how I would explain it, JD, is, it's sort of a thing for speculation at this point. I don't feel comfortable just like holding Bitcoin forever, which seems to be like the ethos is like, hey, you have one Bitcoin, you have one Bitcoin. It could go way higher. Also, I think maybe people underestimate that it could go on a long enough time frame. I think it will go lower. So bring the slings and arrows.
Yeah, and I think there's a market out there, and that you can move money, right? Like you can move money, you can move larger amounts of money with less amount of fees, and then exchange it for the dollar that you want, right? Because you're not really using it yet, right? I mean, I guess maybe one day, it's everywhere and everyone's taking Bitcoin, but for now, I feel like a lot of, at least the rich, are moving large amounts of money, using it, taking that money and then saying, okay, now what currency am I going to use to actually buy my boat? But I moved a bunch of money from my Bitcoin, right? So, there are ways to reduce your fees, and maybe Bitcoin, that's a great use for it, right? But actually taking it as a purchase, I don't know. I'm not there yet.
I mean, I own a lot of it's like one of those things with the dollar play. Like I own a lot of assets, like maybe I don't have the risk tolerance or belief necessarily to be a Bitcoin hodler.
Yeah, it helps if you
got
the guy that it helps a little.
I talk about like like Dan, I got it, like the permissionless money and stuff. But by the time we get to the point where that matters, I'm cooked anyway. So like, I don't really care. I'm not going Mad Max.
Yeah, well, Bitcoin probably won't be what people are using if we go Mad Max. There won't be the internet anymore. So that's the thing, right? It's like if we ever go there, it's Bitcoin is not the little shiny things that you're gonna need. There's gonna be something else more important.
A pocket full of Bitcoin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lint.
Yeah.
Remember that guy 20 years ago that spent 6,000 Bitcoin on a Domino's pizza? Do you think that franchise owner still owns all that Bitcoin?
No, probably. Of course not. And it was a Papa John's pizza, I believe.
It was a Papa John's, was it? Yeah.
I mean, whenever I hear those stories too, there's one from like one of the selling Sunset. By the way, if you haven't noticed, equities aren't really moving. That's why we're kind of discussing this right now. But like, some buyer of a house offered to like pay it in Bitcoin. It would have been like $10 billion worth of Bitcoin today or something like that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, everyone had equal access to buy it, right? So it's like the FOMO is just like you beating yourself up. Yeah, they paid 10,000 Bitcoin for a pizza. Each of us also had the option, 15 years ago to buy 10,000 Bitcoins for $100 or something. We didn't do it. We all had the same opportunity.
Very true. Very true. Check back into these markets. Jack mentioned nothing's moving. Nothing really is moving. That short still doesn't look horrible in the NASDAQ, though. 25,598. Last trade in the NQ. Check back in on the tilt. Not a whole lot of movement. Well, short side gained a little bit in the equities. 63% short ES, 63% short NQ. Crude and gold still pretty flat. So, little bit of selling building up. Or a couple of shorts building up in the equities.
I think I am going to take a short here and
Here we
try to
go.
get halfway. I don't know. I know we're up 220 points, and I might look stupid, but I feel like we're going to push down 50 points here. I think it tried to push up, it didn't. Kind of getting we're kind of getting lower highs on this. Might regret it, but I'm seeing here that I'm just gonna do it. We're gonna do a short here. I'm gonna see if we get right. I want to see if we get a back above 25,600 here, because if we get back above 25,600 and start pushing up, then I don't obviously like it. But if we start to move, I'm just going to jump in market. But then again, I've been on this show before this time of day, and it's just, it's just this lull sometimes you get, right? So
it's true.
We'll see.
We're still technically in that New York lunch time frame. But traders should be getting back to their desks very soon, going into the close. Did you get in, Aaron?
Yeah, I got in.
There it is.
Yeah, we're gonna let it sit. I might not. Where'd my stop be?
What kind of entry price did you get on that? You went to the
I'm in
market?
at 25,595.50, which is 10 points delayed on where I kind of wanted to get in, but it's worth taking a shot on. I'm gonna put a stop up there, just kind of past that high there, 610.25. Let's see. Might come up and kick me in the head, but we'll see what happens. It's it's one of those things where you're up 220 points, going short is not always recommended. But what I like about this short and why I convinced myself to take it was that we've been off these highs for a little while now, and we keep just kind of stepping down. So maybe we get a little bit more of a step down here, and then we see what happens. And maybe not, but that's kind of where
looking all right so far. Got a couple ticks in this one so far. Just about break even.
Yeah.
Jack, not feeling compelled to jump in on this trade? It's okay.
No, fine to watch.
I don't blame you.
What was JD? You were in here. What was Friday like? It looks like there was a pretty fast and furious sell off, or looks like a pretty wild day.
Friday was all over the place. I didn't take any other trades except for that gold opening range breakout. I held it bell to bell on Friday. Took that trade at like 7:22 a.m. and held it for the auto liquidator. So I wasn't really trying to trade around that position at all. We were just going back and forth. Every segment I came in, we would just talk about that trade. But yes, everything was moving quite a bit on Friday.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. It just looks like a whole lot more back and forth movement versus today has been we got a pump and then nothing.
Yeah, that Friday was that sort of that middle day, right? That would have been,
the day after New Year's Day,
Yeah. It's like a synthetic Monday.
Yeah, and it was
very low participation.
Yeah. Yeah, I probably would have rather got in where my stop is, if I would have been a little quicker on the fingers and got in where my stop is and then be sitting a little bit higher up. But, sometimes you wait and you still got to do it. Sometimes you got to talk yourself into it a little bit.
Well, we're still sitting right there on your entry price. 25,592, 593 last trade in the NQ. What else is moving right now? move in gold has almost corrected itself. Got a little dip. Oh, I'm looking at silver. Apologies. A little dip in silver. Almost back. Halfway back. Just over halfway back on that move.
In the top, like sectors or factors or whatever today is, as I was saying, it's like the risky stuff. You got, speculative quantum up 8.5%, Bitcoin data center up 8%, platinum, drones, silver, nuclear. People are taking their shot for 2016 here.
Yeah, right. The drones are up.
Yeah.
The story came out last week. What's up, Aaron?
I was just gonna say, because I have the chat up. Someone in chat's asking about like only trading fast markets, never trading any other times. And I just thought, I wanted to add in, like, look, I think the most important thing is you trade what works for you. So if you make the most money on, and now with Topstep, you actually get a lot of data back. So they're giving you a ton of info to say like, hey, this is where you've done well. This is where you haven't done well. This is where most of your trades make money. I mean, if you're sitting on a trade and you're in fast markets and hey, I'm always making money on fast markets, and then I'm losing accounts on Asia, that's your answer, right? Like the only way I find that we find anything with trading is by trading, right? Like it's sadly, it's the only way to learn is like looking at your own data and going like, okay, where do I do my best? Like for a while I was trading Asia a lot on the NASDAQ. And then I started realizing like, why am I fighting for 20 points on a dead market? Like, whereas like the 20 points is like this, near open. So then I was like, okay, I started to put it together and find what makes more money at what time. So, everyone's different, but I guess the answer to that would be like, just find what works for you. Figure out a time that's like best from your trading. And if it's fast markets, only trade fast markets. Don't switch it up. It's kind of like only trading one or two things. Yeah. Trade one or two times. And then
and the only way to really figure that out too is by being in front of the screen. You could sit here and watch it and not trade at all. You can be an active observer. There's nothing wrong with that. But handicapping yourself to just 2 hours a day without the data behind it doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. And as I say that, it just kisses my take profit, and then whoosh.
Ooh, just missed it.
Yeah, just missed it. It's the way it goes sometimes.
What's your target on this? What's the price?
25,580.25.
580.25. Got it.
We got to about 25,581. So.
You ever chase a profit target up? If you miss it by a tick, will you just cover it, or will you, or just adjust your risk at all when you get that close? How do you manage risk at a point like this? Just let it ride?
Well, I wouldn't say let it ride. I mean, look, it always depends. On an eval, I'm going to let this sit. I trusted the trade. I like where look, if this goes up now, like if it just goes up now, there's just nothing I could do about it. Like sometimes you get a tick and it just gets your take profit and then goes the other way, right? It can go both sides, right? So it's one of those moments where I like this trade. I liked it from the beginning. Like I said, I would have already been out if I would have just got in at 510 where I originally wanted to, but I delayed, I waited. Okay, so now I just live with it and we see what happens.
All right.
If we push back up to 610, we push back up to 610. If we push back up to 610, 11, and then come back down, I throw my laptop through the window.
Well, that's what I like about setting it and forgetting it sometimes is that there's all this drama and second guessing right now watching this. Whereas if you just, put on the trade and walked away with your stop and your profit, it was like, oh, well, it worked or it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah. And look, there's so many things in the day, right, that affect you, that makes trading so hard, right? Like, I mean, I got a dog that's like missing right now, and I got family stressed out and stuff. And it's like, that could fully ruin my day. And then I come in, I make a bad trade, and then I'm stressed. Like sometimes the best thing is like, look, I like this trade. I leave it. I go on, I do my thing. Right. I mean, that's why you have stops. That's why you got to take profit. You sort of, by doing what you said, Jack, you sort of like take some of that emotion that might seep in to your trading. away.
Yeah. And if anyone's in Nova Scotia, keep your eyes open. What
Right.
What Aaron says,
Yeah.
Rue, if we have a missing dog.
Yeah, there's posters up. I mean, I live out in the country, so but if you're in the bush in Nova Scotia, you shoot me a message.
What's the breed of the dog again, Aaron?
Great Pyrenees Maremma mix. So he's a 100-pound. He's a big boy. So look, there's not a lot out there, but my kid so graciously informed me that now coyotes are mating with wolves out here, apparently. So there's a hybrid, so now there's like a hybrid coyote pack around here somewhere. So,
Interesting.
So we'll see. Yeah. It's like, I don't know why they're doing it, but
is there truth to that, or is there a chance your kid made it up?
I didn't double check. I didn't fact check them. 50-50. 50-50, You might have heard it somewhere. Yeah. You might have heard it somewhere. Chat can fact check me and see.
Well, we're all hoping for the safe return of the loyal dog.
Yes.
Sorry that happened to you, by the way.
Yeah, well,
terrifying.
That's life, right? And that's why trading it's one of the harder jobs, because you really gotta there's all jobs I think our life seeps into, but when you're constantly dealing with decisions that quickly, and money, and how your day goes depends on how your trade goes, kind of sometimes it's it's one of the harder parts about trading, for sure. You have to sort of just somehow leave it at the door and continue on.
That's tough to do. Very tough to do.
Yeah.
Small amount of buying coming back into the equities. Nothing too big yet. Checking the other markets. Silver recovered that entire candle. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart in silver. Pull it up. To recover most of that move from just a few minutes ago that we were talking about. The dip has pulled back. Russell's on the highs. Dow's selling off a little bit. And the S&P has gone flat. S&P just died.
Yeah, 10-year yields back down to 4.16, so they're kind of, they rejected off of that 4.2 again.
Another little pop in the VIX, too. VIX is up 2.41%. About an hour ago, it was up about 4.25%.
Hey!
Yeah, we got it.
We got it.
Winner. That's a winner.
It. There we go. Had to happen.
What's that P&L? I'm having a hard time seeing it. 1,500?
Yeah, 1511.
Nice.
Okay, well, you got halfway there for that combine.
Halfway there.
Halfway there.
Halfway there.
On the second trading day of the year.
Look, I believe in that trade. I think that's part of it too. It's also why I took it. Like, as much as I might space out combines too, I believed in that trade. I really felt that if we break that sort of 607, 610 level, that we were going to see a bit of a sell. Yeah, I mean, look, we're up 220 points, so it's not like we're gonna, it's not flushing down the toilet. But I thought that this is an opportunity here where this is a key level that I see, and that, when you see that, you got to take it. Like, I feel like so many times, if you just see it and you take it, it works, rather than like trying to construct something, right? Which I was used to be famous for, also thinking I see things, right? Trying to find something like, oh, I don't see it, but it's not so bad. This is a good opportunity. I'm just going to get in here, right? In case it does what I think it's going to do. But yeah.
I can give some secret. This isn't even secret info, so you've probably figured out along the way. But someone said, "Well, that's $11 above 1,500." I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, okay, with the consistency rule. And I think I'm in the clear to say this. There is a very tiny amount of leeway on that. How much is it? I don't know, and I purposely don't ask, because you give an inch and then people will be going, well, I'm just above that. But there's a tiny bit. And not tiny like probably 100. Once again, I don't know what it is.
Nor do I. but I know exactly what you're talking about, Jack, and it is true. I don't even know who to reach out to discuss that.
Yeah, look, I've never had a problem. I gotta say, Topstep's been good to me in that sense. Like I've never had a problem. Like if I'm over it by like $30 or $50, it's never been an issue. But that's sort of the most I would ever want to test that theory. You know, $50 would probably be the most I would want to test that theory. So I try to keep it as close as humanly possible. And you know, the good thing about, I will say, trading sim is you don't get slipped that often. Like I do hear people, I got slipped. I rarely ever get slipped trading X on sim, like ever. Like it's really rare. You know, it has to be a big move. Whereas like my live account, they love to slip me. Like my brokerage account, they get off on slipping me. It feels like sometimes you're like, I'm just in expectation at this point. You're like, okay, where's my stop? Okay, this is what I actually got. Like it's rare that I get my actual stop.
Yeah, that's the go ahead, Jack.
I was gonna say too, I have to get off live to do this. Is once again, we see comments sometimes about, you know, I'm above. We can go to my chart real quick. I slipped past the consistency. What do? You need to think. It's hard to make money, but you can always, let me make sure I'm on sim, lose money. There. You see what I did there? You just go to a super liquid, not moving market like the bonds, and I guarantee you I can lose as much as I want. 33 bucks in
there you
a
go.
second.
Hey, we got a little more movement in these
aching.
equities. No more belly aching. Yeah, if you want the leeway too, I think you got to be on the over side, not the underside of the consistency rule.
Yeah, close enough. You know, what's the saying? It's only horseshoes and hand grenades.
I love that phrase, man. It's so graphic.
Yeah. It hasn't been said in a while. I feel like I haven't heard it in a while.
Yeah.
Bring it back.
We're drifting down a little bit. We're back to almost 6,900 in the SPX. Check if there's any.
Yeah, let's trade in the NQ 25,665. A little more selling pressure coming in. What was up there, Jack?
Felt like a day. It felt like a day where there would be more news given the weekend. But looking around here, what do we got? Greenland's prime minister is trying to establish a direct line with Washington. Delcy Rodriguez is sworn in as acting president. That whole situation's wild, man.
It is wild.
It's a weird way to take over, isn't it?
It certainly is. We've got some settlement prices from a couple minutes ago that we missed. February contract of crude oil settled at $58.32 a barrel for the day. Settlement prices established for energy markets at 1:30 p.m. Central Time. Yeah, I agree with you, Jack.
Next.
Yeah. The high of the whole day is going to be that like 5 minutes before the end of the fast markets.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
we saw a couple people in the chat when Jay and I got in on that 11 o'clock segment. There were quite a few people in the chat getting short the NASDAQ and the S&P. Raise your hand in the chat if you still have those trades on. It's been a couple hours.
And yeah, I transfer those levels manually too. You know, we don't have spot market data. Oh, we're selling a little bit. Okay, here we are, 6,900.
I missed the beginning of that, Jack. My wireless headphones battery just died. I'm going.
Someone's asking how I have these SPX lows on here. I just put them on whichever are
Oh,
closest and
yeah.
just move them around.
You can do that also. Just draw them in on your chart.
Sort of at an interesting spot on the NASDAQ now, right? It's sort of testing that low it did earlier in the day. You know, now is this selling real, or do we just now push up and we get into a little range here on like a 40, 50 point range where we sort of just hang out? Or does it really want to give back the rest of the, like, some more of the day, right? So, I mean, I would, if I had another account, I would be looking at this level pretty key. Like if we start to pop off this level, we could get a good push back up to like that 600 level. Or if we sell, I think this is another good spot where you could say, okay, we're pushing down. We've got a little bit of selling momentum. You know, we could go back to, you know, that 530, 525, somewhere in there, that range.
If you're buying a
Very
dip,
possible.
this isn't a bad place. Somebody asked, how do you switch between ticks and price? Chart value display. I have it on points. You can just change it points, dollars, ticks.
There's actually in that navigation bar right at the top of the chart, just above the chart next to indicators, you should see a tab that says preferences. You just click on that and it's like a quick reference point for you. Over on the far right, chart value display type.
Yeah. Nice.
Dollar, ticks, percent, points. We did have that.
Off that.
We had that failed upside auction. Hogue called it earlier during fast markets. Failed upside auction in the equities. We're coming back to the initial balance low in the NASDAQ. Initial balance low is 25,538 half. 25,540 also happens to be yesterday's value area low. I'm sorry, yesterday's value area high. So if we find acceptance back inside value from yesterday, we could see another move. It's far down. 25,288. I don't really anticipate that, but it could complete. That be the? I see Hogue in the chat. Is that what you would call the special situation play, Hogue? You can answer in the chat. Appreciate it. And also, if you have an update on what do you call it? Why am I drawing a blank right now? What's the delta? You have an update on delta? That would be helpful also, Hogue. Thank you. Selling tail. It's a selling tail. Got it. Thank you, Hogue. All right. Well, we've got a couple of minutes here. We're going to bring in Gabe for some jabs. We're going to take a look at some of our trader wins. Go ahead, Gabe.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, let's take a quick look at some of the jabs from those in chat this morning. We got I Gotta See past a 50K combine in the London session, now up 477 on that XFA. Thank you to Gold. Great work. We got Mantis past 2 combines. What a Monday. What a great start to the week indeed. Great work. Love and Peace went from 450 to up 900 down to negative 100 and now locking it out back at 450. LOL. Hey, well, you're locking away in the green. I'd say that's a good day. We got I Am What I Am. 10K day for me in P&L and processed a payout this morning as well. Hell of a way to start 2026. Great work. Love when traders are pulling money out of the markets and taking payouts to the bank, making it real. And we got Game Boy Tommy Green up $739 locked out. Great start. And Amber Trades passed my combine last night on Gold. Great stuff, everybody. If we missed you, we see you. We appreciate you. And we'll see you back for some more jabs tomorrow afternoon. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Gabe. Big shout out to all of those traders here at Topstep. Keep your wins coming. Post them in the chat. We'll grab them.
That 6,900 has been important in that, you know, I have plotted out here
You can see going back to the 29th, it was the support. We broke through it. It's been resistance. We broke through it again today, then bounced off it here. Seems to be like the center of activity.
Yeah.
God, I wish I was here
Big fat round number.
I don't usually trade New Year's Eve, but look at how clean that bounce
was a move, yeah. I didn't even look at the market that day either. But I saw on the old Twitter box, the X, some traders making some money. Some Topstep traders. Always good to see. Aaron, you trade on holidays or do you avoid them?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I'm not glued to a reason, yes or no. If I can, I will. I think I don't mind low liquidity levels. Like I really don't. I think you can get some nice moves. But I mean, I'll tell you, like December is not my favorite month to trade by any means. It's not. It's like it's slow. Parts of it are, it like there's days where it doesn't move for an hour and a half. And then within 2 minutes, it's moved 70 points. And then it doesn't move for like an hour and a half. And then, and I don't like that trading. So it's not my favorite. But, will I have a look? Yeah, for sure. If I see something I like, I'll take it. What will the family let me do too? We all got our obligations. Sometimes you got to turn it off and be like, okay. Look at it.
That reminds me of the bond market in 2006. You'd get one move a day. You had to find an alternate market because if you missed that one move a day, it would sit in like a 4-tick range for the rest of the day. That was it. Eventually, volatility did come back into those markets, into the treasuries, but for a long time, it was if you weren't on the right side of that one move, you were stuck. There was no getting it back.
Yeah. No, I like fast markets. I do. I mean, some of my favorite trading was trading small caps in the NASDAQ during COVID. Right? It was just get in like wait pre-market. Everything gets pumped pre-market. Pump. Wait, getting a nice short. If it keeps going against you, just short again. And if you have like 5,000-6,000 in your account that you're willing to just lose, just keep going until you've either lost the 5 or almost just during COVID, 90% of the time it would just crash back down and it would never hold and it would just get pumped up and then dump. And then you'd just get out, make a little money. Okay. See you tomorrow at pre-open, do it again. And it was like, all of these, DoorDash type companies, and there was tons of pharmaceutical companies. There's just so many companies that were getting pumped during COVID. So no, I'm more into fast markets. I don't like waiting for 7 hours for that one move. You're like, okay, and then you miss it, and then what? Or you're on the wrong side of it. There's no chance to get it back. It's like you're just done.
Exactly.
I've been, like even things like even things like now, like with silver and gold, like I see the appeal, right? Like if you're a gold trader, if you're a silver trader, and you understand those markets, I mean, this is your Disney World, in my opinion, right now. So enjoy it while you can.
Well said. We don't quite have that kind of volatility right now, but it could pick up very, very soon. There's a lot happening geopolitically around the world. We'll do one last quick check-in. What are you looking at, Jack?
Got up to 95,000 in the futures.
Oh wow!
Monitor this tonight, I think.
It's a good call. Looking at the Tilton equities, not much change. 60% short in the ES, 58% short in NASDAQ. Gold and crude are pretty much flat. So what's the plan for tomorrow then, Aaron? You're halfway through on your new 50K.
Yeah.
Do you trade overnight? Do you wait for regular trading
hours? I won't
hours?
trade this overnight. overnight. No, I won't trade this. Asia, no, I won't trade this overnight. Most likely. I mean, unless something really pops up. I mean, I shouldn't say never. I never want to say never, but I would say if I go with, best case scenario, tomorrow I wait for my moment, right? I wait. Let's see how open goes. Let's see how Asia goes. Personally, I don't love it when Asia pumps 200 points, in London, Asia, right? Market. It's always a little bit like, so let's see what the computer looks like in the morning. We'll go from there. If I see a good spot tonight, maybe I take it, but I'm not in a rush. I take my time and let's get, just find the right moment, and when you see it, you see it, right? So that's kind of my game plan for this.
That makes perfect sense. When you see it, you see it.
You see it, right? Like it's, and that's why I love the NASDAQ, because there are multiple moments during the tons of opportunities, right? Where at least I feel like, okay, this key level is breaking. We're going to get 20, 30 points, right? You can't be, greedy, but 20, 30, 40 points. So many opportunities during the day. So that's kind of my plan. Get it passed, and then we start again. We start again. We build, we rebuild, and then we get back to a live account, and then hopefully in February 5th, I got a live account again, and
setting the date. I like it. Calling a shot.
Yeah, this is the one. Right. Exactly.
Question in the chat. What if you don't see it? Well, then you don't have to do anything if you don't want to. But
then you wait.
It's your account. You can do whatever you want with it. Yeah.
But what I do is I wait. Then you wait. Like it's a clear answer. Like you wait. Look, we lose more money trying to manufacture things in the market. The market wants to give you opportunities, right? Like there are lots of clear opportunities during the day to grab 30, 40, 20 points. Like it's when you're trying to really push it and say, okay, now I'm going to get it today. This is the day I have to pass, right? I'll tell you, like the hardest day is that last day when you're at day 24 and you're on your 5th payout and you're like, okay, I really want a live account. And then you're like, I just want it tonight. It's like it's 6 p.m. where I or 7 p.m. where I am, market open. I'm like, all right, let's go. We're going to get it. We're going to get it in the first 3 minutes. Yet I never trade the first 3 minutes because why would I? Like it's the craziest time to trade, and then it's like, I'm just going to do it. That's when you lose money, right? Just wait, it will come. And at least if you do wait and you don't get it, it's easier to sleep. It's easier to be like, well, I took my best shot. There's nothing I can do. That's how I live with losing this last live account. Because I was, I waited. It was a good moment. I really saw that the market was breaking. I thought, okay, we're going to go down, I thought we were going down 100, 200 points. I was like, and we did, just without me. Just without me. But I can live with it, I can live with it.
Timing.
It's like, okay, come on. Yeah. Just, you can live with it. So you don't see it, don't take it. Wait. There's no rush. That money is coming if you let it, like it wants to come to you, right? At least that's what I tell myself, It does want to come to me, but
Well, it will. You'll get back there. I love your confidence.
Bobby Axelrod. I like it. Now my new favorite. I'm going to message this guy in the chat, personal, calling me Bobby Axelrod. I like it. I'll take that all day.
You got a fan. You got a fan.
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right, Aaron. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's all the time we got for today. We'll have you back on again real soon. Can't wait to catch up with you and see your progress in these moving forward. Don't forget, folks, Aaron called his shot February 5th back on the live account. I'm going to mark it on my calendar. I'm not going to call you out, though. It doesn't happen on February 5th.
Call me out. No, we all look, accountability. Accountability, JD. You got to do it.
You got it. All right. Well, thanks for joining us, Jack. I will see you later. We're going to step aside. It's Monday, so you know what that means. Our man Muhammad is here for Fast Markets. He's going to be joined by Hoop and Andre. They're coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're going to take a short break. Power Hour coming up next. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
It's Monday. It's Power Hour. You know what that means. The man in the middle, Mr. Mohammed, joining us with Hoop as well. Look at this trio. Let's get right into it. Mohammed up pretty nice on the day, about $1,200 in the XFA. Mohammed, tell us what you traded. And
Happy New Year, everyone, and good afternoon.
What are you trading?
Yeah, I traded today silver. Actually, it was moving very volatile, and it was clean movement. I catch some long and shorts, a few of them, and when I see market stopped moving either way, I just locked my account for 1 hour. Then after 1 hour, I locked it for another hour. So I was waiting for this power hour to come in green without screwing it up. So I didn't trade after the open. When I come to trade an hour ago, I see this market is very squeezy. It's there is no follow through. You see a good move up and then buyers just die, or the other way around. Market moves down and then you see buyers coming from nowhere to nowhere, just to tilt everybody there. So it's very easy to get tilted today, especially after we make this high. Now we are in the middle, regardless of this big move today up to the upside. Now we are inside the opening range, which is so confusing. I mean, the opening range trade didn't trigger until just now. So at this price, exactly at this price, I see the prices coming inside the opening range between 60,947 and 60,932. We only see the fair value gap inside the opening range, which is created exactly here between 6,950 and 6,945. So that will be the entry for the opening range trade, which I will prepare myself to take 5 micros at 69.45 with a stop at 69.52.
Short, correct?
Here we go. I'm short now, 60,945.
Right. Mohammed short 5 MES from 69.45. Let's take a look at some of these other prices here. Take a look at the NQ trading 25,574. Gold trading 44.53. Silver was new favorite, trading $76.05. Dow, the YM, making new all-time highs today. Currently trading 49,345. All-time highs, about 20 points higher from here. Hoop, what's going on? Let's get into it. What markets are you looking at, my friend? Happy New Year, by the way.
Happy New Year. Was glad to see the Bears, manage to make it in the playoffs. So I'm better than dealing with my Arizona Cardinals. So, I've been trading gold most of the day. I did trade cattle a little bit this morning. Equity wise, we were directionally up all night, and I've seen it in chat all day. Trash price action. It is what it is. There's a lot of numbers coming out later in the week, so maybe we just kind of bounce around back and forth once we settle the range in here. If I'm going to look at anything late here, I'm with Mo. I'm looking at a short. Don't quite got what I'm looking for just yet, and I was looking at gold again, and it just, this next liquidity area to hit is going to be 4,500. I don't think we'll hit it today, but in Goldbex, that is kind of an area where it feels like this market wants to head towards, and we see how we do up and through there. So equities, I'm with Mo. I'm looking for a short. I just don't quite got confirmation I'm looking for right now. And then NASDAQ, I had enough fun with NASDAQ on Friday doing the reversal challenge. But I will take a swing at above or below on the next.
Hold on, Hoop. I got to introduce it. Hold on there. You said you had fun with the NQ. Yes. We like to play a game around here called Above Below. I'm going to ask Hoop what he thinks the price of the close will be in the NQ. We'll put it to a poll in the chat. Do you think it'll be above or below that price? Hoop, last trade in NQ, 25,590. What will the price be on the close?
I'm going to go 25,610.
610. 610. Okay, put it up there in the chat. The price has been set. Closing it on 25,600. 7 points to go. To the upside. 50-50 on the tilt. There's the poll. Poll is up. High of the session, 25,708 in the NQ. High of the session in the ES, 69.53. There you go. Countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner of the screen. 50 minutes till the closing bell. That means 40 minutes till MOC, market on close. Talk about that in a little bit. All right, Mohammed, how are you reading this ES trade?
Again, those buyers are coming from nowhere just to show me a strong 5-minute candle, which is not so good. However, we still have sellers having control. I might add to this position if I see a strong red candle below the moving average. If not, I will just take my stop at 69.51, 52.
Okay, that's where the risk is. Take a quick peek at crude oil. CL was up earlier. Yep, same. $58.33. Last trade about 18 cents off the highs. Again, bottom of the hour, President Trump is scheduled to participate in a policy meeting. That's what it says here. If any comments hit the wire, we'll be sure to report that here on TopstepTV. Right now, markets are a bit muted. Nothing's really cooking just yet. Hoop, you're looking at gold. Someone in the chat was asking, how do you trade gold when it's been in a range like this for the last few hours? Or do you not? That could be the answer. Don't you watch? You wait for your setup. All right, we got the NQ pushing higher here a little bit. I got you, Hoop. You can take care of that. We'll see where this thing wants to go. NQ, I'm going to write it to overnight VWAP at 25,600. See if we can push through here.
Yeah, yes. I don't like the fact we are closing above 69.48.
Okay.
Which is the 30-minute opening range. Let's see if this just retest that high and come back inside the opening range or not.
We got a Delta update here for the ES. Currently positive 5,300. About a half hour ago, it was up to positive 8,900. So we've seen that come back a little bit. Also, we got the NQ minus 4,000 in the Delta. We trade 25,600. Okay, now positive 7,600. Delta increased in, thank you, Hogue, in the S&Ps. We'll pop here again in the NQ. Trying to get through these 600, 25,602 trades. A little pop in gold. 44.55. Session highs. 44.67. So about $12 to go there. Let's see if we get another push higher in the Dow. The YM making new all-time highs. They're about 19 points away from that right now. 69.50, Mo. They're trying to get through there. Saw a little bit of selling. So far, so good.
So far, so good.
Mohammed, I was going to ask you, I know you're in a trade, but do you have any goals for 2026 in terms of trading? What you're looking to, are you going to be a full-time silver trader now? Silver, what Mohammed's going to be trading?
Of course, I'm having goals, but I used to not announce them. I don't tell my goals to anybody.
Okay, well, all right, we're going to keep
I
that to
just
himself. Very good, Mohammed.
Exactly.
Keep it to himself. Mohammed playing it
I
close
mean,
to the vest. I love
because
it,
when
Mohammed.
you say it, you are adding pressure that you don't need to have.
Yeah.
Then people will start waiting for that goals as it is theirs, and I will lose focus. For what? So don't tell your goals to anyone. This is my advice. Just keep it for yourself, and I will wait for everybody to knock on my shoulder saying, wow, you hit your goal. So that's the thing, that you shouldn't wait for anyone. Don't wait for anyone to brag about getting your goals, because they are your goals, not theirs. So the point here, I used to keep my goals to myself. Whenever I achieve them, I can talk about them there later.
I like that, Mo. All right. Well, might be another push higher here in the NQ, catching a bit, 25,604. Now 05's trades. See if the ES going to do the same, right up against
My,
the ES.
my goal now is not to take my profit. That's the current
Okay.
goal now.
All right, there you are. Hoop. That question in the chat: how do you trade gold with it being in a range as it has been for the last couple hours?
3 hours.
Yeah.
It would strictly be, it's been between, 44.60 and 44.46. I leave the range trading more often than not to Dolby. But if the market presents that's what's in front of me, I'm going to stay out of the middle. So I'll just play the extremes, right? Up at 44.60, or if we get down to, 44.48 in that area. And late in the day, you're probably not going to see a ton, but once again, I never say, once again, it's like what Mo said about saying what's going on for the year. Trading gods, I don't know, Andre, after 30 plus years around it, they hear you. So if you make statements and, you start saying, I think the S&P is going to 8,000 this year, I just don't like to be that kind of prognosticator. But when I look at the board today, I look at the board today. So I'm looking at probably 30 different on my quote board. Everything is green except one market, natural gas. So that's the only thing that I see on, and that includes grains, bonds, energies, everything except for natural gas is the only one that's red on my board. Everything else is up. So
interesting.
Good way to start the year in a lot of commodities. Yeah.
Crypto as well. MBT trading about 100, 150 bucks off the session highs. MBT 94,900 last trade. Let's check back in on Mo's trade there in the ES or MES. Last trade 69.48. A little bit of rejection up there. Around 69.51. So I don't see if they want to keep pushing. Did the buyers fail there, Mohammed? Are you convinced the buyers have failed?
Actually, no, they are not failing. They are making higher highs. Now it looks like a higher low, but I'm waiting for those buyers to show weakness holding this area. So they should hold, if they are strong buyers, they should hold 6,946 or 47. If I see strong green candle here, that indicates that the buyers are willing to take control back. So now it's waiting time to see whether they are confirming they're trying to whether they are getting the control back or not. So if they failed holding the price at that moment, when I say wooden buyers. So until now they are not.
All right, poll
Let's hope
results
that
are
we have
back.
wooden buyers.
We'll see here. Poll results are back. We're looking at 62% saying the NQ will trade or close above 25,610. Last trade, 25,000. Well, call it 600. It's 11 minutes till the bottom of the hour. Look at the Dow again, making new all-time highs in the Dow. Coming into today, it was 49,311. We topped out today, new all-time highs, 49,463. See a little bit of downside
Hey,
pressure
Mo.
here in the Dow.
Well, what are you using in silver to trade? What are you using your tick charts, or what are you using in curiosity?
Oh yeah, I use 500 tick chart because
Okay,
first
just
of
to
all,
see.
I find out that it respects the moving averages on the 500 tick chart, and it gives me a clear vision of who has control, and it's expensive. So if I go to 2,000 or 1,000 tick chart, I would require a lot of stop loss, which I cannot handle.
Yeah. Just curiosity. Everybody's kind of, it's the, Andre, we always talk about it, right? Every, period of time a market gets in fashion, and, was gold, now it's silver. And I'm sure before the year's out, there'll be something else. But, it's a volatile market, and
Absolutely.
there's opportunity. Just got to manage the risk, man. Trust me, I've traded some micro silver too. So, but just be careful touching that stove. That's all I would tell traders.
Let's take a look at silver. But yes, volatility is definitely there. We'll see what is trading right now. Silver last trade is $76.20. Session high $77.83. Let's see some more selling here in the Dow. 49,288 now trades. Will it drag the ES with it? We'll find out again. On the hour, the president is scheduled to participate in a policy meeting. Nothing going to be on the terms of cameras, supposed to be closed. Will be posted if comments do come out from there.
He's been a busy man.
I place an order to add 1 mini ES
to
this trade
okay.
at 69.48 and quarter.
All right, let's talk
We
about this.
see this strong red candle closing inside the moving average, indicating that the buyers are weaker than what we think. So I will place my sell limit at 69.48. If that is filled, my stop will be the same in 69.52.
Okay, Mo, let's talk about that. For those that in the chat already, yes. You're saying Mohammed is short 5 MES, but he is on ES. Mohammed, you are short 5 MES, but now you're looking to get short 1 mini ES. What's the thought there? What's the strategy behind that if you do get filled?
It's a way for me that I'm practicing actually to manage the account differently, where I have 1 mini to show me the position, the whole position, so I don't go against it or something. And I have 5 micros that will help me to exit from some contracts and add again and exit and add again. So the major position is in the mini, and the minor position in the micros. So it will be almost 1.5 mini if I get filled.
Yeah, or 15 micros. Yep.
So I got confirmation
the 1 mini Mo is for the direction, and then the 5 micros you can scale in, scale out of. Correct? That's kind of how you manage that. Okay. You're working those 48s in the ES. Tick away. Last trade 69.47, and the orders. Hoop, you were liking perhaps a short in the equities as well. What kind of setup would you be looking for, Hoop?
Well, on the 3-minute, we're holding below the 50 moving average. Man, the ranges are just really compressed here. You know, if you take it up in here, you know, kind of right around where Mo's short from, could probably risk up against 53, 54. But if we start going, you know, we take out that 44 area, there's some room below. I just, with the price action of today of our range only being 19 handles, I mean, just getting, I mean, there's possible for range extension, but market doesn't quite feel like it's got the momentum, not to say it for Mo today, to pretty much push below 44. So, what's your target, Mo? Is that your kind of your target?
I'm targeting the low of the opening range, 69.32.
All right.
The 30-minute opening range, 69.32.
Got it.
Okay, we got ES Delta positive 7,400 and the NQ minus 3,500, and bottom of the hour in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and my stop now is sitting at the perfect place where at that point, if we get 69.52, we already having higher highs, higher lows, and we are making a third higher high, which clearly telling me that I'm wrong in this position.
Mohammed, typically ES trader, that's been your bread and butter for most of 2025. Obviously, silver moves much quicker, much more volatile. Have you been able to bring some of the strategy, some of the approach, some of the analysis from ES to the silver, or what's that been like? Because in terms of volatility,
100%,
they're much different.
I haven't changed anything.
Not
I
a
just
thing, Mo?
traded as
Nothing.
I'm trading ES. Sorry?
No, you haven't changed anything in terms of.
I haven't changed anything. Just I managed to find the best time frame that suits silver and suits my my trade management, my maximum loss that I can accept in a trade. So I tried 1,000, tried 2,000. I see that it's no, I cannot trade this. When I see 500, I measure how much I might lose in a trade. I find that it is almost the same that I'm what I'm doing in ES. So in terms of the strategy itself, the moving averages, the entry setups, it's exactly the same.
Mohammed, you did get short one ES, right? You got filled on the 48s.
Yep. Okay. Yes. So I'm risking almost 300 in this trade, 1.5 minis. Moving very slow.
Yeah, very slow, Mohammed. Very slow. Down now, a couple points above 49,300. And Q beneath.
We're looking sort of a bear flag as well. We have almost a bear flag. After this drop, we are having this bear flag looking for a breakage of this trend line at 69.46.
Hey, Mohammed, they got a question in the chat. What time do you trade silver?
I trade silver Central Time between 6 and 8:30, just before the open. Once it's open,
I got you.
I'm done.
Okay. Then back to equities. Oh, good. Again, President scheduled to participate in a policy meeting at the bottom of the hour. No cameras will be there.
New highs Bitcoin.
MBT above 95,000. Got here. MBT trading. That mute hoop. That mute. Yes, 95,250 new highs there. In coin. Yes, and 69.47 half. 100 on the bid, 100 on the ask. And on the ladder, take a look at the NQ. Any big orders? Nope. About 5 on the bid, 5 on the ask. In NQ, we trade 25,600. Mr. Mohammed here, hoop here as well. 2,200 people watching all across the globe right now. If you'd be so kind, please click subscribe. We crossed into above 197,000 subscribers today. So thank you kindly for doing that.
Those buyers are trying to hold.
They are, though? Are you
trying to
convinced,
hold,
though?
but
Well, I'm not convinced, Mo.
yeah, I mean, their job is to hold this area right now. And they are doing, not bad holding this area, which means that they are not weak. They are not wooden buyers. We still looking for a break for 6,946.
These 46s. MBT continuing to push higher. New highs there. 95,270. New 5 minute bottom of the hours come and gone. 5 minute NQ opened red. No significant follow through one way or another. 20 minutes till MOC. 30 minutes till the closing bell. Like Hoop said, we got jobs numbers this week. Starting Wednesday, we got ADP. Thursday, we got initial jobless claims. And then Friday, jobs report itself. On-farm payrolls, unemployment rate. Let's see what how the market reacts to that. NQ pushing a little lower. Nothing wild.
A second try for the buyers now.
They've been
They
trying
tried once, they're trying twice.
Right at this level. See the ES and the NQ. The NQ, the price 25,600. Keep trying to take it above. ES 69.50. Oop, how you reading this here? Delta, they keep nothing. Okay.
Almost. I want to fade the Dow. I just up 750 points. Man, that's a lot in a day. I just think we get some profit takers here late. That's the one I'm looking at. It's counter directional though. That's the only thing. I hear the inner hoax saying don't fight a directional market, but I think there might be some opportunity and just getting a little pullback in there.
Could be some profit taking as well. And about 50 points off the highs, all-time highs.
Yeah.
Dow trading 49,314. I'm a short 1 mini ES and 5 micro ES. A little pullback in MBT, micro Bitcoin. 300 points or so. 50 on the tilt. Even silver slowed down with some sell pressure there. Still going. Nope. Silver hanging around $75.95. Gold hanging around $44.54. This power hour is. They're trying to lull us to sleep here, Mo. You gotta stay locked in. We'll see if we get this push here. I'm not convinced. I'm
hovering around this moving averages. Now, technically, the buyers are taking back the control.
Are they? Because, well, they're not succeeding just yet.
They are not succeeding, but as you can see, the moving average are intersecting here. But usually when this happens and the blue line, which is the smoothing line, is inside the moving averages, that indicates a range. So Let's hope that we are selling the high of the range and this is going to the low of the range. Nice sell-off.
Yeah, a little push.
The second
here.
try is failing now.
Oh.
Second try is failing. Strong sell-off. That's exactly what we want to see.
That's right.
Okay.
And
follow through now. This is the only thing that you are not getting today. No follow through. You see a strong red candle.
Just
and
like
then
that. I know.
Yeah.
Just like that. See if the NQ wants to lead this thing. It did take a peek to the downside. Then we got the old head fake. Right back into range.
I will
Silver
minimize
looks
my
like
stop now.
Okay.
My stop will be at 69.50. And that's because we are seeing now the sellers are trying and what? Failing. If the sellers are trying and failing, that means they are looking to their stops. So I will minimize my stop at this point. To this wick.
5 minutes. Just open. Right back in range. Saw a little dip there in silver. And buyer step back in. Same with gold. Gold 44.52. Now 53's trade. Yep. Head fakes left and right.
I'm going I'm going YM. I got a couple shorts stop if we get below 71. So if we bust that 49.271, maybe we get a push and get some momentum. That's kind of my theory on it. But like until we break and get some momentum going that direction, we could just keep ranging back and forth. But I'm going to put a stop in there and see if we catch some momentum here, some profit takers late. We'll see.
So Hoop, you're looking for a sell stop, trigger the shorts.
Sell stop initiated. Yep.
Okay, yeah. So if the play there is the momentum. If we start pushing lower here and break beneath the range, you'll catch the momentum. All right.
Yeah, that would bust the first Fibonacci retracement, Andre. So we can bust through there and maybe get towards that second. And it kind of lines up with the 30-minute candle down there. So 49.151. When you're up 800 points, what's a couple hundred point retracement late, right?
Oh, yeah.
So just depends on the MOC too, right? So
Yep, speaking of MOC, 13 minutes. 13 minutes. MOC market's a bit of a holding pattern. Silver might be looking to the downside here. $75.81, now 76 cents.
Those buyers are holding very tight. They are holding the area, which I didn't want to see. So as I'm seeing this right now, so it's time to minimize your risk if you can. If you can't, you just exit.
All right.
I believe I can minimize my risk because I have lower high.
Both ways, Mo. Both ways. Still holding here. 69.48. All right, let's get a little bit of news, see what's going on here. Gabe, what do we have? What do we got here, Gabe, in terms of a little bit of an update?
Flu activity in the United States has reached the highest levels in 25 years. All but 4 U.S. states are at high or very high levels of flu activity. A new flu strain called subclade K is responsible for the spread. It began to spread after strains were chosen for this year's flu shots, which means that flu vaccines likely only offer partial protection against it. In terms of severity, the number of people hospitalized due to the flu is not a standout. But doctor visits for flu symptoms haven't been this high since 1997. Montana, Vermont, South Dakota, and West Virginia are the only states reporting low or moderate levels of flu activity.
Interesting. Keep an eye on that. Market seems to be okay. I'm watching silver here. Does silver want to keep pushing lower here? $75.74 just printed. I see it. Chat. Best.
Okay, but I'll just give it up.
I mean,
give up, buyer.
Here we go. We got silver pushing here. Pushing lower. 75.69 last trade. Will gold go with it? Buyers jump back in. Equities markets are going to hold. We're now 10 minutes till MOC. What was that entry that triggered the short 71s?
I got 49,271, a break below there.
Okay.
Maybe that gives us some momentum. And one of these days, you're going to give me your key to the reversal challenge, how you carried the trophy away on Friday.
I mean, yeah. Line squirrel.
We know better than that.
I happen to stumble into the W there. Again, the last hour of the trading week, got the reversal challenge. Sure to tune in for that.
Going expanded limits on that one.
The 15 lots? Or
no, the DLL.
Oh yeah. What? Yeah, we gotta get to the bottom of that. Hogue, what was that about? Also, Hogue, the delta. Last time we checked on the delta about 20 minutes ago. The ES, it was plus 7,400 and minus 3,500 in the NQ. Now plus 8,000 in the ES, minus 3,700 in the NQ.
Come on, sit-ups. Break this 46.
There you go. Now most. There you go.
That 46 is damn support.
I'm going to get it. I'm going to get in here.
Just go through it.
Most short. Hoop might be getting triggered into a short here as well.
Really?
That's what I'm saying. You got to push, man. Yeah, got to push.
I don't like this.
Hang in there, Mo. Hang in there. Hang in there, Mo. We got 9 minutes till MOC. Got gold starting to sell off a little bit. 44.49 last trade. Will it stay beneath 44.50 and back above 44.50. Hoop, almost got that fill.
Yeah, getting close.
Might be getting it here. Courtney in the chat says 69.45 ES is the battleground. Buyers keep defending it.
Yep.
Sellers keep defending above 69.50. Who will prevail here in the last? I got 18 minutes till the closing bell. Markets are waiting for the next move. Nothing from the president just yet. Again, president is in a policy meeting, closed door meeting. The moment any headlines do hit, we'll be sure to bring those to you here. But it looks like the markets may be wanting to pick up some steam. Got to clear these 45s, Mo.
45?
Get beneath 45, 69.45.
45. Yeah.
Yeah. 46 is fine. I'm fine with 46. Just show me 46.
Show them 46.
They will just, if this triggers, I think a lot of buyers' stops are already here. 46.
Now NQ popped a little bit.
I might be right at the bottom of this range. See.
A little more pressure downside here in the Dow. Dow Minis YM 49,272.
I'm in. Short 3.
Short 3 YM.
Yep.
MYM.
6.
M. Okay. Micro.
Yep.
Breakthrough.
Okay. Well, question in the chat for Hoop. Why not just sell right now as opposed to
I want to on the Dow, my feeling is to get some covering ahead of the close. And I wanted to see a push through it. So that's just that's the way when I do trade the Dow, usually when it goes, but I just don't want to get caught in the chop. So, and if I'm wrong, Won't be the first time. 49.
NQ completely trading sideways right now. Stuck on those 600s. And right
It
back.
couldn't break 46. You touch it.
No.
Yeah, Mo might be getting a little roll over here in the Dow. 5 minutes till MOC, Mo.
Yeah, I'm fine. Risk in this trade is manageable.
Yes, it is. Come on, see if it wants to roll over. I'm talking about the Dow. We got Hoop Short 3, Micro YM from 25,271. Mohammed Short 1, Mini ES from 69.48. 5 Micro ES 69.45. 5 minutes till MOC. See what happens here. Feels like the Dow is.
Doesn't it?
Okay.
5 minutes just open. Here we go. Come on.
Hanging around.
After MOC, Gabe. See what happens here. There goes NQ. NQ catches a bid. 25,608 now trades. And we were stuck underneath the 600s for most of power hour.
Yeah.
I'll keep pushing this. There could be a squeeze going on in NQ with that negative delta.
Yeah, that's the only thing when you were saying
If
that.
it goes strong, I'm out. This goes strong. Yeah. 48.50.
Oh, it's in
I'm
video.
out.
Okay.
I'm flat.
Okay. Flat.
I'm flat.
All right.
This is buyers trapping the sellers at below 46 and strongly goes higher, and 5 minutes to MOC. I don't want to stay inside in the middle of this range. Just flat trade.
Okay. All right. Yes, right back to 69.48. Call it. And NQ 25,608. Everything pretty much trading sideways. Hoop, what's your risk on this micro?
I'm risking about 1 to 1, $90.
Okay, what price?
I'm up about I got it 49,331.
Okay. 331.
Still
We'll
looks
less than 3 minutes.
bearish. Still looks bearish, but I'm not. I just don't like the price action.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Did you cut it? Or your stop get hit? You just cut that trade?
No, I cut it. I cut it at scratch.
I like it.
Scratch is a winner, right, Andre?
Yes, it is. Plus 7,700 in ES, minus 3,600 in NQ Delta. Let's see what happens.
It's not clear. It's either way.
No, 100%.
Especially with MOC, they will take stops below and take stops higher. I know them.
That's above. Yep.
Oh, little heavier. Again, it's got to get. Hoop, what do you want to see it get beneath? I feel like we have some more clearance to the downside.
You know,
in the 60s, obviously.
Target probably a little below 200, probably 190, 190 ish area.
Okay, all right.
You know, it's kind of my target. Once again, I over the years I don't try and. I mean, I have an idea of a zone, but as long as I manage the risk, then I kind of, especially having multiples on, I can kind of maneuver it.
Got about 60 seconds. 60 seconds till market on close. Look at that Dow. Dow right there at Hoops entry price of 49,269 just printed. 6 sevens. Oh gosh, I just did it. Lows flat. You got out of the micro and the 5 micros and the 1 mini, correct, Mo? Still up. Nice job.
Yeah, I just lost about $80.
Let's see what this MOC has in store for us. Again, it's going to start with the ES, then the NQ, and then the YM.
Unpredictable. This is unpredictable, actually. It's so wiggly. It's so barcoding here.
Doesn't want to go. Does not want to go, Mohammed. Let me see. Here we go. And we'll see 5 seconds. And a big one. Sell side 1.2 bill ES, 500 mil sell side NQ, 500 mil sell side Dow. Again, ES 1.2 bill sell side, 500 mil sell side NQ, 500 mil sell side YM. Did anything move? Again, those numbers can and will change. Can and will change.
Pretty stuck.
Little reaction. We got the Dow inching lower. Right now, 49,259. Will the ES go with it? 69.46. I'll keep you posted on these numbers may change. They are changing a little bit. Still, sell side. Billion sell side ES. 500 mil sell side NQ. 500 mil sell side Dow. How's it looking there in the Dow, Hoop?
Pushing down. Looks like we might have some profit taking here. We'll see. Right now, a little bit in the money. And I might peel some off as they come down here. Got like 9 minutes left. We'll see here. I feel a little bit better about getting some profit taking going into the last 8 minutes. I just went after the premium. That's just how I know, Andre, right? The market that was the frothiest today, right? So
exactly what you did.
Yeah.
Maybe a little profit taking as well. Okay, now trading 49,256. And Q beneath the 600s by a couple points. Got the ES trading 69.45. Mo still holding sell side in the market on close.
Yeah, they are moving now. Buyers, they just failed to hold the price. They tried once, twice, 3 times. We are looking to the low, 69.41.
69.41. All right, 3 points to go there. 43s trade. And Q pushing lower to 25,593. Got to get underneath these, get into the 80s for the NQ if it wants to go. We got the Dow. Continue to grind lower. All right, we got 7 minutes till the closing bell. Take a look at the MOC. Sell side growing in S&P's now up to 1.3 bill. Sell side growing. The NASDAQ now 700 mil. And Dow right around 500 mil. All right, let's bring in some of those live leaders that we saw over there in fast market. See, okay, well done. Abin up 18,000. Sydney still up 17. Samuel up 12. Connor, Chang still keeping their profits from earlier today. Job well done. The markets have not been easy to say the least. And also, I'm told we have a hashtag. We have a hashtag power hour submission. Let's take a look at this. What do we got here? Oh, wow. Up 16K in the XFA. Locked it out. Trading NQ. Okay, and micro silver. How about that? Great to see. Great way to start off the trading year. Again, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV on the X.
Here we go now. I was right, but I chickened. No, in fact, I will do it again. I just followed my plan. I mean, but look at what happened.
Getting back
this
in
area.
Okay.
Yeah. It wasn't clear.
Okay, sounds
and
good.
I don't like to
All
be
right.
gambling.
Looking good over there. Hoop. Seeing a lot of
peeled one up.
Okay, good job. So now you're short two. Short two.
Nice. So
A little more push into the close.
See a lot of people dismissing, not a lot, few people dismissing MOC. That does not matter. Well, I'll tell you this: MOC came in sell side, pretty heavy sell side. What did the markets do? Sold off. So something we got to keep you definitely going to announce what those imbalances are. But the sell side and the market went lower. So I mean, just something to be aware of. We'll get another injection of liquidity here in 15 seconds. ES still okay. 1.2 billion sell side. Something happened.
Out of another, one left.
Does not happen every day. It most certainly does not, but we got to announce it every day just so we don't get blindsided by it. Absolutely not.
Nice trade, Hope.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just went after the premium. That was
Negative delta growing in NQ now up to minus 4,100. We got 4.5 minutes till till closing bell. Mohammed, you get back in?
No.
Okay.
I don't want to chase this. So the entry point at 69.45, and we're already at 1-to-1 of that trade. I don't want to force trade. I don't have to trade. Especially if you are right and the market's moving your way. That will be an easy way to chase the market. I don't want to build that habit.
All right, ES picking up a push lower. 69.40 last trade. NQ continue to grind lower. 25,005, 6, 8. What's the next target here? Hoop, or are you just going to take it into auto lick? Again, Hoop short. Was short 3. Micro YM from 25,271. Peeled off.
Yeah, I got one left at 200. You're going to get a little reversal in here. That's pretty typical.
Mm-hmm.
I think it worse. I'll pop that.
Gold catching a bid. Silver catching a bid here.
Friday high was 69.39. So I think they will try to get there. So they touched 69.40. I think they will do another move down.
What a tight range today. Wow. With the news that came out over the weekend, would you have thought we had this tighter range today, Andre?
No, I honestly thought gold would be at all-time highs.
Yeah, me too.
I thought gold would be all-time highs. It was not. Gold all-time highs 45.84. About 130 bucks away from that. All-time highs made in gold in December 26th. All-time highs in silver made on December 29th. Price of $82.67. Sell side to here. Bit of a bid. Maybe some short covering in the NQ. 25,580. ES catch a bit of a bid as well. What was that? Something just came in on the offer in the ES. Look at that ES ladder. We saw some 1,400 lots, 1,500 lots trading on the ask in the ES. A price of 69.45. Currently trading 69.42. Is there more push lower here?
Yeah. We might close at 69.40. The middle of the opening range.
Right back to the 40s. All right, Hoop, talk to me. Where are we gonna take this thing?
I got risk-free trade, and we'll see what we look like with 2 minutes left. I got to move the stop down to break even, and we'll see. I got it bracketed.
Yeah, gold catching a bit of a bid more. Look at silver now above $76.
What a resilient market.
Here comes the size on the offer in the ES and the bid for that matter. 400 up in the bid and the ask here in the last minute of the trading session. Look at all that size. Heavy size on the bid in the ES. 500, 600 lots coming in as we push up a little bit. All right, now let's see where Hoop wants to get out of this thing. And the profit.
See if we get one last push.
And why I'm making all-time highs today. New all-time highs. Price of 49,463. We're about 200 points lower right now. So getting to the last 30 seconds. Now sellers jumping in these equities. Wow. ES just hit the bid there. See if NQ wants to do the same thing. Got 2,000 on the bid. What's that price? 69.42 half. Bid 2,000 times in the ES. It was filled. Another 1,200 lot coming in. Wow, look at all the size. 69.42 there, loading up on that bid. My goodness. Another 1,800 lot on the bid. We're seeing massive size on the bid here in the holy moly. 2,000 lots, 2,000 lots, 2,000 lots. Absolutely just holding bid. Wow. Woo. Okay. Did you get out there, Hoop?
Wow.
You see that in the ES ladder?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
What are those orders, man?
Yeah, we're talking 2,000 lots, 2,000. Okay. That was amazing. Wow. Okay. Very cool to see. Keep knowing that. We'll see how that plays out tomorrow. All right. With that being said, good job, Mo. Good job, Hoop. Shout out to all the bellers on the first Monday of the trading year 2026. Slow start, but anyways, good start to the week. With that being said, I'll throw it to my main man, Gabe. Gabe, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Look at all that size. Wow.
And what a day. We are happy to be back with y'all. As Dre said, first full trading week in the new year. And we're kicking it off strong. Don't forget, remember, we have At the Buzzer, 3:15 Central right here on Topstep TV with Jay and Paul. And we got Jay actually joining Dakota tonight for slow markets as well. That should be a good time. Tomorrow, we got a few people joining us tomorrow, like Dakota, Jacob Trades for Fast Markets again, Mandy, Robin Dane, and Dr. V in the afternoon. Should be a fantastic Tuesday here with y'all. In the meantime, as Eddie would say, this is now your time. Go ahead and step away for a few minutes, get some rest tonight, get outside, sunshine, rejuvenate, whatever you need to come back refreshed for tomorrow. And don't take or carry anything into tomorrow from today. But that's about it. So good night. We love you. And we'll see you tomorrow at 7:15 right here for opening call. But in the meantime, let's kick it off at the buzzer. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.